Everyone, welcome to Proxima What If. On these channels, we reimagine the Harry Potter in way you have never seen before. I hope you enjoy the today magical story.
Hello guys, welcome to Proxima What If. So in this video, we will see, what if Harry Potter found the Peverell Resurrection Stone in the Dursleys' garden at age 9? If you enjoy these kinds of stories, don't forget to show us some love by hitting the like button and subscribing to the channel. Your support means the world to us. Now, let's start the story. Chapter 1, The Garden of Bones. The July sun hammered down on little whinging like a punishment from an angry god. Harry Potter knelt in the dirt of Aunt Petunia's flower bed, his knees grinding against pebbles that had long since worked through the threadbare fabric of Dudley's cast-off trousers. Sweat crawled down his spine beneath a shirt 3 sizes too large, pooling in the hollow of his back before soaking into the waistband. His hands were cracked and raw, fingernails black with soil, palms blistered where the trowel handle had worn through calluses built over years of identical summers. He didn't complain. Complaining never helped. "You missed a spot near the roses," Aunt Petunia's voice cut across the garden like a whip crack. She stood at the kitchen window, her long neck craned forward, lips pursed in perpetual dissatisfaction. "And don't you dare touch the petunias. I'll know if you've damaged them." Harry didn't look up. "Yes, Aunt Petunia." He'd learned years ago that eye contact was interpreted as defiance, that speaking more than necessary invited criticism of his ungrateful tone, and that the fastest way through any chore was simply to become invisible while doing it. The Dursleys preferred him that way, present enough to work, absent enough to forget. The roses in question sat at the far corner of the garden, their red blooms drooping in the heat. Harry shuffled toward them on his knees, dragging the weed bucket behind him. The metal scraped against paving stones with a sound that made his teeth ache, but standing up to walk would mean standing up to walk back, and Aunt Petunia had already accused him twice this morning of lollygagging. He was 8 years and 11 months old, though he'd only learned his exact birthday 3 years ago when he'd found his cupboard door accidentally left unlocked and had snuck a look at the documents Aunt Petunia kept in the filing cabinet. Before that, he'd celebrated his birthday whenever Dudley's was over, a week of hand-me-down attention, the vague acknowledgement that yes, the Potter boy had also managed to survive another year. The rose bed was thick with dandelions. Harry attacked them with methodical precision, driving the trowel deep to catch the taproots, because he'd learned the hard way that Aunt Petunia could spot a regrown weed from 50 feet and would send him back to do it properly this time, regardless of how many hours he'd already spent. It was easier to just do it right. His trowel struck something hard. Harry frowned, wiggling the blade. Probably a rock. Aunt Petunia was forever complaining about the soil quality, as if the dirt itself had personally conspired to disappoint her. He adjusted his angle and dug around the obstruction, expecting the dull gray of limestone or the reddish crumble of old brick. What emerged was neither. The stone was black. Not dark gray, not charcoal, black, the absolute absence of color, like a hole cut into the fabric of the world. It was roughly the size of a large grape, irregularly shaped, with a crack running down its center that reminded Harry uncomfortably of a lidded eye. And carved into its surface, so finely that he almost missed it, was a symbol, a triangle containing a circle, bisected by a vertical line. Harry brushed dirt from its surface with his thumb. The stone was warm. Not sun-warm, the thing had been buried at least 6 inches deep, well below where summer heat could reach. This was something else. A gentle, pulsing warmth, like holding his hand near a candle flame. Like the stone had a heartbeat. "Boy! Have you fallen asleep out there?" Harry's hand closed around the stone instinctively, hiding it from view. "No, Aunt Petunia. Almost done." He finished the weeding in a mechanical daze, his mind circling back to the thing in his pocket, because of course he'd pocketed it, the same way he pocketed every interesting rock and discarded coin and broken toy that might, possibly, someday matter. Orphans learn to hoard. You never knew what might become valuable when you had nothing. The stone pulsed against his thigh like a second heartbeat. Dinner was the usual exercise in invisibility. Harry sat at the corner of the kitchen table, as far from Uncle Vernon as geometry allowed, eating the modest portion Aunt Petunia had allocated him while Dudley worked through his third helping of roast chicken. The television blared from the living room. Uncle Vernon insisted on watching the news during meals, which meant conversations were conducted at a shout and mostly consisted of him bellowing commentary at politicians he disagreed with. Completely irresponsible economic policy, more potatoes, Diddy. Aunt Petunia cooed. Should be thrown out of office, the lot of them. Harry ate quickly and quietly, the stone a warm weight in his pocket. He'd examined it more closely in the bathroom during his allotted 3 minutes of washing up time. The symbol remained stubbornly unfamiliar, though something about its geometry tugged at memories he couldn't quite access. The warmth hadn't faded. If anything, it had intensified slightly, as if the stone was pleased to be held. That's mad, Harry told himself firmly. Stones don't have feelings. But stones also weren't supposed to be warm, and they definitely weren't supposed to pulse like living things, and the world had been doing strange things around Harry for as long as he could remember. His hair growing back overnight after Aunt Petunia's disastrous attempts at cutting it. That time he'd somehow ended up on the school roof when Dudley's gang was chasing him. The sweater that had shrunk 3 sizes in the wash after Aunt Petunia tried to force him into it. The Dursleys didn't talk about these incidents. They pretended they hadn't happened, and Harry had learned to do the same, burying the memories in the same mental cupboard where he stored everything else that didn't fit into normal life. But the stone felt different. The stone felt like an answer to a question he hadn't known he was asking. "You're excused," Aunt Petunia said, which meant Harry's portion had been deemed finished regardless of whether he was still hungry. "Dishes, then bed." "Yes, Aunt Petunia." He cleared the table with practiced efficiency, scraped the scraps into the bin, filled the sink with water hot enough to redden his already raw hands. The dishes clinked against each other as he washed and dried and stacked, and through it all, the stone pulsed warm in his pocket, patient as a promise. The cupboard under the stairs had been Harry's bedroom for as long as he could remember. It was perhaps 6 feet long and 4 feet wide at its broadest point, tapering to almost nothing where it tucked under the lowest steps. A bare bulb hung from the ceiling, operated by a pull cord that Harry had learned to find in the dark by age 4. The walls were bare wood, marked with his own scratched measurements tracking how much he'd grown. A thin mattress occupied most of the floor space, covered by a blanket that had once been Dudley's and still smelled faintly of the crisps he'd spilled on it years ago. It was cramped and dark and technically illegal, though Harry didn't know that yet. It was also the only space in the world that belonged to him. Harry waited until the house settled into its nighttime rhythms, Uncle Vernon's thunderous snoring from the master bedroom, Dudley's slightly higher wheeze from across the landing, the occasional creak of old pipes in the walls. Then he pulled the string on his light and withdrew the stone from his pocket. It sat in his palm like a captured shadow, darker than the darkness around it. The carved symbol seemed to shift in the dim light, the lines rearranging themselves into patterns just beyond comprehension. And the warmth, God, the warmth. It spread up through his fingers, his wrist, his arm, a gentle heat that eased aches he hadn't even noticed carrying. Harry turned the stone over in his hand, examining it from every angle. He'd developed a habit years ago of fidgeting with small objects when he was nervous or thinking, a survival mechanism born from having nothing else to do during the long hours locked in his cupboard. The motion was automatic, turn, turn, turn. 3 rotations. The temperature plummeted. Harry's breath misted in the sudden cold, his confused exhalation visible for just a moment before the cramped cupboard filled with something that wasn't quite light and wasn't quite mist. It spiraled up from the stone like smoke from an extinguished candle, silvery white and faintly luminous, coiling and twisting and solidifying, into 2 human figures. Harry scrambled backward, his spine slamming against the cupboard wall, a scream building in his throat that he strangled through sheer force of habit. Don't scream. Don't make noise. Don't draw attention. The figures stood, or rather, hovered, in the impossible space of his cupboard, their feet not quite touching the ground, their bodies translucent enough that he could see his hung-up shirts through their chests. A man and a woman, both young, both dressed in clothes that looked nothing like anything the Dursleys owned. The man had messy black hair that stuck up at odd angles and round glasses and a grin that seemed to be fighting its way onto his face despite his obvious confusion. The woman had dark red hair and green eyes exactly like Harry's. "Bloody hell," the man said, looking around the cramped space with growing horror. "Lily, where are we? This looks like a broom cupboard." "James." The woman's voice cracked. She wasn't looking at the cupboard. She was looking at Harry. "James." The man, James, followed her gaze. His expression shifted through confusion, recognition, disbelief, and finally something that looked like it might shatter him entirely. "Harry?" he whispered. "Harry, how old are you?" Harry couldn't speak. His voice had abandoned him somewhere around the moment two glowing people had materialized in his cupboard, and it showed no signs of returning. He clutched the black stone so hard its edges cut into his palm. "He's about 9, I think," the woman, Lily, said. Her translucent hand pressed against her mouth, tears tracking down cheeks that seemed to be made of moonlight. "James, he's about 9 years old, and he's in a cupboard, and oh God, I don't understand." James ran his hands through his hair in a gesture so familiar that Harry's heart clenched despite having never seen it before. Lily, we were in Godric's Hollow. It was Halloween, and he was coming, and I told you to run, I remember," Lily said quietly. "I remember all of it." "Then how are we here?" Harry's voice came back to him, small and cracked and disbelieving. "You're dead." The two figures, ghosts? Spirits? Harry didn't have words for what they were, turned to face him fully. Up close, they were even more obviously unreal, their edges slightly blurred, their colors slightly wrong, their presence creating no pressure against the air the way living bodies did. But their eyes were real. Their grief was real. And when Lily knelt down, sinking slightly into the floor in a way that made Harry's stomach lurch, the love in her expression was the most real thing he'd ever seen. "Yes," she said gently. "We are. We died 8 years ago, Harry. On the night that Voldemort came for you." "Voldemort," James repeated, and his ghostly face twisted with hatred. "That's what happened, he came through the door, I tried to hold him off, but I didn't have my wand, I'd left it on the sofa like a complete idiot, James." "Not now." Right, sorry." He visibly pulled himself together. "Harry. Son. Can you tell us what's happening? Where are you? How did you summon us?" Harry looked down at the stone in his hand. It had gone cool again, the frantic warmth settling into something more sustainable, like a banked fire waiting to be stoked. "I found this," he said. "In the garden. I didn't mean to, I don't know how," Lily's eyes fixed on the stone with sudden, sharp recognition. "James. Look at what he's holding." James squinted. Then his ghostly face went, somehow, even paler. "That's not possible." Lily, that's supposed to be, I know what it's supposed to be. But it was lost centuries ago. Nobody's seen it since, I know what it's supposed to be, James." Harry looked between them, his confusion momentarily overwhelming his terror. "What is it? What's happening? Who are you?" The silence that followed felt like the moment before a thunderclap. "Oh, Harry." Lily's voice broke on his name. "We're your parents." The next hour existed in a kind of fever dream. Harry learned that the Dursleys had lied about everything. His parents hadn't died in a car crash, they'd been murdered by the darkest wizard of the age, a monster named Voldemort who had terrorized the magical world for over a decade. They'd died protecting Harry, and somehow their sacrifice had caused Voldemort's curse to rebound, destroying his body and leaving nothing but the lightning bolt scar on Harry's forehead. He learned that magic was real. Actually real, not just the strange incidents he'd trained himself to ignore, but an entire hidden world of witches and wizards and magical creatures that existed alongside the mundane one. His parents had been part of that world. He was part of that world. He learned that the stone he'd found was called the Resurrection Stone, one of 3 legendary artifacts known as the Deathly Hallows, supposedly created by death itself and gifted to 3 brothers over 1,000 years ago. It allowed the holder to summon the shades of the dead, not truly alive, not truly present, but something in between. Something that could see and speak and remember. "But we can't touch you," Lily said, and the grief in her voice was oceanic. "We can't hold you, can't comfort you, can't, Harry, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry for everything." "You didn't do anything wrong," Harry heard himself say, the words coming from somewhere very far away. "You died. We left you." James was pacing, drifting, really, his feet passing through Harry's scattered possessions with each turn. "We left you with Petunia, of all people. I knew she resented Lily, knew she hated magic, but I never thought, Harry, is she treating you well? Is anyone treating you well?" Harry looked around his cupboard. The thin mattress. The bare bulb. The spiders that shared his space because he hadn't the heart to kill them when they were the closest thing he had to pets. "It's fine," he said. "Don't lie to us." Lily's voice had shifted, taking on a harder edge that somehow made her seem more real. "This cupboard, Harry, are you being punished? Is this temporary? Please tell me this is temporary. It's my room." The silence that followed was worse than any of the Dursleys shouting. "Your room," James repeated flatly. "Your room is a cupboard under the stairs." Dudley needed both bedrooms. For his things. "Dudley, that's Petunia's son. The boy gets 2 bedrooms while you sleep in a." James's form flickered violently, his edges blurring with barely contained rage. "Lily, I'm going to haunt them. I'm going to haunt them so badly they'll beg." "James, stop. You'll frighten him." Harry wasn't frightened. Or rather, he was so far beyond frightened that fear had circled back around to a kind of numb clarity. His parents were ghosts. Magic was real. He'd spent 8 years being treated like a burden when apparently he was some kind of war hero in a world he'd never known existed. "Why didn't anyone come for me?" he asked. The question cut through James's ranting like a blade. Both his parents went still, or as still as beings without physical substance could go. "What do you mean, sweetheart?" Lily asked carefully. "If magic is real, if there's a whole world of wizards out there, if I'm famous for something that happened when I was a baby," Harry heard his voice rising and forced it back down, remembering the Dursleys' bedroom directly above. "Why did no one come? Why did no one check on me? Why was I just left here?" His parents exchanged a look that held entire conversations. "We don't know," James finally admitted. "We've been, Harry, we've been dead. We don't know what happened in the living world after that night. Dumbledore was supposed to, he was our friend, our leader, the greatest wizard alive. He must have had reasons. Harry's voice cracked despite his efforts. "I sleep in a cupboard. I eat leftovers and wear Dudley's old clothes and get blamed for everything that goes wrong. What reasons could possibly, we don't know." Lily cut him off, but gently, like someone pulling back a bandage. "And I promise you, Harry, I promise on everything I was and everything I am now, we are going to find out. But right now, tonight, that's not the most important thing." "What is?" She moved toward him, her ghostly form passing through his mattress, his blanket, stopping only when she was close enough that he could have touched her if touching her were possible. Her green eyes, his eyes, he realized with a jolt, were fierce and bright and full of a love so intense it was almost painful to witness. "You are," she said. "You're the most important thing. And you need to understand what that stone means." "What you mean?" "I'm just Harry. You're the Peverell heir." The word settled into the air between them, heavy with significance that Harry couldn't yet comprehend. The Peverells were the 3 brothers who received the Hallows, James explained, his anger banked but not forgotten. Antioch, Cadmus, and Ignotus. They were real people, Harry, over 1,000 years ago. And their bloodline didn't die out, it spread, split, became dozens of families across generations. The Gaunts. The Potters. Others. The Potters descended from Ignotus, Lily continued. The youngest brother, the one who received the cloak of invisibility. We thought the connection to the Hallows had faded over the centuries. Most Potter families have no contact with any of the artifacts. But you found the resurrection stone. It came to you. It called to you. Harry looked down at the stone in his palm. It had resumed its gentle warmth, pulsing in rhythm with his heartbeat. What does that mean? What am I supposed to do with it? That, James said, is exactly what we need to figure out. Because the Hallows aren't just powerful objects, Harry. They're legendary. Wars have been fought over rumors of their existence. If anyone finds out you have one, if anyone finds out he can use one, Lily corrected. Most people who've held the resurrection stone haven't been able to activate it. Its power is tied to bloodline, to intent, to, we're not entirely sure what. But the fact that you summoned us, fully and clearly, on your first attempt. It means you're special, James said. Even for a wizard. Even for a Potter. Harry absorbed this in silence. Special. He'd spent his entire life being told he was worthless, useless, a burden, a freak. And now, I don't feel special, he said quietly. I don't feel like anything. Lily's form flickered with distress. Harry, I believe you, he continued, the words building momentum like stones rolling downhill. I believe all of it, magic, wizards, Voldemort, everything. I've always known something was wrong with me. Different. But believing it doesn't change anything, does it? I still live in a cupboard. I still don't have anyone. You have us. The fierceness in James's voice stopped Harry mid-sentence. We can't hold you, James said. Can't cook you dinner or tuck you in or any of the 1,000 things we should have been doing for 8 years. But we're here. We can see you, talk to you, teach you. Every night, if you want. Every moment the Dursleys aren't watching. You're not alone anymore, Harry. You'll never be alone again. Harry's eyes burned. He told himself it was exhaustion, it had to be past midnight, and the emotional whiplash of the last few hours was catching up with him. But when he blinked, tears spilled down his cheeks, and he found himself crying in a way he hadn't allowed himself to cry in years. Lily made a sound of pure anguish. Oh, baby. Oh, my sweet boy. She reached for him, instinct, pure maternal instinct, and her ghostly hand passed through his shoulder like a cold breeze. They both felt it, the wrongness of that contact, the gulf between them that no magic could fully bridge. I'm sorry, Harry gasped, scrubbing at his face. I'm sorry, I don't know why don't apologize. James's voice was rough. Don't ever apologize for having feelings, Harry. The Dursleys might have punished you for it, but we're not them. We're your parents. And we love you. Understand? We love you. The words hit Harry like a physical blow. 3 simple words that he'd never heard directed at him, not once in his entire conscious memory. The Dursleys loved Dudley, loudly and constantly and in ways that excluded Harry by their very nature. But no one had ever looked at Harry and said you are loved. Until now. I love you too, he whispered, and it felt like breaking open, like a door unlocking that had been sealed shut since he was old enough to understand what doors were. They stayed like that for a long moment, a family divided by death, reunited by magic, bound together by a love that transcended both. The stone pulsed warm in Harry's hand, patient and eternal, older than memory and wiser than grief. Finally, Lily spoke. It's late, sweetheart. You need to sleep, real sleep, not just lying awake. We'll be here. We'll always be here. How do I? Harry gestured vaguely at the stone. Do I have to hold it the whole time? No, James said. Just keep it near you. We're tied to the stone now that you've summoned us. We can stay manifested for a few hours at a time before we need to return. Just turn it 3 times again when you want to see us. And Harry? Lily waited until he met her eyes. Don't tell anyone about the stone. Not yet. Not until we understand more about what it means. The magical world is wonderful, but it's also dangerous. There are people who would kill for what you're holding. Promise me you'll be careful. I promise, Harry said, and meant it with every fiber of his being. His parents faded slowly, not vanishing, but thinning, becoming less substantial until they were nothing but impressions of light in the darkness. The warmth of the stone dimmed to a gentle ember. Harry lay back on his thin mattress, the resurrection stone clutched to his chest, and for the first time in his life, fell asleep feeling something other than resignation. He fell asleep feeling hope. The summer transformed after that night. On the surface, nothing changed. Harry still weeded the garden and washed the dishes and stayed out of Dudley's way. He still slept in his cupboard and ate leftover portions and bore the Dursleys' casual cruelty with practiced invisibility. To anyone watching, he was the same miserable little orphan he'd always been. But beneath the surface, everything was different. Every night, after the house fell silent, Harry would turn the stone 3 times in his hand and summon his parents. They came reliably, joyfully, eager to spend whatever hours they could in his company. And slowly, lesson by lesson, they began to teach him about the world he'd never known existed. Magic is intent plus energy plus channel, Lily explained during one of their early sessions, her ghostly form perched on Harry's mattress while James paced the narrow cupboard. The intent is what you want to happen, clear and focused. The energy comes from your core, that spark inside you that makes you a wizard. The channel is usually a wand, though some magic can be done without one. Accidental magic is all intent and no control, James added. That's why it happens when you're emotional, strong feelings create strong intent, and the magic just erupts. Once you learn to channel properly, you'll be able to direct it. When do I get a wand? When you go to Hogwarts, Lily said. You'll get a letter on your 11th birthday inviting you to attend. It's a school for witches and wizards, 7 years of magical education, everything from charms to potions to defense against the dark arts. Harry absorbed this with the same methodical focus he applied to weeding. He'd learned early that information was power, knowing which days Vernon was most volatile, which routes Dudley's gang preferred, which teachers might believe him if he reported something. This was the same principle on a larger scale. What houses were you in? He asked. His parents exchanged proud smiles. Gryffindor, they said in unison. It's the house for the brave and chivalrous, James continued. Founded by Godric Gryffindor, one of the 4 founders of Hogwarts. The other houses are Hufflepuff for the loyal and hard-working, Ravenclaw for the clever and creative, and Slytherin for the cunning and ambitious. Slytherin has a reputation, Lily said carefully. Most dark wizards have come from that house, including Voldemort. But that doesn't mean all Slytherins are evil. Some of my best friends were, well, one of my friends was Slytherin, once upon a time. Something in her tone made Harry think there was more to that story, but he didn't push. He was learning that his parents had complicated histories, filled with friendships and rivalries and regrets that death had left forever unresolved. Tell me about Voldemort, he said instead. The atmosphere in the cupboard immediately darkened. James's pacing stopped. Lily's form flickered with distress. You don't need to, Lily began. Yes, I do. Harry met her eyes steadily. He killed you. He tried to kill me. And apparently he's famous enough that people flinch when they say his name. I need to know. James let out a slow breath, an affectation, since ghosts didn't truly breathe, but the gesture seemed to ground him. His real name was Tom Riddle. Born in the 1920s, raised in a Muggle orphanage, came to Hogwarts and proved to be the most brilliant student anyone had seen in decades. And somewhere along the way, he became obsessed with conquering death. He gathered followers, Lily continued. Called them Death Eaters. They believed in pureblood supremacy, the idea that wizards born from magical families are inherently better than those born from muggles. I was muggle-born, Harry. To people like them, I was less than nothing. The war lasted over a decade, James said. People were dying every week, disappearing, tortured, murdered. The ministry was infiltrated, nobody knew who to trust, parents were afraid to send their children to school. And at the center of it all was Voldemort, more monster than man by the end. He'd done something to himself, dark magic, we're not sure what, that made him almost impossible to kill. But I did kill him, Harry said slowly. Or, the curse rebounded, you said. Because of something Mum did. Lily's ghostly face was haunted. I didn't plan it. I didn't know it would work. I stood between him and your crib, and I refused to move. He offered me my life, Harry. He told me to step aside, that he only wanted you. And I said no. She died for you, James said quietly. And that, blood sacrifice, love that strong, willing death to protect an innocent, it invoked the oldest magic there is. When Voldemort tried to kill you, the curse hit a barrier it couldn't penetrate. It reflected. And it destroyed his body. His body, Harry repeated, catching the emphasis. Not him. His parents exchanged another look, the kind of look that said he's too young for this and he needs to know and we have no choice. We don't think he's truly dead, Lily admitted. There were rumors, before we died, that he'd found ways to anchor his soul to the living world. Dark, terrible magic that we don't fully understand. The war may have ended, Harry, but we don't believe it's over. Not permanently. Harry let that sink in. Somewhere out there, dispersed, weakened, but not destroyed, the thing that murdered his parents still existed. The thing that would try to kill him again if it ever returned. Then I need to be ready, he said. The lessons intensified after that conversation. Lily focused on magical theory, the principles underlying spells, the properties of common magical ingredients, the rules that governed what magic could and couldn't do. She'd been exceptional at potions and charms during her Hogwarts years, and her ghost retained that brilliance, patient and precise, explaining concepts in ways that made intuitive sense. Magic has limits, she told him during a late-night session in August. It can't create food from nothing, can't truly resurrect the dead, can't make someone fall in love. It follows rules, Harry, even if those rules are different from Muggle physics. Understanding the rules is the first step to mastering the magic. James taught different lessons. Where Lily focused on the how, James focused on the who, the wizarding world's social landscape, its politics and prejudices, the families and factions that would shape Harry's life when he finally entered it. The Malfoys are old money, old blood, and as arrogant as they come, James explained, floating through Harry's cupboard wall and back again, a habit he'd developed to amuse his son, and one that never failed to make Harry smile. Lucius Malfoy was a Death Eater, though he claimed to be under the Imperius curse after the war. He's got a son your age, Draco. You'll probably meet him at Hogwarts. Should I avoid him? You should make your own judgments. James's tone was serious despite his playful position, currently doing a slow backflip through the mattress. I hated Slytherins on principle when I was your age. Made a lot of enemies I didn't need to make. You're smarter than I was, Harry. Don't let prejudice blind you to potential allies. Or enemies, Lily added from her corner of the cupboard. Or enemies, James agreed. Speaking of which, Severus Snape. Lily made a sound that might have been a sigh if ghosts had breath. Snape teaches potions at Hogwarts, James continued. He was in our year, sorted into Slytherin. We did not get along. James bullied him, Lily said flatly. Along with Sirius and Remus and Peter. They were cruel to him for years. He gave as good as he got. He was into dark arts before he even started school, he was my best friend before Hogwarts. Lily's voice was quiet but firm. We grew up in the same town, discovered magic together. I loved him like a brother, James. And yes, he made terrible choices and said unforgivable things, but you don't get to pretend you were innocent. Harry watched this exchange with fascination. His parents didn't argue often, mostly they presented a unified front, but when they did, it revealed dimensions of their characters that ordinary conversation concealed. "What happened?" he asked. "With Snape?" Lily's ghostly form seemed to dim slightly. "He called me a mudblood. It's the worst slur you can use against a Muggleborn. We'd been growing apart for years, he was getting deeper into dark magic, hanging around with future Death Eaters, but that was the end. I couldn't forgive it. And later he became a Death Eater himself," James said, his earlier defensiveness faded into something more complicated. "He was there, Harry. The night we died. We don't know exactly what role he played, but he was on Voldemort's side. And now he teaches children. Dumbledore trusts him. We don't know why." Harry filed this information away with everything else, a complex web of history and grievance that he would somehow need to navigate. His parents had given him the map, but the territory would be his to cross. "There's something else," he said, changing the subject to something that had been nagging at him. "You said Dad didn't have his wand when Voldemort attacked. But you said wizards need wands to channel magic properly." "How did Mum? Some magic doesn't need wands," Lily said. "The old magic, the deep magic, sacrificial protection, blood wards, oaths and bonds. These things are powered by intent and blood, not technique. What I did that night wasn't a spell, Harry. It was something more primal. Could I learn it? The wandless magic." His parents exchanged another of their meaningful looks. "Possibly," Lily said carefully. "Your accidental magic suggests you have strong natural ability. But wandless casting is extremely difficult, most adult wizards can't manage more than basic tricks. It takes years of practice and exceptional focus. I have years." Harry's voice was calm, determined. "And I don't have anything else to focus on." September arrived with the first hints of autumn coolness and the looming specter of the new school year. Harry would be starting at Dudley's school, a local primary that, according to his cousin's complaints, served terrible lunches and gave too much homework. Harry suspected his own experience would differ significantly from Dudley's, but he'd long since stopped expecting fairness. The morning of his first day, Harry woke before dawn and summoned his parents for a final pep talk. "You'll be fine," James assured him, though his ghostly face betrayed parental anxiety. "Just keep your head down, don't let Dudley's friends corner you alone, and remember, you're a wizard. Whatever happens, you've got magic in your blood." "I can't actually use magic," Harry pointed out. "Not on purpose. Not yet. But knowing you can makes a difference, trust me." Lily was more practical. "Watch the other children carefully. Some of them will be like Dudley, bullies, followers, too wrapped up in their own lives to notice anyone else's pain. But some will be different. Look for the ones who are kind, who share without being asked, who stand up for others even when it costs them. Those are the ones worth befriending." Harry nodded, committing her advice to memory. His parents couldn't protect him in the daylight world, couldn't intervene, couldn't even be seen. But they could prepare him, and preparation was its own form of armor. The school year that followed was neither as terrible as Harry had feared nor as benign as the Dursleys pretended. Dudley's gang made his life difficult, spreading rumors that he was strange, that his family didn't want him, that he talked to himself in the dark. Teachers regarded him with a wariness that suggested Petunia had already poisoned the well with stories of his behavioral issues. But Harry had learned invisibility long before he understood its value, and he deployed it now with ruthless efficiency. He sat in the back of classrooms, answered questions correctly but not brilliantly, made himself useful without making himself memorable. The teachers forgot to notice him. Dudley's gang lost interest when their provocations failed to generate reactions. And every night, in the cupboard under the stairs, Harry continued his true education. By October, he could feel his magic consciously, a warm current running through his body, strongest at his core but present everywhere. By November, he could push that current deliberately, though the results were unpredictable. One memorable night involved accidentally levitating his mattress 3 inches off the floor and holding it there for 6 seconds. By December, he could reliably produce small effects without a wand, warming his hands on cold nights, dimming the bulb in his cupboard, once making a spider float gently to the ground instead of falling when its web broke. "This is extraordinary," Lily said, watching him practice one evening. "Harry, you shouldn't be able to do any of this. Wandless magic at your age, with no formal training." "The stone," James murmured. "It must be the Peverell awakening." "What does that mean?" James floated closer, his expression unusually serious. "The Deathly Hallows weren't just powerful objects, Harry. They were tied to their creators, to the Peverell bloodline. Holding the stone, using it properly, it might be awakening dormant abilities in your blood. Things that have lain sleeping for generations." Harry looked down at his hands, thin and pale and covered in calluses, the hands of a servant, a nobody. "What kind of abilities?" "We don't know. The Peverells were legends even 1,000 years ago. But the stories mentioned an affinity with death. The ability to see things others couldn't. Communication with spirits beyond just the stone's summoning. The ability to sense how people died," Lily added quietly. Cadmus Peverell, the one who received the stone, was said to know the circumstances of anyone's death just by touching objects they'd owned. It was one of the things that drove him mad, seeing death everywhere he looked. Harry's stomach turned. "Is that going to happen to me?" "We don't know," James repeated. "But we'll watch for signs. And if abilities start manifesting that you can't control, you tell us immediately. Understand?" Harry nodded. But some part of him, the part that had learned to hoard possibilities, to keep secrets, to never reveal more than necessary, filed this information away as potentially useful rather than merely frightening. Power was power. And he'd spent too long being powerless to reject any advantage that came his way. Christmas at the Dursleys was always an exercise in humiliation, but this year, Harry almost didn't mind. Dudley received 37 presents, Harry counted, ranging from a new bicycle to enough sweets to stock a small shop. Harry received a coat hanger and a pair of Vernon's old socks, delivered with Petunia's sneering reminder that he should be grateful for anything at all. He thanked her in his flattest voice, waited until the family was distracted by Dudley's sugar-fueled rampage through the living room, and retreated to his cupboard. His parents were waiting. "Happy Christmas, sweetheart," Lily said, her ghostly face glowing with warmth that transcended her incorporeal state. "We couldn't get you anything," James added regretfully. "Being dead does limit one's shopping options." Harry laughed, a real laugh, the kind he almost never made outside this cupboard. "You being here is enough. It's more than enough." They spent the day together, Harry curled on his mattress while his parents told stories of Christmases past. Their first holiday at Hogwarts, when James had smuggled in fire whiskey and the entire Gryffindor common room had sung carols until 3 in the morning. The year Lily had received an enchanted jewelry box that played different songs depending on her mood. The final Christmas before Harry was born, when they'd spent a quiet evening in Godric's Hollow, talking about the future they thought they'd have. "We imagined you'd have siblings," Lily said softly. "A brother, maybe a sister. A big family, noisy and chaotic and full of love." "We imagined growing old," James added. "Embarrassing you in front of your friends, spoiling your children, becoming those awful parents who tell the same stories over and over." "You can still tell me stories," Harry said. "It's not the same." "No," Harry agreed. "But it's what we have." Outside his cupboard, Dudley screamed about a present that wasn't exactly the right shade of red. Uncle Vernon bellowed at the television. Aunt Petunia's shrill voice cut through the chaos, directing traffic in her kingdom of normalcy. Inside the cupboard, Harry sat with his parents' ghosts and felt, for the first time, like he had a home. The winter passed slowly, then quickly, then slowly again, time moving in the strange rhythms of childhood, where summer days stretched into eternities and school weeks vanished in blurs. Harry continued his lessons, continued his practice, continued the slow accumulation of knowledge and skill that his parents insisted would prove essential. And then, one afternoon in late February, everything changed. Harry was walking home from school, taking the long route that avoided Dudley's gang's preferred ambush sites, when he passed the cemetery on Magnolia Crescent. It was an old place, Victorian era, filled with elaborate headstones and crumbling mausoleums. Harry had always found it oddly peaceful, a quiet space in a neighborhood that had no room for quiet. Today, something called to him. The sensation was difficult to describe, not a sound, not a voice, but a pull, like iron drawn to a magnet. His feet turned toward the cemetery gates before his mind had consciously decided to enter. The rusted hinges creaked as he pushed through, and then he was walking among the dead, drawn inexorably toward something he couldn't name. He found it in the oldest section, where the headstones were so weathered that names had become mere suggestions. A grave no different from its neighbors, covered in moss and forgotten by the living. Harry reached out and touched the stone. Pain. Fear. A woman's voice screaming. Hands around a throat. Darkness closing in. The world going gray, then black, then nothing. Harry yanked his hand back with a gasp, his heart hammering, his vision swimming. He stumbled backward, tripped over a root, and sat down hard on the cold ground. "Oh no," he whispered. "Oh no, oh no, oh no." The vision had been clearer than any dream, more immediate than any memory. He'd felt the woman dying, felt her terror, her desperation, the moment when her body stopped fighting and simply, stopped. He'd seen how she was murdered. Harry sat in the cemetery until the light began to fade, trembling and trying to understand what had just happened. The ability his parents had described, Cadmus Peverell's curse, seeing death through objects, had apparently awakened in him. And unlike everything else he'd learned so far, he had no idea how to control it. "It started, then," James said quietly that night, his ghostly form unusually still. "The death echoes." Harry sat cross-legged on his mattress, wrapped in a blanket despite the relative warmth of the cupboard. He couldn't stop shivering. "I felt her die. I felt everything." Cadmus's gift was never easy to bear, Lily said. The stories say it contributed to his madness, that he couldn't touch anything without experiencing the deaths of everyone who'd owned it before. "But Harry, you're not Cadmus. You're stronger than he was." "How do you know that?" "Because you're our son." James's voice was fierce. "And because you've survived things that would have broken most people. You survived the Dursleys, survived Voldemort, survived 8 years of being told you were worthless. A few visions won't destroy you." Harry wanted to believe him. But the memory of that woman's terror was still fresh, still horrible, and he knew it was only the beginning. "Can I learn to control it?" he asked. "Probably," Lily said. "Like your other abilities, it should respond to intent and focus. The trick will be learning to shield yourself, to choose when to activate the sight and when to keep it dormant." "And until then?" His parents exchanged a grim look. "Until then," James said, "be careful what you touch." The weeks that followed were the most difficult of Harry's life, which, given everything he'd already endured, was saying something. The death sense wasn't predictable. Some objects triggered it immediately, others remained inert no matter how long he held them. Living things didn't seem to carry echoes, nor did objects that had never been present at a death. But anything associated with mortality, items owned by the deceased, places where death had occurred, sometimes even photographs of those who'd passed, could potentially overwhelm him with unwanted visions. The school became a minefield. Harry learned to watch where he stepped, what he touched, how close he stood to other students and their personal belongings. He developed a mental map of safe zones and danger areas, though the rules governing each seemed frustratingly arbitrary. And then there were the nightmares. Not every night, his parents' presence in the stone seemed to ward off the worst of it, but often enough to steal his sleep. Dreams of deaths he'd witnessed through echoes, replaying in his subconscious, mixing and merging until he couldn't tell one victim from another. He woke gasping, sweating, sometimes crying, and had to wait for his heart to calm before he could summon his parents for comfort. "This isn't sustainable," Lily said after a particularly bad night. "You need to learn shielding, Harry. Properly, not just hoping it will work." "How?" "You can't demonstrate anything, and I don't have a wand." "A clemency," James said suddenly. "Lily, what about a clemency?" She frowned. "That's for protecting against legilimency, mind-reading magic. I'm not sure it would work against death echoes. But the principle is the same, isn't it? Building mental walls, protecting your consciousness from external intrusion. The echoes are entering Harry's mind, just like a legilimens would. If he could learn to block them." Lily considered this. "It might work," she admitted. "The basics of a clemency don't require a wand, it's all mental discipline. And Harry certainly has motivation." "Teach me," Harry said immediately. "Whatever it takes." The lessons began that night. A clemency, Harry learned, was the art of organizing and defending one's thoughts against magical intrusion. It required visualization, imagining the mind as a space that could be structured and protected, combined with intense emotional control. "Picture your thoughts as a room," Lily instructed. "The walls are strong, the door is locked. Everything inside is yours alone. When you feel something trying to enter, whether it's the death echoes or anything else, you focus on those walls. You make them real." Harry closed his eyes and tried to visualize. A room. His cupboard, maybe, transformed into something grander, stone walls instead of wood, a solid door with iron locks, a space that belonged entirely to him. The echo came without warning. One moment he was practicing visualization, the next he was drowning in someone else's death, an old man, chest tight, struggling to breathe, falling to the floor while his heart gave out. "Focus, Harry." Lily's voice cut through the vision. "The walls. See the walls." Harry scrambled for the image he'd built, stone, locks, his space, and thrust it between himself and the invading death. For one horrible moment, both existed simultaneously in his consciousness, his imagined sanctuary and the old man's final moments. Then the walls held, and the echo faded. Harry opened his eyes, gasping. His parents hovered over him, their ghostly faces etched with concern. "It worked," he managed. "I think, it worked." By late spring, Harry had developed a fragile equilibrium. The death echoes still came, but he could block most of them now, raising his mental shields whenever he sensed an intrusion. The nightmares had diminished to occasional disturbances rather than nightly torments. His wandless magic continued to improve, though he kept his practice carefully hidden from any living eyes. More importantly, he'd begun to understand the scope of what he was becoming. The Peverell awakening wasn't just about the stone's power, it was about connection to death itself. Harry could sense when something had been present at a death, could feel the echo's presence before it overwhelmed him. He could see ghosts more clearly than ordinary people, communicate with them more easily. Animals reacted to him strangely, dogs whined and slunk away, cats watched him with unnaturally focused attention, and spiders, his cupboard companions, seemed almost reverently careful not to disturb him. "You're becoming a bridge," Lily said one night, using the same phrase she'd used months ago. "Between the living and the dead. It's a burden, Harry, but it's also a gift. Very few people in history have been able to do what you're learning." "Lucky me," Harry said, but without the bitterness the words might once have carried. Because the truth was, despite everything, the visions, the nightmares, the isolation, he was lucky. He had his parents. He had knowledge. He had purpose. And in a year and a half, he would have Hogwarts. When you receive your acceptance letter, James said, everything changes. You'll enter a world that's been waiting for you since the day you defeated Voldemort. People will know your name, Harry. They'll have expectations. What kind of expectations? That you'll be a hero. That you'll be powerful and wise and worthy of the fame you never asked for. James's smile was crooked, knowing. I remember what that pressure felt like, being a Potter, being expected to excel. You'll feel it 10 times worse, because you're not just a Potter. You're the boy who lived. I don't feel like a hero, Harry said quietly. I don't even remember what I did. You don't have to remember it. You have to live up to it, not their version of you, but your version. Be the hero you want to be, not the one they expect. James drifted closer, his ghostly face earnest. You're already more than any of them imagine, Harry. You just need to show them. Harry looked down at the resurrection stone in his palm, the artifact that had changed everything, that had given him his family back and awakened powers he still didn't fully understand. I will, he promised. When the time comes, I'll show them all. The summer of his 9th year gave way to autumn, then winter, then spring again. The cycle repeated, school, cupboard, lessons, practice. The Dursleys remained oblivious to the extraordinary thing growing under their roof. The wizarding world remained ignorant of the heir preparing to claim his birthright. And Harry Potter continued to learn, continued to grow, continued to wait. His 10th birthday came and went with the usual non-celebration, Petunia's resentful silence, Vernon's pointed absence, Dudley's gleeful mockery. But that night, in his cupboard, Harry's parents manifested with unusual energy. 1 year, James said, barely containing his excitement. 1 year until your letter comes. 1 year until Hogwarts, Lily added, her ghostly eyes bright. 1 year until you see the castle, walk the halls, learn from real teachers. 1 year until everything changes, Harry finished. He turned the resurrection stone over in his hand, feeling its familiar warmth, its patient presence. In a year, he would enter a world of magic and wonder and terrible danger. He would meet his parents' friends and enemies, would confront the legacy of the war that killed them, would begin the journey that would eventually lead him back to Voldemort. But not yet. Tonight, he was just a boy in a cupboard, talking to his parents' ghosts, treasuring every moment they had together. Tell me about Hogwarts, he said. Tell me everything. And they did. Outside the cupboard, the Dursleys' house slept, unaware of the miracle happening beneath their stairs. Outside Little Whinging, the wizarding world turned, equally unaware that the boy who lived was no longer the helpless child they imagined. Harry Potter was becoming something else. Something older, stranger, more powerful than anyone except his parents knew. The Peverell heir was waking. And nothing would ever be the same. Chapter 1 and Chapter 2, The Education of Ghosts. The autumn rain hammered against the windows of Privet Drive like an accusation, grey sheets of water turning the manicured lawns into temporary swamps. Harry watched it fall from behind the kitchen window, his hands submerged in dishwater that had long since gone cold, his mind 1,000 miles away. 11 months until Hogwarts. 11 months until everything changed. Boy! Are those dishes done yet? Uncle Vernon's bellow from the living room shattered Harry's reverie. He blinked, refocused on the plate in his hands, and resumed scrubbing with mechanical efficiency. Almost, Uncle Vernon. Well, hurry it up. Your aunt needs the kitchen. Harry didn't bother responding. Responses invited follow-up questions, and follow-up questions invited attention, and attention from Uncle Vernon was never the kind worth having. He finished the dishes in silence, dried them with the threadbare towel Aunt Petunia had designated as his, and slipped out of the kitchen before anyone could assign him another task. The cupboard welcomed him like an old friend, cramped and dark and entirely his own. Harry pulled the door shut, felt for the string that controlled his bare bulb, and settled onto his mattress with a sigh that carried the weight of the entire day. 3 turns of the stone. 3 rotations in his palm, each one deliberate, each one carrying the weight of longing and love and desperate need. His parents materialized like smoke made solid, their ghostly forms filling the cupboard with silver-white luminescence. James was grinning, he almost always was, while Lily's expression held the particular mixture of warmth and worry that Harry had come to recognize as her default state. "Long day?" she asked. "The usual." Harry shifted to make room for them, though they didn't technically require space. It was a habit he'd developed over months of nightly conversations, treating them as present, as real, even when they passed through his mattress and walls without resistance. "Vernon made me reorganize the garage. Again. That man." James's grin flickered into something sharper. "If I could throw just one hex, James." I know. Impotent rage is unbecoming. But the frustration in his ghostly voice was palpable. "It's just, watching him treat you like a servant, and not being able to do anything." "You do plenty," Harry interrupted. "You're here. That's what matters." The words settled over them like a blanket, familiar and comforting. They'd had this conversation before, in different forms, over different grievances. The fundamental truth remained constant: James and Lily couldn't protect Harry from the Dursleys, couldn't intervene in his daylight life, couldn't be anything more than advisors and teachers and witnesses. It was a limitation that chafed at all of them. But it was better than nothing. So much better than nothing. "Tell me about today's lesson," Harry said, redirecting the conversation with practiced ease. "You mentioned something about wards." Lily's expression brightened. She loved teaching, loved watching Harry's mind work through complex magical theory. "Wards. Yes. They're protective enchantments placed on locations rather than objects. The most famous example is the Fidelius charm, which hides a secret inside a living soul, but there are dozens of other types: blood wards, intent wards, proximity alerts, anti-apparition barriers." She launched into an explanation that Harry absorbed with hungry attention. Wards fascinated him, the idea of magic woven into places, permanent protections that didn't require constant concentration. He'd already identified that Privet Drive must have some kind of ward, his parents had mentioned Dumbledore placing protections, and Harry had noticed that the strange incidents that plagued his early childhood, the hair growing, the rooftop teleportation, had become less frequent as he'd learned control. "The blood wards on this house are tied to Petunia," Lily continued. "As my sister, she shares my blood, and that blood connection extends to you. As long as you call this place home, as long as she gives you shelter, however grudgingly, the wards remain active." "What do they protect against?" "Voldemort, primarily. Or any of his followers who might seek to harm you." Lily's ghostly face grew serious. "The protections wouldn't stop ordinary threats, burglars, or even hostile wizards without the dark mark. But against the specific evil that killed us, they're nearly impenetrable." Harry filed this information away. The wards explained Dumbledore's insistence on placing him with the Dursleys, not cruelty, then, but strategy. He wasn't sure if that made him feel better or worse. "What about the Fidelius?" he asked. "You said it hides secrets in souls. That was the charm on your house in Godric's Hollow, wasn't it?" His parents exchanged a look that Harry had learned to recognize, the one that meant they were deciding how much truth he could handle. "Yes," James said finally. "We were in hiding. Voldemort was hunting us specifically, there was a prophecy, we'll explain that later, and Dumbledore suggested the Fidelius. We chose a secret keeper, someone who would hold the knowledge of our location inside their very soul. As long as they didn't reveal it, no one could find us." "Peter Pettigrew," Lily added, and her voice carried ice. "We trusted him. He was one of James's best friends, one of the 4 marauders. And he betrayed us to Voldemort." Harry sat very still. "What happened to him?" "He died," James said. "The night after we did. Our friend Sirius Black, he was your godfather, Harry," he tracked Peter down. "There was a confrontation on a Muggle street. Peter, well, the story goes that Sirius killed him along with 12 Muggle bystanders. The story goes. Another exchange of looks. This one longer, more complicated. Sirius is in Azkaban, Lily said carefully. The wizarding prison. He was convicted of Peter's murder and the Muggle deaths. He was convicted of being the one who betrayed us, the secret keeper who sold us to Voldemort. Harry's mind worked through the implications. But you just said Peter was the secret keeper. He was. We switched at the last minute, Sirius's idea, actually. He thought he was too obvious a choice, that everyone would expect him to be our secret keeper. Peter was supposed to be a decoy, a secret within a secret. James's ghostly form flickered with emotion. But Sirius never got a trial. The evidence seemed overwhelming. He was at the scene, surrounded by dead Muggles, laughing when the Aurors arrived. Everyone assumed. Everyone assumed wrong. We don't know. Lily's admission was quiet, pained. We died, Harry. We don't know what happened after. All we know is what we saw. Peter was our secret keeper, Sirius was your godfather, and the man who raised his wand against us that Halloween night was Tom Riddle. Harry absorbed this slowly, turning it over in his mind like one of his practice stones. His godfather, he had a godfather, and that godfather was either a murderer or an innocent man wrongly imprisoned. Neither option was comfortable. Can I find out? He asked. The truth about what happened? Possibly. Once you're at Hogwarts, you'll have access to the library, to old newspapers, to people who were there. But Harry, James's voice carried warning. Be careful. If Sirius is guilty, he's one of the most dangerous prisoners in Azkaban. And if he's innocent, well, that means the Ministry made a terrible mistake, and powerful people don't like having their mistakes exposed. Harry nodded, adding the mystery to his mental list of things to investigate. The list was getting long: Voldemort's possible survival, the prophecy his parents had mentioned, Dumbledore's motivations for placing him with the Dursleys, the truth about Sirius Black. Each question branched into more questions, a fractal of unknowns that he would need years to fully explore. But that was fine. He had time. And more importantly, he had purpose. Teach me more about wards, he said, refocusing on the practical. If I understand how they work, maybe I can figure out how to detect them. Or create them. Lily smiled, the proud, fierce smile that never failed to warm him. That's my son. Always thinking ahead. October arrived with a vengeance, bringing frost and fog and the peculiar excitement of approaching Halloween. Dudley had already begun planning his costume, a vampire this year, complete with fake blood and plastic fangs, while the Dursleys made pointed comments about how normal children celebrated the holiday. Harry had no interest in Halloween. October 31st was the anniversary of his parents' death, a fact he'd known for over a year now, and the cheerful decorations that appeared throughout Little Whinging felt like personal insults. But he kept his feelings hidden, because that was what survival required. You're brooding, James observed during a mid-October lesson. I recognize the signs. Lily used to make that exact face when she was working herself into a mood. I'm not brooding. You're absolutely brooding. And you're not listening to a word I'm saying about Quidditch formations. Harry sighed, acknowledging defeat. It's almost Halloween. I keep thinking about, you know. His parents' ghostly forms seemed to dim slightly, a phenomenon Harry had noticed whenever they discussed their own deaths. The topic drained something from them, made their manifestations less stable. The anniversary, Lily said softly. Of course. I'm sorry, sweetheart. We should have realized, you don't need to apologize. It's just strange. Everyone celebrates, puts up decorations, hands out candy, and all I can think about is that this is the night you died. We died protecting you, James said. That's worth remembering, but it's not worth only that. Halloween was our favorite holiday, Harry. We threw legendary parties at school. Our last Halloween, the year before you were born, we went as a vampire and a muggle. Lily spent hours teaching me how to dress like a normal person, and I still got the jeans on backward. Harry felt a smile tugging at his lips despite everything. Really? Really? The point is, Halloween doesn't have to be about death. It can be about remembering us the way we were, ridiculous and happy and completely in love with each other and with you. James's ghostly hand moved as if to ruffle Harry's hair, passing through without contact but conveying the intent. Don't spend the day mourning. Spend it celebrating. That's what we would have wanted. It was good advice, even if Harry wasn't sure he could follow it. The Dursleys' Halloween would involve Dudley gorging on candy while Harry sat in his cupboard, listening to the sounds of a celebration he wasn't invited to join. But maybe he could celebrate in his own way, summoning his parents, asking for more stories, remembering them as they'd lived rather than as they'd died. Tell me about your wedding, he said impulsively. I know you got married during the war. What was it like? Lily's face lit up, her ghostly features soft with memory. It was small, we couldn't risk a big gathering with Death Eaters hunting us. Just close friends, Dumbledore officiating, a garden ceremony at the Potter estate. Your grandparents' house, James added. It's gone now, destroyed in a Death Eater raid after we went into hiding, but it was beautiful. Old stone walls, gardens that had been magical for centuries, a greenhouse full of plants that would sing when the sun hit them right. Sirius was the best man, Lily continued. He cried. Big, ugly tears that he insisted were allergies. Remus gave a toast that made everyone laugh, and Peter. Peter caught the bouquet, though he was too embarrassed to admit he'd been aiming for it. The mention of Peter cast a brief shadow over the story, but James pushed through it. The reception lasted until dawn. We danced under conjured stars, drank champagne that Sirius had somehow acquired from a French vineyard, and for one night, just one night, we forgot about the war. We were just two people in love, starting a life together. And then you had me. And then we had you. Lily's voice was thick with emotion. The best decision we ever made. Harry, whatever else you remember about us, remember this, you were wanted. You were loved. From the moment we knew you existed, you were the most important thing in our world. Harry blinked back tears he refused to shed. I remember now, he said. That's enough. Halloween itself arrived grey and miserable, rain sheeting against the windows while Dudley bounced around the house in his vampire costume, his plastic fangs already sticky with pre-celebration candy. Harry spent the morning on chores, cleaning the bathroom, scrubbing the kitchen floor, raking leaves in the brief gap between rain showers, and the afternoon in his cupboard, ostensibly, staying out of the way, while the Dursleys prepared for their evening of normalcy. At 7 o'clock, the doorbell began ringing as neighborhood children arrived for trick-or-treating at the Dursley house. Petunia had prepared elaborate gift bags, full-sized candy bars, small toys, branded with her address so that everyone would remember how generous the Dursleys were. Harry listened to the parade of small voices, the rustle of costumes, the performative delight in Petunia's, oh, how creative. At 8 o'clock, the Dursleys departed for a Halloween party at Vernon's colleague's house, leaving Harry alone with strict instructions not to leave his cupboard for any reason. At 9 o'clock, Harry summoned his parents. They emerged from the stone's silvery mist already talking, James in the middle of a story about the Marauders' legendary Halloween prank of 1975, Lily trying to interject corrections that he cheerfully ignored. And Sirius had somehow convinced a herd of Thestrals to, oh, hello, Harry. Happy Halloween. Happy Halloween. Harry smiled despite everything. You were telling me about Thestrals. Magical creatures. They're invisible to most people, you can only see them if you've witnessed death firsthand. James's expression flickered. Which you have, technically, though you were too young to remember. You'll probably be able to see them at Hogwarts. They pull the carriages that take students from Hogsmeade Station to the castle, Lily added. Most first-years think the carriages are self-propelled. They never realize there are winged horses leading them. Harry filed this away with everything else. His parents' lessons had grown increasingly specific as his Hogwarts enrollment approached, less theory, more practical details about what he'd encounter and how to navigate it. "What else should I expect?" he asked. "At Hogwarts, I mean. Things that aren't in Hogwarts, a history." He'd read the book, or rather, Lily had recited large portions of it from memory during their evening lessons. The official history was useful but sanitized, full of founding myths and academic achievements and conspicuously absent of anything that might frighten prospective students. "The ghosts have their own politics," James said. "Each house has a resident ghost, and they've been feuding for centuries. If you get on the wrong side of a ghost, they can make your life very difficult, moving through your walls during private moments, giving your location to prefects, that sort of thing. The house elves are invisible most of the time," Lily added. "They do all the cooking and cleaning, but students rarely see them. Some find them unsettling, they're completely devoted to the school, to the point of punishing themselves if they fail a task. The kitchens are through a portrait of a fruit bowl, tickle the pear and it opens. Peeves is worse than any of the regular ghosts. He's a poltergeist, not actually dead, just a spirit of chaos that's existed since the castle was built. He throws things, insults everyone, and answers only to the bloody Baron." They continued in this vein for hours, trading stories and warnings and advice until Harry's head swam with information. Moving staircases. Trick doors. Vanishing steps. The specific teachers to impress and the ones who could be safely annoyed. The best places to study, to hide, to practice spells without being observed. It was nearly midnight when Lily noticed Harry's drooping eyelids. "We should let you sleep," she said gently. "You've school tomorrow, and exhaustion won't help you. Just a bit longer." Harry straightened, fighting his fatigue. "It's still Halloween. I want to, I don't know. Celebrate with you." His parents exchanged one of their looks, the tender, slightly heartbroken look that meant they were thinking about all the Halloweens they should have had. "Then let's celebrate," James said. "Properly. Lily, do you remember the words to that Muggle song you used to sing? The one about the pumpkin?" Lily laughed, a real laugh, ghostly and echoing but genuine. "James, I am not singing. Please. For Harry. It's educational. Muggle cultural traditions. You just want to hear me make a fool of myself." That too. What followed was, objectively, the worst rendition of Five Little Pumpkins that Harry had ever heard. James didn't know the words and Lily couldn't carry a tune even when alive, and by the second verse they were laughing too hard to continue. But Harry didn't care about the quality. He cared about the moment, his parents, laughing together, including him in their joy, making Halloween about life instead of death. When the clock struck midnight, he didn't feel sad. He felt grateful. "Happy Halloween," he whispered as his parents' forms began to fade. "And happy anniversary of not really dying." James's laugh echoed as he dissolved into silver mist. "Happy anniversary of not really dying. I like that. We should make it official." November brought the first true cold of the season and, with it, an unexpected development. Harry was walking home from school, the long route, as always, when he sensed something wrong. It wasn't his death echo ability, those required physical contact to trigger. This was different. A prickling at the back of his neck, a weight in the air, the indefinable certainty that he was being watched. He didn't break stride. Years of avoiding Dudley's gang had taught him not to react obviously to threats. Instead, he adjusted his course subtly, angling toward the more populated main road, scanning his peripheral vision for movement. There. A figure in gray robes, standing motionless beside the postbox on Magnolia Crescent. Too still to be a normal pedestrian, too visible to be actively hiding. The figure was watching Harry with the focused intensity of a predator assessing prey. Harry's heart hammered, but his feet kept moving. Past the postbox. Past the figure. Not making eye contact, not acknowledging the threat, just walking like a normal boy heading home from school. The figure didn't follow. Harry made it to Privet Drive with his pulse still racing, ducked inside before the Dursleys could assign him chores, and retreated to his cupboard to summon his parents. "Describe him again," James said, his ghostly face grim. "Everything you remember." "Grey robes, dark grey, almost charcoal. Hood up, but I could see his face. Old, but not ancient. Grey hair, grey beard, grey eyes." He looked. Harry searched for the right word. "Hungry." Lily and James exchanged their worried look. "It could be nothing," Lily said, though her tone suggested she didn't believe it. "A wizard passing through, curious about the famous Harry Potter's residence." "Or it could be someone hunting Peverell artifacts," James countered. "The stone's activation would have created ripples in certain magical currents. Anyone sensitive enough, or obsessed enough, might be able to track it. But the wards, protect against Voldemort and his marked followers. Not every thread in the wizarding world wears the dark mark." James turned to Harry, his expression serious. "From now on, you need to be more careful. Vary your routes home. Don't go anywhere isolated. And if you see that man again, run," Harry finished. "I know. But running wasn't his style. Running was what prey did, and Harry was tired of being prey." That night, after his parents had faded and the Dursleys had gone to sleep, Harry crept out of his cupboard for the first time in months. Not to escape, the blood wards made Privet Drive the safest place for him, but to practice. The back garden was dark and cold, frost crunching under his shoes as he picked his way to the far corner where the fence met the hedge. He'd chosen this spot weeks ago, during one of his forced weeding sessions, noting that it was invisible from any of the house's windows. Harry closed his eyes and reached for his magic. It came easier now than it had a year ago, a warm current flowing through his veins, responding to his intent like a well-trained pet. He focused on his hands, imagined warmth spreading from his palms, and pushed. A gentle glow illuminated his fingers. Not bright enough to be seen from a distance, but visible, real magic, created deliberately, controlled completely. Harry held the light for a count of 10, then released it. The darkness returned, but his confidence remained. He wasn't helpless. Whatever was watching him, whoever the grey-robed figure worked for, Harry Potter wasn't the frightened child they might expect. He was something else entirely. The next few weeks brought no further sightings of the Watcher, but Harry didn't relax his vigilance. He varied his routes as James had suggested, developed an awareness of his surroundings that bordered on paranoid, and spent every spare moment practicing his wandless magic. The results were encouraging. He could now produce light reliably, warm objects with a touch, and, his proudest achievement, levitate small items for up to 30 seconds. None of these abilities would win a duel against a trained wizard, but they represented control, progress, power. His death echo sense had also sharpened, though this was less welcome. Harry could now detect residue at a distance, feeling the tingle of past deaths before he touched anything. It made public spaces uncomfortable, the shopping center, the bus station, anywhere that crowds of people had passed through over decades, but it also gave him warning. He could choose which echoes to absorb and which to avoid. "You're developing faster than I expected," Lily observed during a December lesson. "The wandless magic especially. Most adult wizards can't produce a reliable lumos without a focus." "Is that unusual?" "For someone my age." "Extremely. But you're not most wizards." Lily's ghostly face was thoughtful. "The Peverell awakening must be accelerating your magical maturity. It's like, imagine a river that's been dammed. The water builds up behind the barrier, and when the dam breaks, everything floods out at once. The stone broke my dam." "The stone, combined with your age, your circumstances, your natural talent, yes. The magic was always there. Now it has somewhere to go." James drifted closer, his expression unusually serious. "There's something we need to discuss. We've been putting it off, but with that Watcher appearing, with your powers growing, you need to know about the prophecy. Harry's attention sharpened. They'd mentioned a prophecy before, the reason Voldemort had targeted his family, but always deflected when he'd asked for details. I'm listening. James glanced at Lily, who nodded reluctantly. Before you were born, James began, a seer made a prophecy about a child who would have the power to defeat Voldemort. We don't know the exact words, only Dumbledore heard the full thing, but we know it mentioned a child born at the end of July, born to parents who had defied Voldemort 3 times. That's me, Harry said. July 31st. You were Neville Longbottom, he was born the day before you, to Frank and Alice Longbottom, who were Aurors like us. Either of you could have been the prophecy child. But Voldemort chose you. Why? We don't know. Maybe he saw you as more threatening. Maybe there was something about your bloodline, the Peverell connection, that caught his attention. Maybe it was random chance. James's voice carried old frustration. The point is, he marked you. The scar on your forehead isn't just a wound, it's magical. It connects you to him somehow. Harry touched his scar involuntarily. It felt the same as always, slightly raised, perfectly shaped, occasionally itchy but nothing more. What kind of connection? We're not sure. But your mother's sacrifice, the rebound of the killing curse, something happened that night that bound you and Voldemort together. You might share emotions, dreams, even abilities. As you grow stronger, that connection might become clearer. Harry processed this in silence. A prophecy. A connection to the darkest wizard of the age. A scar that was more than it appeared. You're telling me, he said slowly, that I'm somehow linked to Voldemort. That I might be able to sense him, or he might be able to sense me. It's possible, Lily said. We can't be certain, so much about that night remains unexplained. But you should be aware. If you ever feel your scar burning, if you ever have dreams about a snake-like man or acts of violence you didn't commit, tell us immediately. I will. Harry filed this away with everything else, the growing mental list of threats, mysteries, and abilities that defined his new existence. Is that why the Grey Man might be watching? Because of the prophecy? Possibly. Or because of the stone? Or because you're Harry Potter, celebrity of the wizarding world, and some people are simply curious. James shrugged, a ghostly gesture that rippled his form. The point is, you have enemies you've never met. You need to be prepared. I will be, Harry said, and meant it absolutely. December brought Christmas preparations that Harry, as usual, was excluded from and conscripted to assist with simultaneously. He hung lights while Dudley watched television. He wrapped presents while Petunia made cutting remarks about his lack of artistic ability. He cooked dinner while Vernon complained about the inadequate portions. But beneath the familiar misery, Harry felt something new, anticipation. This was his last Christmas as a Muggle. This time next year, he would be at Hogwarts, surrounded by magic, living the life his parents had described in such loving detail. He just had to survive until then. The Watcher reappeared on December 23rd. Harry spotted him from the bus, returning from the shopping center where Petunia had sent him to pick up last-minute gifts. The grey-robed figure stood at the corner of Wisteria Walk, hood up despite the cold drizzle, watching the number 7 bus with unmistakable focus. Their eyes met through the rain-streaked window. The man smiled, a thin, predatory expression, and raised one hand in a mocking wave. Then the bus turned the corner, and he was gone. Harry's hands shook as he delivered Petunia's packages, his mind racing through possibilities. The Watcher knew who he was. The Watcher was deliberately showing himself, demonstrating that Harry couldn't hide. The Watcher was playing a game with rules Harry didn't understand. That night, his parents' reaction confirmed his worst fears. He's testing you, James said grimly. Seeing how you respond to pressure, whether you'll do something stupid like confront him or report him to someone. Should I tell someone? Dumbledore? And say what? I saw a suspicious man on the street. You're a muggle as far as the wizarding world knows, a muggle who shouldn't have any way to recognize magical threats. If you report this, you reveal that you know more than you should. Then what do I do? Lily drifted forward, her ghostly face fierce with maternal protectiveness. You wait. You watch. You learn. This man wants something, information, the stone, access to you, and he's being patient about getting it. That means you have time. And if he attacks, the blood wards will protect you here. Outside. Lily hesitated. Do you remember what we taught you about emergency magic? The burst of power that children produce when threatened? Accidental magic. It's not just accidental. It can be triggered. If you're in genuine danger, if there's no other option, you can release everything at once, every ounce of magic you have, all in one defensive blast. Her expression was grave. It would exhaust you completely, possibly knock you unconscious. But it would also incapacitate anyone nearby. Use it only as a last resort. Harry nodded, memorizing the technique as he memorized everything his parents taught him. A weapon of last resort, to be used only when all other options failed. He hoped he'd never need it. Christmas morning dawned grey and cold, matching Harry's mood perfectly. Dudley's 39 presents, 2 more than last year, filled the living room like a consumerist avalanche. Harry received a 50-pence piece and a tissue that Petunia claimed was decorative. But his true Christmas came later, in the dark quiet of his cupboard, when he summoned his parents and they spent hours sharing memories of holidays past. Your first Christmas, Lily said dreamily, you were 5 months old. You couldn't open presents, couldn't understand what was happening, but you loved the tree. You just sat in your father's lap and stared at the lights for hours. I got you a toy broomstick, James added. You were too young to fly properly, but you could float a few inches off the ground. Sirius nearly had a heart attack the first time you zoomed past his head. Sirius gave you a stuffed werewolf. He thought he was being funny. Remus is a werewolf, did we tell you that? But you loved that thing. Carried it everywhere. Harry listened with greedy attention, storing each detail like precious treasure. Somewhere, in the ruins of Godric's Hollow or the ashes of the Potter estate, there might be remnants of that life, photos, toys, fragments of the family he should have had. Someday, he would find them. I have a question, he said when the stories finally wound down. About the prophecy. His parents' expressions shifted to matching wariness. What about it? You said it mentioned the power to defeat Voldemort. What power? Is it my magic? The Peverell abilities? Something else? James and Lily exchanged their longest, most complicated look yet. We don't know, Lily admitted finally. The prophecy was vague, prophecies usually are, and we never heard the full text. But Harry. I have a theory. Tell me. The power that Voldemort doesn't have. I think it's love. She said the word quietly, almost reverently. When I stood between you and that curse, I wasn't casting a spell. I was just, loving you. With everything I had. And that love became magic powerful enough to rebound a killing curse. Love? Voldemort doesn't understand love. Can't feel it, maybe can't even recognize it. To him, it's a weakness to be exploited, not a strength to be wielded. But love created the protection that saved you. Love keeps the blood wards active. Love, Lily's voice cracked. Love is what lets us come back to you, Harry. The stone responds to emotional connection, and ours is strong enough to transcend death. Harry sat with this for a long moment. It wasn't the answer he'd expected. He'd imagined some unique magical ability, some secret weapon that would let him defeat Voldemort in combat. But it made a strange kind of sense. So my power, he said slowly, is that I can love. And be loved. It sounds simple. But simple things are often the most powerful. Lily smiled, a fierce, proud, absolutely certain smile. Voldemort will never understand what you have, Harry. The family you've lost, the friends you'll make, the connections you'll build. He has followers, not friends. Servants, not loved ones. In the end, that will be his weakness, and your strength. Harry thought about this long after his parents had faded, lying in his cupboard while the Dursleys' Christmas celebration thundered above him. Love as a weapon. Connection as power. It wasn't the magic he'd been practicing, the lights and levitation and wandless tricks. It was something deeper. Something that couldn't be taught, only felt. And despite everything, the cupboard, the chores, the years of neglect, Harry felt it. Love for his parents. Love for the future they'd given him. Love for the person he was becoming. If that was his power, he would wield it without hesitation. The new year brought renewed determination and intensified training. Harry focused his practice on 3 areas: wandless magic, occlumency, and physical conditioning. The first 2 were obvious necessities, the third was his own addition, born from the recognition that magic alone wouldn't save him. "You're not wrong," James admitted when Harry explained his reasoning. "Plenty of wizards rely entirely on their wands and find themselves helpless in a physical confrontation. The Aura training program includes hand-to-hand combat for exactly that reason." Harry couldn't access formal training, but he could improvise. He started running in the early mornings, before the Dursleys woke, short distances at first, building to longer runs as his stamina improved. He did push-ups and sit-ups in his cupboard, practicing until his muscles burned and then practicing more. He studied anatomy in the school library, learning where the human body was vulnerable, where pressure could be applied for maximum effect. "You're preparing for war," Lily observed one evening, watching Harry stretch after a particularly intense session. "I'm preparing for survival." Harry rolled his shoulders, feeling the pleasant ache of well-used muscles. The Grey Man is still out there. Voldemort is still out there, somewhere. The prophecy says I have to face him eventually. I'd rather be ready. You're 10 years old. I'll be 11 in July. And I've already survived things that should have killed me. Harry met his mother's ghostly eyes steadily. "I don't want to be a victim, Mom. I don't want to wait for heroes to save me. I want to be the hero." Lily's expression was complicated, pride and fear and sorrow all mixed together. "You sound like your father." "I hope so." January became February, February became March. Harry's running improved. His magic strengthened. His occlumency walls grew more solid, though he still struggled to maintain them under emotional pressure. The Grey Watcher appeared twice more, once near the school, once in the park, but made no move to approach. The waiting was almost worse than confrontation. Harry knew something was coming, he just didn't know when or how. The answer arrived in late March, on a night when the spring rains had turned little whinging streets into rivers. Harry was walking home from school, the long route, as always, when he felt it. Not the prickling of surveillance, but something deeper, a death echo, fresh and strong, radiating from an alley between 2 shops. He should have kept walking. His parents had warned him repeatedly about investigating strange magical phenomena. But the echo was calling to him, tugging at his senses with an urgency he'd never felt before. Against his better judgment, Harry entered the alley. The body was halfway down, slumped against a dustbin. A man in his 30s, ordinary clothes, ordinary face, nobody Harry recognized. But the death echo that surrounded him was anything but ordinary. Harry reached out and touched the man's shoulder. Fear. Recognition. A grey-robed figure stepping from the shadows. Words exchanged, too fast to catch. A wand raised. Green light, Harry yanked his hand back, gasping. Green light. The killing curse. This man had been murdered by magic, within the last few hours, in a Muggle neighborhood that was supposed to be safe. "Clever boy," a voice said from the alley's mouth. "I wondered how long it would take you to find him." Harry spun. The grey-robed watcher stood between him and the street, hood pushed back to reveal a face weathered by decades and eyes that burned with fanatical intensity. "Who are you?" Harry's voice came out steadier than he felt. "What do you want?" "I am a collector of whispers." The man stepped forward, and Harry stepped back, maintaining the distance. "A gatherer of the final words of the dying. And you, young Peverell, are the greatest prize I've ever sought." "I don't know what you're talking about." "Don't insult us both." The Whisper Collector, Harry's mind supplied the name automatically, gestured at the dead man. "You touched him. You saw his death. You carry the resurrection stone, the second hallow, and your blood sings with the power of Cadmus himself." Harry's hand moved to his pocket, where the stone sat warm and waiting. "How do you know about the stone?" "I've spent decades hunting the hallows. I was there when the trail went cold at Godric's Hollow, when your grandfather died and the stone vanished. I searched for years, consulted seers and ghosts, and then—" The collector's smile widened. "Then I felt it. A pulse of power, ancient and unmistakable. The stone had awakened. And I followed the trail here." Harry's mind raced. His grandfather, the stone had belonged to his family. "My father never mentioned the hallows." "Your father never knew." "The stone was passed to him in secret, hidden among his inheritance. He likely thought it was just an old family heirloom, a black rock with a strange symbol. He never activated it, never understood its true nature." The collector's eyes gleamed. "But you did. And now you carry the power of death itself. What do you want?" "Partnership." The word hung in the damp air. "I've spent my life chasing immortality, ways to bring back what death has stolen. My wife died in the First War, killed by Death Eaters while I was too weak to protect her. I swore I would find a way to restore her, to make death itself reversible." Harry thought of his parents, the shades he could summon but never touch, never truly have back. He understood the desperation, even if he couldn't condone the methods. "The stone doesn't work that way," he said. "The dead come back as shadows. Echoes. They're not really alive. Because the wielder doesn't understand the stone's full potential. Because they lack the blood, the skill, the commitment to push past the limits." The collector stepped closer, and Harry stepped back, his shoulders nearly touching the body behind him. "But you're different. The Peverell line, awakened and active, capable of things that haven't been seen in centuries. With your power and my knowledge, no." The word came out flat and final. Harry felt his magic rising, responding to his fear and anger, pressing against his skin like steam building in a sealed container. "No." The collector's smile faded. "You haven't heard my full offer, I don't need to. You killed this man." Harry gestured at the body without looking away from the threat. "You've been stalking me for months. And you want to use me to resurrect the dead." He shook his head. "My parents warned me about people like you. Your parents are dead. What do they know about the living world?" "More than you'd expect." Harry's magic surged, not the careful, controlled exercises he'd been practicing, but something rawer and more desperate. The death echo from the body behind him seemed to fuel it, adding energy to his already crackling core. The collector's eyes widened. "What are you?" Harry pushed. The burst of accidental intentional magic exploded outward like a shockwave, catching the collector mid-step and hurling him backward. The man crashed against the alley wall, his wand flying from his grip, his robes tearing on exposed brick. Harry didn't wait to see if he recovered. He ran, past the groaning collector, out of the alley, down streets made treacherous by rain and terror. His magic was nearly depleted, his body shaking with exhaustion, but he didn't stop until Privet Drive's wards wrapped around him like a mother's embrace. He collapsed in the Dursleys' garden, gasping for breath, and for a long moment simply lay there, feeling the magical protections pulse against his skin. Then he dragged himself to his cupboard and summoned his parents. Their reaction to his story was everything he'd expected: horror, pride, fear, more horror, but it was James's final observation that stuck with him: he'll be back. You hurt him, embarrassed him. Men like that don't forget, and they don't forgive. I know. Harry clutched the stone, drawing comfort from its familiar warmth. But now I know what I'm facing. That's something. That's not nothing, Lily agreed. But Harry, you can't fight him alone. You're 10 years old, and he's a dark wizard with decades of experience. I'm not alone. Harry looked at them, his parents, his teachers, his only family. I have you. James's ghostly face softened. Always. Until the very end. The Whisper Collector didn't reappear in the following weeks. Harry didn't know if he was recovering from the magical blast, regrouping for a second attempt, or simply biding his time. The uncertainty gnawed at him, turning every shadow into a potential threat, every stranger into a possible enemy. But he didn't stop training. If anything, the confrontation had sharpened his focus, given concrete form to dangers that had previously been theoretical. April brought warmer weather and the first hints of approaching summer. Harry's physical conditioning had produced visible results. He was faster, stronger, more confident in his body's capabilities. His wandless magic had progressed to reliable lighting, warming, and brief levitation. His occlumency was strong enough to block casual intrusions, though he'd never faced a true legilimens. And his death echo sense had become something new entirely. I can feel them now, he told his parents one evening, struggling to articulate the change. Not just when I touch objects, I can feel deaths that happen nearby. Like ripples in a pond. The recent ones are stronger, the old ones fainter, but they're all there if I concentrate. Lily's expression was a mixture of fascination and concern. You're sensing the imprint that death leaves on locations? That's advanced. Very advanced. Is it dangerous? It could be overwhelming, if you're not careful. Death is everywhere, Harry. Everything dies eventually. If you become too sensitive to those echoes, you might find yourself drowning in them. Harry nodded, accepting the warning. He'd already noticed the problem: busy areas were harder to navigate, their accumulated deaths creating a constant background noise in his magical senses. He was learning to filter, to focus, to push the echoes to the edges of his awareness unless he deliberately reached for them. It was exhausting work. But necessary. May arrived with sunshine and final exams and the creeping awareness that his Hogwarts letter would come in just 2 months. Harry threw himself into school with unusual dedication, not because he cared about Muggle grades, but because he wanted to end his old life on the highest possible note. A final demonstration that he wasn't the worthless burden the Dursleys had always claimed. The results were gratifying. Top marks in every subject, a grudging compliment from his teacher, and a report card that Petunia couldn't dismiss even when she tried. I suppose you think you're clever, she snapped, looking at the row of excellent marks. I don't think I'm anything, Aunt Petunia. I just study. He didn't mention the hours of magical tutoring, the intellectual advantages of having 2 ghostly teachers who could explain concepts in ways Muggle educators never would. Let her believe he'd simply applied himself. The truth was nobody's business but his own. June brought the summer holidays and a new phase of preparation. With no school to attend, Harry had more time for training, but also more chores, more scrutiny, more opportunities for the Dursleys to remind him of his place. He navigated the tension with practiced ease, doing his work without complaint, disappearing into his cupboard the moment he was dismissed, conserving his energy for the lessons that actually mattered. His parents had moved from general education to specific Hogwarts preparation. Transfiguration is about visualization and will, James explained, walking Harry through the theory of a first-year spell. You imagine the change you want to create, then impose that image onto reality. It's not easy, most students struggle for weeks with their first transformation, but you've got better mental discipline than most first years. Defense against the dark arts is about understanding the dark, Lily added. You can't fight what you don't understand. The theory is as important as the practice, knowing why a curse works, how it was developed, what vulnerabilities it might have. Potions is patience and precision. The instructions matter, the timing matters, the ingredients matter. You can't improvise until you've mastered the basics. They covered charms and herbology, history of magic and astronomy, all the core subjects that Harry would encounter in September. Some lessons were theoretical, others were practical, teaching Harry wandless versions of simple spells that he could practice before receiving his wand. By late June, Harry could produce a passable lumos without any focus at all, a soft white glow that emanated from his palm on command. It wasn't powerful, wasn't especially useful, but it represented something important, proof that he wasn't starting from zero. "You're ready," James said on the night of June 30th, one day before Harry's 11th birthday, 1 month before his letter would arrive. "As ready as you can be without actually attending." "Am I?" Harry looked at his hands, still rough, still calloused, but now capable of things that would have seemed like fantasy a year ago. "Some days I feel like I haven't learned anything at all." Every student feels that way. The ones who think they know everything are the ones who fail. Lily's ghostly hand moved as if to touch his cheek, passing through without contact. "You're curious, Harry. You're determined. You're willing to work harder than anyone expects. Those qualities will serve you better than any amount of advanced preparation. And you're a Potter," James added, grinning. "Potters are too stubborn to fail." Harry laughed, surprised into genuine amusement. "That's your advice? Be stubborn?" "It got me through 7 years of Hogwarts, a war, and marriage to your mother. I'd say it's proven effective." The banter continued, comfortable and warm, until the clock struck midnight and Harry's birthday officially began. 11 years old, Lily whispered. "Our baby is 11 years old. Happy birthday, son." James's ghostly form flickered with emotion. 1 year. In just 1 year, you've gone from a boy who didn't know magic existed to a boy who can cast spells, defend his mind, and face down dark wizards. We are so incredibly proud of you." Harry felt tears threatening and blinked them back. "I couldn't have done it without you." "You could have. You would have. But I'm glad you didn't have to." Lily's smile was radiant despite her incorporeal state. "Now get some sleep, birthday boy. Tomorrow is going to be a long day." She was right. July 1st brought the usual birthday non-celebration, Dudley's sneering, Vernon's indifference, Petunia's tight-lipped resentment, but also something new, the awareness that his real birthday present was coming. Somewhere in the magical world, an owl was preparing to deliver the letter that would change everything. Harry just had to be patient. July crawled by like an injured animal. Harry marked the days on the wall of his cupboard, scratching tiny lines with a pin he'd found in Petunia's sewing kit. 31 scratches from July 1st to the end of the month. 31 days of waiting, wondering, preparing. The Hogwarts letter didn't come on his birthday. It didn't come the next day, or the next, or the next. The letters usually arrive in late July, Lily explained when Harry's anxiety began to show. A few weeks before term starts. Gives the Muggleborns time to adjust, buy their supplies, say goodbye to their families. And if it doesn't come? It will come. You're on the list, Harry. You've been on it since the day you were born. Harry trusted his mother, she'd never lied to him, but the waiting was still agony. He threw himself into training with renewed desperation, pushing his wandless magic to its limits, running until his legs burned and his lungs screamed for air. And then, on July 24th, the letter finally arrived. Harry was in the garden when he saw the owl, a great grey bird, absurdly large, landing on the Dursleys' fence with a heavy yellow envelope clutched in its beak. The owl regarded him with amber eyes that seemed far too intelligent for a normal bird, then hopped along the fence until it could drop the envelope directly into his outstretched hand. Harry Potter, the cupboard under the stairs 4, Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey. The address was written in emerald green ink. The seal on the back was a coat of arms, a lion, a snake, a badger, and an eagle surrounding a large letter H. Harry's hands were shaking as he broke the seal. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry Headmaster, Albus Dumbledore, Order of Merlin, First Class, Grand Source, CHF, Warlock, Supreme Mugwump, International Confide, of Wizards. Dear Mr. Potter, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Please find enclosed a list of all necessary books and equipment. Term begins on September 1st. We await your owl by no later than July 31st. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall. Deputy Headmistress Harry read the letter twice, then 3 times, then clutched it to his chest like a talisman. It was real. It was happening. After years of cupboards and chores and being told he was worthless, he was finally going somewhere he belonged. Boy! What's that you've got? Vernon's bellow from the back door shattered Harry's moment of joy. The large man was advancing across the garden, his face already purpling with suspicion. Harry made a split-second decision. He'd planned for this moment, discussed it with his parents, prepared multiple strategies for different scenarios. He chose the direct approach. "It's my Hogwarts letter," he said calmly, meeting Vernon's eyes without flinching. "I'm a wizard, Uncle Vernon. I've been a wizard my whole life. And in September, I'm going to a school where I can learn to use my magic properly." The explosion that followed was spectacular. Vernon raged. Petunia screamed. Dudley hid behind the sofa, convinced that Harry was about to turn him into something unpleasant. The letter was snatched from Harry's hands, read with growing horror, and torn into tiny pieces that Petunia threw into the fireplace. "You're not going," Vernon declared when the initial fury had subsided. "We've spent 10 years stamping out your freakishness, and we're not about to undo all that work. You're staying here, going to a normal school, becoming a normal person, and we'll never speak of this again." Harry looked at his uncle, red-faced, trembling, terrified of a world he couldn't understand, and felt something unexpected. Pity. "I'm going," Harry said quietly. "You can't stop me. The wizarding world knows where I am, and if I don't respond to this letter, they'll send someone to find out why. Let them send someone. You'll what? Attack a wizard? Try to keep me prisoner?" Harry shook his head. "Uncle Vernon, I know things about magic now. I know how to contact people who would be very interested to learn how I've been treated for the last 10 years. Dumbledore might be curious, for example. Or the Department of Magical Law Enforcement." He was bluffing, partly. He didn't know if anyone would care about a child's complaints, didn't know if the wizarding world had any authority over Muggle matters. But Vernon didn't know that, and the threat was enough to drain the color from his face. "You're threatening us." "I'm explaining the situation." Harry kept his voice calm, his expression neutral, channeling every occlumency lesson he'd ever had. "I'm going to Hogwarts in September. I'm going to learn magic, make friends, become part of a world you'll never understand. And when I come home for holidays, you're going to treat me like a human being, not a servant." The silence stretched for a long, dangerous moment. Then Vernon's shoulders slumped. "Fine," he muttered. "Go to your freak school. But don't expect us to pay for any of it. I won't need your money." Harry had already discussed finances with his parents, the Potter vault at Gringotts, waiting for him to claim it. "I just need you to stay out of my way." He turned and walked to his cupboard, leaving the Dursleys in stunned silence behind him. That night, when he summoned his parents, he was still shaking, not with fear, but with the release of years of suppressed emotion. "I did it," he told them. "I stood up to them. I'm going to Hogwarts." Lily was crying, ghostly tears that sparkled in the dim light of the cupboard. "We saw. We heard everything. Harry, I'm so proud of you I could burst." "That was well done," James agreed, his voice thick. Strategic, calm, exactly the right amount of pressure. "You're already thinking like a marauder." Harry laughed, exhaustion and relief and joy all tangled together. "Is that a compliment?" The highest compliment I know how to give. They spent the rest of the night talking, about Hogwarts, about the Dursleys, about the future that was finally within reach. When dawn began to lighten the cupboard's cracks, Harry fell asleep with a smile on his face. The wait was over. The real adventure was about to begin. Chapter 2 and Chapter 3, The Letters of Fire and Fog. The Owl arrived at dawn on July 31st, exactly 1 week after the first letter. Harry had been expecting something. His parents had warned him that the wizarding world wouldn't simply accept silence as a response, but he hadn't anticipated the sheer volume of correspondence that descended upon Privet Drive that morning. 3 owls. 7 letters. And one very large man who arrived at precisely 8 o'clock and knocked on the front door hard enough to rattle the hinges. Harry was already awake, had been since 5, running through the familiar streets of Little Whinging one final time. His 11th birthday had come and gone with the usual Dursley indifference, but he'd celebrated privately with his parents, listening to stories of his first birthday party and the guests who'd attended: Sirius Black, Remus Lupin, Peter Pettigrew, names that carried complicated weights of love and betrayal. Now, toweling off sweat in the front garden, he watched the massive figure approach the door and felt his heart begin to race. "That's Hagrid," he murmured, recognizing the description from a dozen stories. Rubeus Hagrid. The giant of a man, easily 8 feet tall, with a wild tangle of black hair and a beard that seemed to have its own weather system, raised one dustbin-lid-sized fist and knocked again. The door opened to reveal Uncle Vernon in his dressing gown, his face cycling through confusion, alarm, and outrage in rapid succession. "Who the blazes are you?" "Rubeus Hagrid," the giant announced cheerfully. "Keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts. I'm here, fair Harry Potter." Vernon's face went purple. "There's no one here by that name. Go away. Now see here." Hagrid's cheerful demeanor shifted to something more dangerous. "I've got it on good authority that Harry Potter lives at this address. Been here since he was a baby. And Dumbledore himself sent me ter collect him fair his school things. So unless ya want ter explain ter the greatest wizard in the world why his messenger was turned away, I'm here," Harry called, stepping out from behind the hedge where he'd been watching. "Hello, Hagrid." The giant's face transformed into an expression of pure, uncomplicated joy. "Harry. Blimey, look at ya. Last time I saw ya, you was only a baby. I'm the one who brought ya here, actually, flew ya on Sirius's motorbike, all the way from Godric's Hollow." "I know. My parents told me." Hagrid's bushy eyebrows climbed toward his hairline. "Your parents told, but they're dead." "Yes." Harry glanced at the Dursleys' door, where Vernon was still sputtering ineffectually. "Can we talk somewhere else? I have a lot of questions, and I'd rather not have this conversation on the front lawn." Hagrid looked between Harry and the purple-faced Vernon, seemed to make a rapid assessment, and nodded. "Right then. I've got a room at the Leaky Cauldron, that's a pub in London, magical entrance ter Diagon Alley. We can talk there, get your supplies, sort everything out proper." "How are we getting there?" "Night bus." Hagrid grinned, revealing teeth like tombstones. "Ever ridden one?" Harry shook his head. "But I've heard about them." "From your parents?" "From my parents." The giant's expression flickered, curiosity, concern, something that might have been understanding. "We've got a lot to talk about, Harry. A lot to talk about indeed." The night bus was everything Harry's parents had described and worse. A triple-decker purple monstrosity that seemed to exist outside normal traffic laws, it careened through London at impossible speeds, squeezing between vehicles that should have crushed it, jumping hundreds of miles in single lurches that left Harry's stomach somewhere in Surrey. Hagrid, who took up an entire row of seats by himself, seemed unbothered by the violent motion. He spent the journey studying Harry with poorly concealed amazement, occasionally muttering things like, "just like James," and, "got Lily's eyes, exactly." Harry used the time to observe his companion. Hagrid was exactly as his parents had described, enormous, kind-hearted, fiercely loyal to Dumbledore, and not particularly good at keeping secrets. The kind of man who would befriend dangerous creatures and never understand why others found them frightening. The kind of man who could be trusted absolutely, as long as you understood his limitations. Hagrid, Harry said during a relatively calm stretch, "What do you know about my parents' deaths?" The giant's face crumpled. "Not much to tell that yet probably don't already know. They were in Haydn, Fidelius charm, very powerful magic. Someone betrayed M, told you know who where to find M. He came on Halloween, killed your dad first, then your mum. Then he tried to kill you, and..." Hagrid's voice broke. "The curse rebounded. Destroyed him, or near enough. Left ya with that scar." "Sirius Black," Harry said carefully. "He was supposed to be the secret keeper. He was. The traitor. Trusted him with everything, James did, and he sold him to the darkest wizard in a century." Hagrid's massive hands clenched into fists. "I found him at the house that night, before the Aurors arrived. He was standin', in the rubble, Logan. Logan. I wanted ter, but Dumbledore said ter bring you ter safety. Said everything else could wait." Harry filed this information away, comparing it to what his parents had told him. They'd been certain Peter Pettigrew was the secret keeper, not Sirius. They'd been certain Sirius was innocent. But they'd also been dead, their information frozen at the moment of their deaths. They didn't know what had happened after. "Hagrid, did Sirius ever get a trial?" The giant frowned. "A trial? Well, I suppose, everyone gets a trial, don't they? Do they?" Huh. Hagrid scratched his beard, dislodging what might have been a small family of mice. "Now that ye mention it, I don't remember readin' about a trial. But it was chaos after the war ended, everyone celebratin', ministry overloaded with Death Eater arrests. I'm sure they must have done it proper." Harry wasn't sure at all. But he'd learned enough to know when to stop pushing. "Tell me about Hogwarts," he said, changing the subject. "What's it like, really? Not the official history, the real version." Hagrid's face lit up, grief forgotten in the rush of enthusiasm. "Hogwarts. Greatest place in the world, Harry. Ye'll love it, I know ye will. The castle's massive, takes years to learn all the secret passages. The grounds are even bigger, got a forest full of creatures, a lake with a giant squid, mountains and valleys and things that been magical for 1,000 years." The journey passed quickly after that, Hagrid's descriptions painting pictures that matched and expanded upon everything Harry's parents had shared. By the time the night bus screeched to a halt outside a grimy London pub, Harry felt like he was returning somewhere rather than arriving for the first time. The leaky cauldron was exactly as he'd imagined, dark, smoky, filled with witches and wizards in robes of every color. Hagrid had to duck nearly double to fit through the door, and even then his head brushed the ceiling beams. "Back rooms this way," Hagrid muttered, navigating through the crowd. "We'll get ye sorted before, bless my soul." An old man at the bar had spotted them. "Is that, it can't be, Harry Potter?" The pub went silent. Every head turned. Every eye fixed on Harry with an intensity that made his skin crawl. Then the crowd surged forward, and Harry found himself drowning in handshakes and well-wishes and people who wanted to touch him like he was a religious relic. "Mr. Potter, such an honor, we owe you everything, my grandmother died in the war, but knowing you stopped him, welcome back, Mr. Potter, welcome back to our world." Harry kept his expression neutral and his mental shields firmly in place. These people meant well, mostly, but their adoration was based on something he didn't remember doing, a victory he hadn't consciously won. He was a symbol to them, not a person. He wasn't sure he wanted to be either. All right, give the boy some room." Hagrid's booming voice cut through the crowd, his massive arms creating a path to the back of the pub. "He's got business to attend to. Plenty of time for autographs later." They escaped into a small courtyard behind the pub, empty except for a few barrels and a brick wall that Hagrid approached with purpose. 3 up, 2 across, he muttered, tapping his pink umbrella, which Harry strongly suspected contained the pieces of his confiscated wand, against specific bricks. There we go. The wall melted away to reveal Diagon Alley. Harry had heard descriptions. He'd imagined it 100 times. But nothing had prepared him for the reality of a street dedicated entirely to magic, shops selling cauldrons and broomsticks, owls and potion ingredients, robes in every color and books on every subject imaginable. The cobblestones thrummed with magical energy, a background hum that resonated with Harry's developing senses. "Welcome to Diagon Alley," Hagrid said proudly. "Best place in Britain, if ya ask me." Harry didn't answer. He was too busy staring, cataloguing, feeling. The death echoes here were different from the Muggle world, older, stranger, layered with centuries of magical history. He could sense the outlines of battles fought on these streets, the residue of dark magic and light magic alike, a palimpsest of violence and wonder that stretched back to the alley's founding. "Harry?" Hagrid's voice was concerned. "Yeah, all right. Fine." Harry blinked, pulling himself back to the present. "Just, taking it all in." "Yeah, looked like you'd seen a ghost." "More than you know," Harry thought but didn't say. "Where do we start?" Gringotts Wizarding Bank dominated the far end of Diagon Alley like a marble throne. The building was impossible, too large for the space it occupied, its white columns seeming to stretch higher the longer you looked at them. Bronze doors guarded by goblin sentries opened onto a hall of polished stone and flickering torches, where more goblins sat at high counters, weighing coins and examining gems and generally looking like they'd rather be anywhere else. Harry's parents had warned him about goblins, proud, fierce, with long memories and longer grudges. The Wizarding Wars had included goblin rebellions, goblin massacres, broken treaties and stolen artifacts. The relationship between wizards and goblins was polite at best, hostile at worst. But goblins also respected certain things. Strength. Cunning. Ancient bloodlines. The Peverells qualified on all 3 counts. "Harry Potter to see his vault," Hagrid announced at the first available counter. "And, I've got a letter here from Dumbledore about the you-know-what in Vault 713. The goblin, Griphook, according to his nameplate, examined them with cold, calculating eyes. His gaze lingered on Harry longer than was comfortable, studying him with an intensity that suggested he saw something others had missed. "Mr. Potter," Griphook said slowly. "We've been expecting you." "You have?" "The Peverell bloodline awakened 15 months ago." The resonance was unmistakable. The goblin's thin lips curved into something that might have been a smile. "We wondered when you would come to claim your inheritance." Harry felt Hagrid shift uncomfortably beside him, clearly out of his depth. "I'm just here for my school supplies." "The Potter Vault." "Yes. The Potter Vault." Griphook's emphasis made clear that he knew about other vaults, older vaults, deeper vaults, vaults that held secrets Harry wasn't ready to access. "This way, Mr. Potter. And Mr. Hagrid, you may wait here. What I have to discuss with the young master is, private." "Now see here," Hagrid began, bristling. "Dumbledore sent me to look after, and you have done so admirably. But Gringotts' business is Gringotts' business." Griphook's tone brooked no argument. "Mr. Potter will be returned to you shortly. Unharmed, I assure you." Harry met Hagrid's worried eyes. "It's all right. I'll be fine." "Harry, I don't know if Dumbledore sent you to get me to Diagon Alley. He didn't say you had to hold my hand the entire time." Harry softened the words with a small smile. "I'll be back in an hour. Order yourself some tea." He followed Griphook through a door that definitely hadn't been there a moment before. The passage beyond was old, older than the bank's marble facade, carved from raw stone that sweated moisture and whispered with age. Torches flickered to life as they walked, casting dancing shadows that seemed to have too many dimensions. "You know about the stone," Harry said when the silence became oppressive. "We know about the Hallows." Griphook didn't break stride. "Gringotts has monitored Peverell artifacts since the brothers' deaths. When one activates, we feel it. When an heir emerges, we prepare. Prepare for what? For whatever that heir requires." The goblin stopped before a door marked with the same symbol Harry had found on the resurrection stone: triangle, circle, line. "Your Potter vault contains gold sufficient for your schooling and more besides. But this vault." He pressed his palm against the symbol. "This vault has been sealed for 7 centuries, waiting for someone with the blood and the power to open it. I'm 11 years old. The Hallows do not care about age. They care about worthiness." Griphook stepped back, gesturing at the door. "Touch the seal, Mr. Potter. Let us see what death has decided." Harry's heart hammered against his ribs. His parents had mentioned a Peverell vault, had speculated about what it might contain, but they'd never described anything like this, a formal test, witnessed by goblins, with consequences he couldn't predict. He reached out and pressed his palm against the cold stone. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the seal blazed with silver light, the symbol burning itself into his skin, his blood, his very magic. Harry gasped as power surged through him, ancient and terrible, the accumulated weight of 1,000 years of Peverell history. He saw flashes: 3 brothers walking away from a river, a wand dripping with blood, a stone clutched by a grieving man, a cloak draped over a figure who walked unseen through death itself. The door swung open. "The line is confirmed," Griphook said, and his voice carried something that might have been awe. "Welcome, Heir Peverell. Your ancestors' legacy awaits." The vault beyond was smaller than Harry had expected, a circular chamber perhaps 20 feet across, with walls of the same ancient stone as the passage. But what it lacked in size, it made up for in presence. 3 pedestals dominated the space, arranged in a triangle that echoed the Hallows symbol. On the first sat an empty depression, clearly designed to hold something wand-shaped. On the second sat another empty depression, this one sized for a small stone. On the third sat a folded cloak of silvery fabric that seemed to shift and shimmer even in the dim light. "The cloak of invisibility," Harry breathed. "But, I thought Dumbledore had it." "My parents said, Albus Dumbledore held the cloak in trust," Griphook said. "It was never his to keep. The magic recognized him as guardian, not owner, a temporary arrangement until the true heir came of age." Harry approached the pedestal slowly, his feet carrying him without conscious direction. The cloak called to him the same way the stone had, a resonance that went beyond mere magic. This was his, had always been his, would always be his. He reached out and touched the fabric. Invisibility. Silence. The ability to walk among death unseen, as Ignotus had walked past the river's treacherous spirits. The knowledge settled into his bones like remembered truth. The cloak wouldn't just make him invisible, it would make him undetectable, hidden from magical senses as thoroughly as from physical sight. Not even death itself could find someone wearing this cloak, unless that someone chose to be found. "There's more," Griphook said, gesturing at a stone chest tucked against the far wall. "Records. Instructions. The accumulated wisdom of the Peverell line, left for the heir who would unite the Hallows. Unite them? The wand is lost, taken by violence, passed through bloodshed for 1,000 years. The stone you already carry. The cloak is now yours by right." Griphook's eyes glittered with ancient cunning. The last wizard to possess all 3 was Antioch Peverell himself. He died within a fortnight, murdered for the wand's power. The Hallows do not stay united easily, Mr. Potter. They are jealous artifacts, each demanding attention, each pulling its wielder toward different paths. What happens if someone does unite them? Successfully. The legends call such a person the Master of Death. What that means? The goblin shrugged, a surprisingly human gesture. No one knows. No one has ever achieved it. Harry looked at the cloak in his hands, then at the empty pedestals, then at the chest of records he didn't have time to examine. This was bigger than school supplies, bigger than Hogwarts, bigger than anything he'd prepared for. But it was also his. His legacy. His power. His responsibility. "I'll take the cloak," he said. "And I'll come back for the records. When I understand more, when I'm ready. The vault will be here when you are." Griphook produced a small key from somewhere in his elaborate waistcoat. "This opens the Potter vault, your immediate funds for school supplies and personal expenses. The Peverell inheritance requires no key. Only blood." Harry accepted the key, tucked the cloak into his jacket where it seemed to weigh nothing at all, and followed Griphook back toward the surface. He had a lot to think about. But first, he had shopping to do. The Potter vault contained more gold than Harry had ever imagined in one place. Mountains of golden galleons, towers of silver sickles, piles of bronze nuts, enough wealth to fund a dozen educations, 100 lifetimes of comfortable living. Harry stared at it all with a kind of numb disbelief, trying to reconcile this fortune with the cupboard under the stairs. "Take what you need," Griphook said. "The vault replenishes itself through investments managed by the bank. Your parents were financially prudent." Harry filled a pouch with galleons, trying to estimate what school supplies might cost. The list Hagrid had given him seemed straightforward enough: robes, books, cauldron, wand, but he suspected there would be unexpected expenses. There always were. He emerged from Gringotts to find Hagrid waiting anxiously in the lobby, clutching a small package wrapped in brown paper that he quickly stuffed into one of his many pockets. "All sorted, then." "All sorted." Harry didn't mention the Peverell vault or the cloak currently invisible against his chest. Some secrets weren't ready to be shared. Where do we start? The next few hours passed in a blur of purchases and introductions. Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions fitted him for school uniforms while Hagrid waited outside, too large for the shop's delicate interior. Harry stood on a stool while magical measuring tapes took his dimensions, listening to the conversations of other customers, first-years like himself, most of them accompanied by parents who fussed and worried and offered advice. It was in Madame Malkin's that he met Draco Malfoy. The boy was pale and pointed, with hair so blonde it was almost white and an expression of casual superiority that reminded Harry uncomfortably of Dudley. He was being fitted for robes at the adjacent stool, attended by a witch who radiated nervous deference. "Hogwarts, too?" the boy asked, eyeing Harry with open curiosity. "Yes. My father's next door buying my books, and mother's up the street looking at wands." Draco's tone made clear that these were not ordinary parents performing ordinary errands, they were Malfoys, and everything they did carried special significance. "Then I'm going to drag them off to look at racing brooms. I don't see why first-years can't have their own. I think I'll bully father into getting me one and I'll smuggle it in somehow." Harry recognized the type immediately: wealthy, entitled, desperate for attention. But his parents had taught him not to make enemies carelessly, and Malfoy was exactly the kind of person who could make life difficult if provoked. "What house do you expect to be in?" Harry asked neutrally. "Slytherin, of course. My whole family has been in Slytherin for generations." Draco's eyes narrowed. "I suppose you don't know what house you'll be in yet. What's your surname?" "I don't recognize you." "Potter." The effect was immediate and dramatic. Draco's superior expression flickered through surprise, calculation, and finally settled on something that looked almost like respect. "Harry Potter." "The Harry Potter?" "Just Harry." "But you, everyone knows." Draco visibly collected himself, his mask of aristocratic composure sliding back into place. "Well. This is unexpected. I'd heard you were raised by Muggles, but I assumed, never mind what I assumed. Have you been told about the houses? The different qualities they value?" "Some. Gryffindor for the brave, Slytherin for the ambitious, Ravenclaw for the clever, Hufflepuff for the loyal." Reductive, but accurate enough. Draco stepped down from his stool as the attendant pronounced him finished. I expect we'll see each other at school, Potter. Perhaps we might even be friends, depending on where you're sorted, of course. Perhaps we might. Harry watched Draco sweep out of the shop, noting the way other customers deferred to him, the way the attendants relaxed visibly once he was gone. The Malfoy name clearly carried weight in this world. He filed the encounter away for later analysis. Flourish and blots was overwhelming in the best possible way. Books lined every wall, piled on every surface, stacked in towers that defied gravity through obvious magical intervention. Harry could have spent hours here, days, exploring sections on every magical topic imaginable, but he was supposed to be shopping, not browsing. He bought his required textbooks quickly, then lingered in the Defense Against the Dark Arts section, scanning titles that his parents had mentioned: Dark Arts Defense, Basics, Countering Common Curses, The Rise and Fall of the Dark Arts. One book caught his attention immediately. The Tales of Beetle the Bard, a children's collection that his mother had recited from memory, including The Tale of the Three Brothers. The Peverell origin story, disguised as folklore. Harry added it to his stack without hesitation. He was examining a promising volume on occlumency when he felt someone watching him. The sensation was different from the grey-robed man's surveillance, more subtle, more professional. Harry didn't turn immediately, instead using the reflective surface of a display case to scan the shop behind him. There. A tall woman in ministry robes, pretending to examine a book on household charms while her eyes tracked Harry's movements with careful precision. Interesting. Harry continued shopping as though he hadn't noticed, selecting additional books on magical theory and basic spell work. When he finally approached the counter to pay, the ministry witch had disappeared. But he'd remember her face. And he'd be watching for others. Ollivander's wand shop was the last stop before Harry could consider his shopping complete. The narrow shop felt ancient in a way that went beyond its dusty shelves and cramped dimensions. Magic saturated the air here, layers upon layers of accumulated power from thousands of wands and the wielders who'd claimed them. Harry's death sense screamed. Every wand in this shop had been present at deaths, not caused them, necessarily, but witnessed them. The cumulative weight of all that mortality pressed against his mental shields like a physical force, threatening to overwhelm him. He reinforced his occlumency walls and stepped inside. The shop appeared empty at first glance. Then a voice emerged from the shadows, soft, ancient, knowing. I wondered when I'd be seeing you, Mr. Potter. An old man materialized from behind a towering stack of wand boxes, his pale eyes luminous in the dim light. Ollivander moved like something not entirely human, his attention fixed on Harry with unsettling intensity. I remember every wand I've ever sold, Mr. Potter. Every witch or wizard I've fitted. Your mother came to me on her 11th birthday, Willow, 10¼ inches, swishy, excellent for charm work. He drifted closer, and Harry resisted the urge to step back. Your father preferred mahogany. 11 inches. Pliable. A little more power and excellent for transfiguration. You remember all of that? I remember everything that matters. Ollivander's pale eyes seemed to glow. And I remember something else, Mr. Potter. Something that doesn't appear in any of my records, that shouldn't exist at all. He leaned close enough that Harry could see his own reflection in those ancient eyes. I remember death. Harry's hand moved instinctively toward his pocket, toward the stone. Peace, young master. Ollivander's voice was barely a whisper. I am no threat to you. Merely, curious. It has been a very long time since a Peverell walked into my shop. How do you know what I am? The wands know. They feel your presence like a cold wind, like the shadow that follows all living things. Ollivander gestured at the thousands of boxes surrounding them. They are afraid of you, Mr. Potter. And they are drawn to you. A contradiction that makes finding your match fascinating. The fitting that followed was unlike anything Harry had experienced. Wand after wand was pressed into his hand, holly, ash, oak, each one reacting differently to his touch. Some sparked, some smoked, one actually screamed before Ollivander hastily snatched it back. The pile of rejected wands grew higher, and Ollivander's expression grew more intrigued with each failure. "Tricky customer," he murmured, pulling down a box that had been deliberately hidden behind several others. "But I wonder, yes, I wonder." The wand that emerged was elegant and pale, Hollywood gleaming in the shop's dim light. Ollivander handled it with unusual care, almost reverence. Holly and phoenix feather. 11 inches. Nice and supple. An unusual combination, Mr. Potter. I've only ever made one other wand with a feather from this particular phoenix. Harry took the wand. Power surged through him, not the subtle warmth of the stone or the cool weight of the cloak, but something fierce and bright, a connection that snapped into place like a key turning in a lock. Golden sparks erupted from the wand's tip, swirling around Harry in patterns that seemed almost deliberate. But beneath the celebration, something else. A flash of darkness, a green light, a Halloween night, Harry gasped and nearly dropped the wand. His death sense had activated without permission, the wand's history flooding into his consciousness, every spell it had ever cast, every death it had ever witnessed, not this wand. Its brother. The phoenix whose tail feather resides in your wand gave another feather, Ollivander said, watching Harry with those knowing eyes. Just one other. It is curious that you should be destined for this wand, when its brother, why, its brother gave you that scar. Harry stared at the wand in his hand. Voldemort's brother wand. Connected by the same phoenix, the same core, the same magical resonance. Why? He asked. The wand chooses the wizard, Mr. Potter. That much has always been clear. But why this wand chose you, why it had to be this wand, I suspect we can expect great things from you. After all, he who must not be named did great things. Terrible, yes. But great. Harry paid for the wand in silence, his mind churning through implications. Connected to Voldemort through blood, through prophecy, through wands. Every piece of evidence suggested that their fates were intertwined in ways he was only beginning to understand. He left Ollivanders with more questions than answers. Hagrid was waiting outside with ice cream and apologies. "Sorry I couldn't go in with ya," he said, handing Harry a cone of chocolate and pistachio. "Ollivander gives me the creeps, to be honest. Never know what he's thinking, He's unusual." Harry licked his ice cream, trying to restore some sense of normalcy to a day that had gone far beyond normal hours ago. "Hagrid, can I ask you something?" "Anything, What happened to Voldemort? After the curse rebounded, I mean. Everyone says he's dead, but," Hagrid's face went pale beneath his beard. "Harry, yeah, shouldn't be a skin about, I need to know." "He killed my parents, Hagrid. He tried to kill me. If there's any chance he's not really gone, he's gone." Hagrid's voice was firm but not entirely convincing. "The curse destroyed him. Nothing left but a pile of robes and his wand. Dumbledore himself said so. But no body. No body. But dark wizards don't always leave bodies, Harry. The magic that kept him alive, it was unnatural. Probably just dissolved when the curse hit him. Probably. Not definitely. Not certainly." Harry finished his ice cream in thoughtful silence. The journey back to Privet Drive was quieter than the journey out. Harry had too much to process: the Peverell vault, the cloak, Griphook's warnings about the Hallows. The brother wands, the Ministry Watcher, the encounter with Draco Malfoy. A dozen new pieces of a puzzle that seemed to grow more complex the more he learned. Hagrid dropped him at the end of Privet Drive, unable to fit through the narrow front door. "Yevi got everything ye need, then? Books, robes, wand. Everything." Harry patted the trunk that Hagrid had helpfully shrunk for transport. "Thank you, Hagrid. For coming to get me. For explaining things. It was my pleasure, Harry." Really? The giant's eyes were suspiciously bright. Your parents would be proud, you know. The way ya handled yourself today, all the questions ya asked. You're gonna do great things at Hogwarts. Harry smiled, though the expression felt strange on his face. I hope so. He watched Hagrid disappear into the evening, then turned and walked toward number 4. The Dursleys were waiting. The confrontation was inevitable, but Harry handled it with cold efficiency. Yes, he'd gone to London. Yes, he'd bought magical supplies. Yes, he was still going to Hogwarts in September, regardless of what Vernon wanted. And another thing, Harry added, cutting off his uncle's building tirade. I know you've been planning to send Dudley to Smeltings in the fall. I know you think you'll be rid of me entirely once I'm at Hogwarts. But I'll be coming back for holidays, Christmas, Easter, summer, and I expect to be treated properly. Vernon's face was an alarming shade of purple. You expect, I have gold now. My own fortune, inherited from my parents. Harry kept his voice flat, emotionless. I also have a wand. I'm not supposed to use magic outside school, but accidents happen when emotions run high. I'm sure you understand. It was a bluff, underage magic carried serious penalties, but Vernon didn't know that. The threat of magical retaliation was enough to drain the fight out of him, leaving him sputtering impotently while Petunia clutched at his arm. We'll discuss this later, Vernon finally managed. When you've calmed down. We won't discuss it at all. My terms are simple, treat me like a human being, and I'll stay out of your way. Make my life difficult, and I'll make yours impossible. Harry turned and walked toward the stairs. Oh, and I'll be sleeping in Dudley's second bedroom from now on. I'm sure he won't mind. He climbed the stairs without waiting for a response, his new trunk floating behind him through a subtle application of wandless magic. The second bedroom was cluttered with Dudley's broken toys and discarded electronics, but it was larger than the cupboard, with an actual bed and an actual window. Harry cleared space with methodical efficiency, stacking the debris in one corner, claiming the room for himself. Then he closed the door, set his trunk at the foot of the bed, and summoned his parents. They emerged already talking, their ghostly faces alight with curiosity. We felt it, Lily said immediately. In the vault, the connection to the cloak. Harry, what happened? Harry told them everything. The Peverell vault. Griphook's revelations. The cloak's weight in his pocket, somehow still invisible even to him. The brother wands, the Ministry Watcher, his encounter with Draco Malfoy. His parents listened with growing amazement. The cloak was supposed to be with Dumbledore, James said when Harry finished. He borrowed it from my father years ago, said he needed to study it for some research. I never knew it was meant for you. Gringotts said he was holding it in trust. Harry produced the cloak, spreading it across his new bed where it shimmered like liquid moonlight. They said the magic recognized him as guardian, not owner. That makes sense. Lily's ghostly face was thoughtful. The Hallows are tied to bloodline. They'd tolerate being held by others, but they'd never truly belong to anyone outside the Peverell line. The brother wand is concerning, James added. I don't like the connection, it's too convenient, too deliberate. The prophecy said you and Voldemort are linked, and now your wands are brothers. It feels like someone is setting up the pieces. Dumbledore? Harry asked. Possibly. Or fate, or magic itself. The wizarding world is full of forces that guide events towards certain outcomes. James's ghostly form flickered with frustration. I hate not being able to protect you properly. All this information, all these warnings, and we can't actually do anything. You've done plenty. Harry touched the cloak, feeling its familiar resonance. You've given me 2 years of training, knowledge about a world I never knew existed, warnings about threats I'd never have anticipated. If I survive Hogwarts, it'll be because of you. If you survive? Lily's voice sharpened. Harry James Potter, you are not allowed to die. Not after everything we've, figure of speech, Mum. Harry smiled, surprised by how natural the word felt. I don't plan on dying anytime soon. They spent the rest of the night planning for the term ahead. What classes Harry should focus on. What teachers he should cultivate and which ones he should avoid. What alliances he should seek and what enemies he should watch for. By dawn, Harry had a strategy. He was going to survive Hogwarts. He was going to thrive. And if Voldemort was still out there somewhere, waiting to return, well, Harry Potter would be ready. The month of August crawled by in a haze of preparation and anticipation. Harry spent his days studying his textbooks, actually reading them now, not just listening to his parents summarize, and his nights reviewing strategy with James and Lily. The Dursleys left him alone, cowed by his implied threats and confused by his transformation from downtrodden servant to confident heir. He practiced with his new wand in the garden shed, discovering that the brother connection to Voldemort's wand had an unexpected benefit. Harry could sense other magic more clearly when holding it, feel the shape of spells and wards with unusual precision. His wandless abilities hadn't diminished, if anything, the wand's presence seemed to sharpen them, but having a proper focus opened possibilities he'd never considered. The cloak became his constant companion. He wore it during his morning runs, invisible and silent, testing its limits. He discovered that Ollivander was right, even magical detection couldn't find him while cloaked. He was truly invisible, a ghost among the living. The irony wasn't lost on him. August 31st arrived faster than seemed possible. Harry packed his trunk with careful precision, double-checking his supplies against the Hogwarts list. Books, robes, cauldron, telescope, scales, wand. The resurrection stone in his pocket, the cloak folded small at the bottom of his trunk. Tomorrow, he said, summoning his parents one final time in his childhood bedroom. Tomorrow everything changes. You're ready, Lily assured him. More ready than any first year has ever been. Remember what we've taught you, James added. Trust your instincts, protect your secrets, and make friends carefully. The right allies will change your life. The wrong ones will end it. I know. We can't come with you to Hogwarts. Lily's voice was heavy with reluctant acceptance. The stone's power works best with emotional connection, and we've never been to the castle while dead. The ghosts there, the ambient magic, we might not be able to manifest clearly. But we'll try, James said firmly. Every night, if you turn the stone, we'll try to reach you. No promises, but we won't stop trying. Harry nodded, throat tight. He'd known this was coming, had prepared for it, but the reality still hurt. Thank you, he said. For everything. For being there when no one else was. For teaching me, believing in me, loving me. That's what parents do. Lily's ghostly hand moved as if to touch his cheek, passing through without contact but conveying everything. Even dead ones. They faded as dawn broke, leaving Harry alone with his packed trunk and his racing thoughts. Tomorrow. King's Cross Station. Platform 9 3/4. The rest of his life was about to begin. Platform 9 3/4 was chaos. Steam billowed from the scarlet Hogwarts Express, obscuring families and students in swirling white clouds. Owls hooted from cages, cats yowled, toads croaked, and everywhere, people rushed and shouted and embraced. Harry found his way to the platform through the barrier between 9 and 10, passing through the solid-looking wall with only a moment's hesitation. His parents had described the sensation perfectly, a brief feeling of displacement, then emergence into an entirely different world. He boarded the train early, claiming an empty compartment at the end of the last car. His trunk stored overhead, his cloak hidden beneath his robes, he settled by the window and watched the platform activity with careful attention. Families said goodbye with varying degrees of emotion. Children clustered in groups, already sorting themselves into social hierarchies. He spotted Draco Malfoy surrounded by what could only be minions, two large boys who seemed to function primarily as intimidating muscle. He spotted Hagrid's unmistakable bulk helping a terrified-looking girl with bushy brown hair manage her trunk. He spotted a flash of grey robes. A hooded figure, moving through the crowd with purposeful stride, heading toward the barrier. Harry's heart stopped. The Whisper Collector was at King's Cross. But before Harry could react, could plan, could prepare, the figure reached the barrier and passed through it, vanishing from the magical platform into the Muggle station beyond. Heading away from the train, not toward it. Reconnaissance, then. Not an attack. Harry filed this information away with everything else, adding it to the growing weight of dangers that awaited him beyond Hogwarts walls. The compartment door slid open. "Excuse me." A boy with red hair and a smudge of dirt on his nose peered in hopefully. "Everywhere else is full. Do you mind if I—" "Not at all." Harry gestured at the empty seats. "I'm Harry. Harry Potter." The boy's eyes went wide. "The Harry Potter?" "Just Harry." "Blimey." The boy sat down heavily, still staring. "I'm Ron. Ron Weasley. My brothers told me you'd be starting this year, but I didn't think, you're famous. So I've been told." Ron launched into a stream of nervous chatter, about his brothers, his family, his hopes for the sorting. Harry listened with genuine interest, recognizing a potential ally beneath the awkward exterior. The Weasleys were blood traders, according to the pure-blood establishment, a family who had chosen principles over politics, loyalty over legacy. Exactly the kind of people Harry wanted to know. The compartment door opened again. "Has anyone seen a toad?" "A boy named Neville's lost one." The bushy-haired girl from the platform stood in the doorway, her expression equal parts worried and curious. "Oh. You're Harry Potter. I've read all about you. You're in modern magical history and the rise and fall of the dark arts and great wizarding events of the 20th century." "I'm aware." Harry kept his voice neutral. "And you are?" "Hermione Granger." She entered the compartment without waiting for invitation, her eyes cataloging everything with sharp intelligence. "I'm Muggle-born, which means I've had to do loads of extra reading to catch up." "What house do you think you'll be in?" "I've read about all of them, and Gryffindor sounds best. Dumbledore himself was in Gryffindor, but Ravenclaw wouldn't be bad either." Ron looked overwhelmed by the verbal onslaught, but Harry saw past the nervous chatter to the desperation beneath. A Muggle-born girl, terrified of not belonging, overcompensating with knowledge and confidence she didn't really feel. "Do you know any ghost stories?" he asked. Hermione blinked. What? Ghost stories. Magical ones, I mean. I've always been interested in the boundaries between life and death." Harry smiled slightly. "Just curious what the books say." It was a test, and Hermione rose to it immediately. She launched into a detailed explanation of wizarding beliefs about spirits, the theoretical differences between ghosts and poltergeists, the Department of Mystery's research into the veil. She was smart. Driven. Potentially invaluable. And she had no idea what Harry really was. Which meant he could decide how much to reveal, when, and on his own terms. The Hogwarts Express pulled away from the platform, beginning its journey north. Harry watched the countryside blur past and felt the weight of his choices settling around him. This was it. No more preparation. No more waiting. The game had begun. The journey north was an education in wizarding social dynamics. Students moved through the train's corridors in shifting alliances, visiting compartments, sharing gossip, establishing hierarchies that would likely persist for years. Harry observed it all with careful attention, cataloging faces and names and relationships. Draco Malfoy visited their compartment eventually, flanked by his two large companions, Crabbe and Goyle, according to Ron's disgusted mutterings. "So it's true," Draco drawled, looking Harry over with renewed interest. "Harry Potter is coming to Hogwarts." He glanced dismissively at Ron. "This is Crabbe, and this is Goyle. And I'm Malfoy." We've met. Harry kept his expression neutral. In Madame Malkin's. So we have. Draco's eyes narrowed slightly. You'll soon find that some wizarding families are better than others, Potter. You don't want to go making friends with the wrong sort. His gaze flickered to Ron with obvious contempt. I can help you there. It was a test, Harry realized. Draco was probing, trying to determine where Harry stood in the intricate web of wizarding politics. I appreciate the offer, Harry said carefully. But I prefer to make my own judgments about people. And what do you judge about me? That you're ambitious, well-connected, and smarter than you want people to think. Harry met Draco's eyes steadily. That could make you a valuable ally or a dangerous enemy. I haven't decided which yet. Draco's expression flickered through surprise, calculation, and finally something that looked almost like respect. Perhaps we should continue this conversation another time, he said. When you've had a chance to settle in. He swept out of the compartment with Crabbe and Goyle in tow. Ron stared at Harry with something approaching awe. Blimey. I've never seen anyone talk to Malfoy like that. Like what? Like an equal. Most people either suck up to him or tell him off. You just evaluated him. Harry shrugged. He's not my enemy yet. Might as well keep my options open. Hermione, who had watched the entire exchange with wide eyes, leaned forward intently. You're not what I expected, Harry Potter. The books make you sound like some kind of accidental hero. But you're strategic. The books were written by people who never met me. Harry turned back to the window, where the countryside had given way to wilder terrain. I'm still figuring out who I am. Night had fallen by the time the train reached Hogsmeade Station. Harry stepped onto the platform with his senses fully extended, cataloguing threats and opportunities. The death echoes here were ancient, battles fought on this land centuries ago, magical creatures who'd lived and died in the surrounding wilderness. It was overwhelming but manageable, filtered through acclimacy walls that had grown stronger over months of practice. Furs years. Furs years over here. Hagrid's booming voice cut through the chaos, his lantern raised high above the crowd. Harry made his way toward the half-giant with Ron and Hermione trailing behind, their nervous energy palpable. All right, Harry. Fine, Hagrid. Good to see you. Yell love the castle. Wait till ya see it from the lake. Hagrid's enthusiasm was infectious, cutting through the evening's tension. This way, everyone. Mind your step. They followed a narrow path down to the edge of a vast black lake, where a fleet of small boats waited. Harry climbed into one with Ron, Hermione, and a round-faced boy who introduced himself as Neville Longbottom, the boy who'd lost his toad, apparently still toadless despite Hermione's efforts. Neville Longbottom. The other boy who could have fulfilled the prophecy. Harry studied him covertly as the boats pushed off from shore, noting the nervous demeanor, the clutched grandmother's remembrall, the air of someone who expected to disappoint. They'd have to talk eventually. But not yet. The boats rounded a bend, and Hogwarts came into view. Harry had heard descriptions. He'd imagined the castle 1,000 times. But nothing, had prepared him for the reality. Hogwarts rose from the cliffs like a crown of stone and light, its towers reaching toward stars that seemed closer here than anywhere Harry had ever been. Windows blazed with warm golden light, promising secrets and wonders within. The lake reflected the castle's image perfectly, creating the illusion of two fortresses, one reaching up, one reaching down, both impossibly, magically real. Harry's death sense went haywire. The echoes here weren't just old, they were layered, 1,000 years of magical history compressed into stone and air and water. He felt the founders' deaths, the battles that had raged across these grounds, the generations of students who'd lived and learned and eventually passed beyond the veil. It was beautiful and terrible, a reminder that even castles died eventually. He reinforced his mental shields and tried to breathe. Amazing, Hermione whispered beside him. It's actually real. Ron just stared, his mouth hanging open. Neville clutched his Remembrall tighter. And Harry Potter, heir of Peverell, bearer of two Hallows, touched by death and marked by prophecy, looked up at the castle that would shape his fate. "Let's go," he said quietly. The boat carried them toward shore. Chapter 3 and Chapter 4, The House of the Sordid Dead. The entrance hall of Hogwarts was everything Harry's parents had described and more. Torches blazed in iron brackets along walls of ancient stone, casting dancing shadows across a ceiling so high it vanished into darkness. The floor was flagstone, worn smooth by centuries of feet, and the air carried the mingled scents of old magic and older history. Students from the train had already filtered into the castle, their voices echoing from somewhere deeper within, but the first years remained clustered near the massive oak doors, waiting. Harry stood near the back of the group, his senses extended, cataloguing everything. The death echoes here were manageable, filtered through his occlumency shields, but the sheer weight of magical history pressed against his awareness like a physical force. People had lived here, learned here, died here, for 1,000 years. The stones themselves seemed to remember. "Welcome to Hogwarts." Professor McGonagall descended the main staircase with the precise grace of someone who had made this entrance hundreds of times. She was exactly as James had described, tall, stern, with an air of absolute authority that silenced the nervous chatter instantly. "The start of term banquet will begin shortly, but before you take your seats in the Great Hall, you will be sorted into your houses. The sorting is a very important ceremony because, while you are here, your house will be something like your family within Hogwarts." She continued with the standard explanation, houses as family, points for achievement, the house cup, but Harry barely listened. He was watching the other students, noting their reactions, cataloguing potential allies and threats. Ron Weasley stood beside him, practically vibrating with nervous energy. Hermione Granger had positioned herself near the front, her hand already half raised as though expecting questions. Draco Malfoy lounged against the far wall with calculated indifference, flanked by Crabbe and Goyle. And Neville Longbottom clutched his Remembrall like a talisman, looking like he might be sick. "I shall return when we are ready for you," McGonagall concluded. "Please wait quietly." She disappeared through a set of double doors, and immediately the hall erupted in whispered speculation. "How exactly do they sort us?" Harry heard a girl ask nervously. "Some sort of test, I think," another voice answered. "My brother said it hurts a lot, but I think he was joking." "Fred and George told me you have to wrestle a troll," Ron muttered beside Harry. "It's a hat." Ron blinked. "What?" "The sorting hat. An enchanted artifact that reads your mind and determines which house suits you best." Harry kept his voice low. "My parents told me about it." "Your parents, but there," Ron's face went through several complicated expressions. "Right. Sorry. I forgot you'd know stuff like that. Don't worry about it." The double doors swung open, and McGonagall reappeared. "Form a line and follow me." Harry fell into step with the other first years, his heart beating faster despite his preparation. The sorting wasn't just an administrative formality, it would shape his entire Hogwarts experience, determine his allies and enemies, set the course of his education. His parents had been Gryffindors, expected him to follow in their footsteps. But the sorting hat saw everything. Every secret, every ambition, every fear. What would it see in him? The great hall opened before them like a vision from a fever dream. For long tables stretched the length of the vast chamber, packed with students in black robes, their faces turned toward the procession of first years. Candles floated overhead, thousands of them, casting warm light across a ceiling enchanted to mirror the night sky. The stars seemed close enough to touch. And the ghosts. Harry's breath caught as he felt them, dozens of spirits drifting through the hall, some seated among the students, others hovering near the walls. His Peverell senses reached out instinctively, and the ghosts responded. Nearly headless Nick, the Gryffindor ghost, turned sharply in his direction. The Grey Lady of Ravenclaw paused her ethereal drift to stare. The fat friar made a small sound of surprise that drew curious looks from nearby Hufflepuffs. And the Bloody Baron, the terrifying, silent spirit of Slytherin House, fixed Harry with eyes that seemed to see straight through his carefully constructed shields. Touched by the veil, a whisper seemed to echo through Harry's mind. The heir walks again. Harry clamped down on his mental defenses and focused on the front of the hall, where a simple wooden stool had been placed before the staff table. On the stool sat a hat, ancient, patched, frayed at the brim, that somehow radiated more magical presence than anything else in the room. The Sorting Hat. A rip near the brim opened like a mouth, and the hat began to sing. Harry listened to the song with half his attention, the other half still processing the ghost's reaction. They knew what he was, or at least suspected. The question was whether they would keep that knowledge to themselves. The song ended to applause, and McGonagall stepped forward with a long scroll. When I call your name, you will put on the hat and sit on the stool to be sorted. Abbott, Hannah. A pink-faced girl with blonde pigtails stumbled forward, sat on the stool, and pulled the hat over her eyes. A moment's pause, then, Hufflepuff. The table on the right erupted in cheers as Hannah hurried to join them. McGonagall consulted her scroll. Bones, Susan. Hufflepuff. Boot, Terry. Ravenclaw. The sorting continued, each name building toward the inevitable. Harry watched the hat's decisions with analytical attention, trying to identify patterns. Some sortings were nearly instantaneous, others took longer, the hat apparently debating internally. A hat stall, his mother had called it, when the choice was genuinely difficult. Granger, Hermione. Hermione practically ran to the stool, jamming the hat onto her bushy hair with barely contained eagerness. The hat considered for nearly a minute, an eternity in sorting terms, before announcing, Gryffindor. Hermione's face split into a relieved grin as she hurried toward the cheering red and gold table. Longbottom, Neville. Neville tripped on his way to the stool, prompting scattered laughter that made him flush crimson. The hat sat on his head for even longer than Hermione's, 2 minutes, maybe 3, before finally declaring, Gryffindor. Neville stumbled toward the Gryffindor table still wearing the hat, had to run back to give it to the next student amid general amusement. Harry watched him go, noting the relief mixed with residual anxiety. The other prophecy candidate, sorted into Gryffindor. Interesting. Malfoy, Draco. The hat barely touched Draco's pale hair before screaming, Slytherin. Draco's smirk as he joined his house suggested he'd expected nothing less. The list continued. Moon, Nott, Parkinson, Slytherin seemed to be claiming a significant portion of the class. Then, Potter, Harry. The hall went silent. Every head turned. Every eye fixed on Harry as he walked toward the stool with deliberate calm. He heard the whispers starting, Potter, the boy who lived, but pushed them aside. The hat was what mattered now. The hat and what it would see. Harry sat on the stool and pulled the brim over his eyes, plunging himself into darkness. Well. The voice in his mind was ancient and amused. What have we here? Harry reinforced his occlumency shields instinctively, but the hat laughed. No need for that, Mr. Potter. I see only what I need for the sorting, and I keep my secrets. Though I must say. The voice grew more serious. You have secrets worth keeping. You can see what I am. I can see everything you are, everything you might become. The Peverell blood awakened, the stone and cloak claimed, death's echo singing in your bones. The hat seemed to shift thoughtfully. Do you know the last person to sit beneath me with your particular condition? No. Antioch Peverell himself, 1,000 years ago. I sorted him into Slytherin, for his ambition was unmatched and his cunning without peer. But ambition consumed him within a fortnight, murdered for the wand he wielded, dead before he could leave a legacy. Harry felt a chill despite himself. I'm not Antioch. No. You carry the weight of death more gently than he did. There's courage here, Oh yes, fierce and protective, the lion's heart your parents bore. But also cunning, patience, the ability to wait and watch and strike only when the moment is right. The hat paused. And something else. A thirst to prove yourself worthy of the gifts you've been given. Is that ambition or determination? A fine distinction. The Slytherins would say ambition, the Gryffindors would say determination. The truth is somewhere between. The hat seemed to be enjoying itself. You could be great in any house, Mr. Potter. Ravenclaw would sharpen your mind, Hufflepuff would strengthen your loyalties, Slytherin would hone your cunning. And Gryffindor. My parents were Gryffindors. They were. And you are not your parents, as much as you love them. The hat's voice softened. But you want to honor them. You want to walk the halls they walked, sit at the table they sat at, prove that their sacrifice wasn't wasted. Is that wrong? Nothing about you is wrong, Mr. Potter. Unusual, certainly. Dangerous, potentially. But not wrong. The hat seemed to reach a decision. Very well. If Gryffindor is where you feel you belong, then Gryffindor is where you shall go. But remember what I've said, greatness is not the same as goodness, and the lion's courage is not the only path to either. The hat's voice rose to a shout that echoed through the great hall, Gryffindor. The red and gold table exploded in cheers, louder than for any previous sorting, Harry noticed, uncomfortably aware that the enthusiasm was for his fame rather than his qualities. He pulled off the hat and walked toward his new house with measured steps, trying to project calm confidence. Fred and George Weasley, Ron's older brothers, easily identified by their identical grins, led a chant of, "We got Potter. We got Potter," that made Harry want to disappear beneath his cloak. He found a seat next to Hermione, who was practically bouncing with excitement, and settled in to watch the rest of the sorting. Ron Weasley joined them a few minutes later. Gryffindor, the hat had shouted almost immediately, sliding into the seat across from Harry with obvious relief. "Thought you were going to be a hat stall for sure," Ron said. The hat took forever. It wanted to chat. Chat. The sorting hat wanted to chat with you? Harry shrugged. It's had 1,000 years to get bored. I imagine it appreciates interesting minds. Ron's expression suggested he wasn't sure if Harry was joking. Before he could respond, Dumbledore rose from the staff table and the hall fell silent. Harry studied the headmaster with careful attention. This was the man who had left him with the Dursleys, who had held the invisibility cloak in trust, who had shaped the wizarding world's response to Voldemort's reign of terror. Albus Dumbledore, legendary wizard, brilliant strategist, keeper of secrets Harry couldn't begin to guess. Welcome. Dumbledore's arms were spread wide, his expression benevolent. Welcome to a new year at Hogwarts. Before we begin our banquet, I would like to say a few words. And here they are, nitwit. Blubber. Oddment. Tweak. Thank you. He sat back down to scattered applause, and the tables suddenly groaned under the weight of more food than Harry had ever seen in one place. Is he, a bit mad? Harry asked, helping himself to roast beef. Mad? Ron was already loading his plate with everything within reach. He's a genius. Best wizard in the world. But yeah, a bit mad too. The feast continued in a blur of food and conversation. Harry learned the names of his new housemates, filed away observations about house dynamics, and managed to avoid most questions about his fame by redirecting attention to others. But through it all, he remained aware of the ghosts watching him. Nearly headless Nick had positioned himself at the Gryffindor table, ostensibly to welcome the new students, but his eyes kept drifting to Harry with unmistakable curiosity. The Grey Lady had drifted closer than strictly necessary, her translucent form hovering near the Ravenclaw table but angled toward the Gryffindors. Even the Bloody Baron had abandoned his usual place at the Slytherin table to lurk in the shadows near the main doors, his chain-wrapped form emanating cold that Harry could feel from across the hall. They were waiting, he realized. Waiting to see what he would do. Harry wasn't sure yet. But he knew he'd have to give them an answer eventually. The Gryffindor common room was everything his parents had described: warm, cluttered, dominated by a massive fireplace and furnished with squashy armchairs in various states of comfortable decay. Harry followed Percy Weasley, another Ron brother, this one a prefect with an inflated sense of his own importance, through the portrait hole and into a space that immediately felt like home. Not the cold efficiency of the Dursleys' house, but something warmer, more chaotic, more alive. "Boys' dormitories are up the stairs to the left," Percy announced. "Girls, the same on the right. Your belongings have already been brought up. Breakfast is served from 7 until 9, and first-year schedules will be distributed in the morning. Any questions?" There were none. The first years dispersed toward their respective dormitories, exhausted from the journey and the feast and the overwhelming newness of everything. Harry climbed the spiral staircase with Ron, Neville, and 2 other boys, Dean Thomas and Seamus Finnegan, and found a circular room with 5 four-poster beds arranged around the perimeter. His trunk sat at the foot of the bed nearest the window, apparently assigned by whatever magic governed such things. The other boys collapsed onto their beds with various expressions of relief and exhaustion. Ron was asleep within minutes, his snores filling the dormitory with rhythmic resonance. Dean and Seamus whispered briefly before following suit. Neville took longer, sitting on the edge of his bed and staring at his grandmother's remembrall as though it might reveal the secrets of the universe. Harry waited. He waited until the snoring reached a steady rhythm, until Neville finally lay down and his breathing deepened, until the castle itself seemed to settle into nighttime stillness. Then he pulled the curtains around his bed, cast a wandless silencing charm that he'd been practicing for months, and retrieved the resurrection stone from beneath his pillow. 3 turns. His parents emerged from silvery mist, their ghostly forms slightly dimmer than usual, slightly less substantial. "It worked," Lily whispered, her voice carrying a static quality that hadn't been present at Privet Drive. "Harry, we weren't sure if we could reach you here. The castle's ambient magic is interfering," James added, his form flickering at the edges. "We can't stay long, maybe a few minutes at most. But we're here." Harry felt a surge of relief so intense it threatened to crack his composure. He'd been prepared for separation, had steeled himself for months without his parents' guidance. But having them here, even diminished, even briefly, changed everything. "The ghosts know," he said quickly, conscious of their limited time. "They sensed what I am the moment I entered the Great Hall. The Bloody Baron was staring at me all through dinner." "That's not surprising." Lily's ghostly face was troubled. "The castle ghosts have been here for centuries, they'd be attuned to Peverell magic. The question is what they'll do about it. I'll need to talk to them. Establish some kind of understanding. Be careful." James's voice was urgent. "The ghosts of Hogwarts aren't like other spirits. They're bound to this place, tied to its magic in ways that give them power they wouldn't have elsewhere. If they decide you're a threat, I know." Harry had already considered this. "But if I can win them over, they could be valuable allies. Eyes and ears throughout the castle, access to information that no living person would share." His parents exchanged a look, the familiar mixture of pride and concern that had become their default expression when discussing Harry's plans. "Just be careful," Lily repeated. "And tell us what happens. We'll try to reach you every night, for as long as we can." "I will." Harry hesitated, then added, "I love you." "We love you too, sweetheart." Lily's form was already beginning to fade. "Always. No matter what." They dissolved into silver mist, leaving Harry alone in his four-poster bed. He lay back against the pillows, staring at the canopy above him, and began to plan. The first week of classes established patterns that would persist all year. Transfiguration with McGonagall was as demanding as James had promised. The strict professor expected excellence and accepted no excuses for failure. Harry's advanced preparation gave him a significant advantage. While other students struggled to understand the theory, he could focus on practical application. "Well done, Mr. Potter," McGonagall said on the third day, examining the matchstick he'd successfully transformed into a needle. 5 points to Gryffindor. It was his first public success, and Harry accepted the praise with careful modesty. He'd already decided on his strategy: perform well enough to demonstrate competence, but not so spectacularly that he drew excessive attention. The goal was to be seen as a good student, not a prodigy. His parents had taught him the dangers of standing out too much, too soon. Charms was easier. Professor Flitwick's enthusiasm made even simple spells engaging, and the tiny wizard seemed genuinely delighted whenever students succeeded. Harry managed the levitation charm on his first try, earning another 5 points and a squeak of approval. Herbology and astronomy were straightforward, requiring more memorization than magical talent. History of magic was taught by a ghost, Professor Binns, whose droning lectures had apparently been putting students to sleep for centuries. Potions, however, was a different matter entirely. Professor Snape swept into the dungeon classroom on the first day like a malevolent bat, his black robes billowing dramatically as he surveyed the assembled first-years with obvious contempt. "You are here to learn the subtle science and exact art of potion-making," he began, his voice barely above a whisper but carrying to every corner of the room. "As there is little foolish wand-waving here, many of you will hardly believe this is magic. I don't expect you will really understand the beauty of the softly simmering cauldron with its shimmering fumes, the delicate power of liquids that creep through human veins, bewitching the mind, and snaring the senses. I can teach you how to bottle fame, brew glory, even stopper death, if you aren't as big a bunch of dunderheads as I usually have to teach." His eyes found Harry, and something cold flickered in their depths. "Potter. What would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood?" Harry met the potions master's gaze steadily. His mother had warned him about Snape, about the complicated history between them, the grudge that apparently extended beyond the grave. "The draught of living death, sir. A powerful sleeping potion." Snape's eyes narrowed almost imperceptibly. "And where would you look if I asked you to find me a bezoar?" "In the stomach of a goat, sir. It's a stone that can cure most poisons." "What is the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane?" "They're the same plant, sir. Also known as aconite." Silence stretched through the dungeon. Snape's expression had gone carefully blank, revealing nothing of his thoughts. "Well," he said finally. "It seems Mr. Potter has actually bothered to open his textbook before arriving. A rare quality in a Gryffindor." He turned away sharply. 1 point to Gryffindor. "Now, copy down the instructions on the board." Harry complied, aware of Ron's astonished stare and Hermione's mixture of relief and competitiveness. He'd passed the first test, but he could feel Snape's attention on him throughout the lesson, watching, evaluating, searching for weakness. His mother had been right. Severus Snape was not going to make his life easy. Defense against the dark arts was taught by Professor Quirrell, a nervous man who wore a ridiculous purple turban and seemed terrified of his own subject matter. Harry hated him on sight. Not because of the stuttering or the garlic smell or the general air of incompetence, though all of those were irritating. He hated Quirrell because his death sense screamed the moment he entered the classroom. Something was wrong with the defense professor. Something that tasted like green light and Halloween nights and souls torn apart. Harry's scar prickled every time Quirrell looked at him, a warning he couldn't ignore. He knows, Harry thought, watching Quirrell fumble through a lesson on minor jinxes. Or whatever's inside him knows. The connection the hat mentioned, it's real, and it's tied to this man. He said nothing to anyone. What could he say? "I think our professor is possessed by the spirit of the wizard who killed my parents." No one would believe him, and the accusation would only draw attention he couldn't afford. Instead, Harry watched and waited and planned. The ghosts made their move at the end of the first week. Harry was walking back to Gryffindor Tower after dinner, deliberately taking a longer route through the castle's less-traveled corridors. He'd been doing this every evening, exploring, mapping, learning the castle's secrets before anyone could teach them to him. Tonight, the castle decided to teach him something he hadn't expected. He turned a corner and found himself face to face with the bloody Baron. The Slytherin ghost was even more terrifying up close, silver bloodstains covering his translucent form, chains wrapped around his wrists and ankles, eyes that held centuries of accumulated grief. Most students avoided him instinctively, but Harry had known this confrontation was coming. "Mr. Potter." The Baron's voice was like wine through a graveyard. "We need to talk." "I agree." Harry kept his voice steady. "I've been expecting you." "Have you?" The ghost drifted closer, and Harry felt the temperature drop several degrees. "Most who carry your gifts would be hiding, praying we wouldn't notice. You've been conspicuous. I've been myself. If that makes me conspicuous, so be it." The Baron studied him with those ancient, terrible eyes. "The Grey Lady says you carry the second Hallow. The third rests in your trunk. Is this true?" "Yes." "And you awakened the Peverell bloodline 15 months ago. The first true awakening since Antioch himself." "So I've been told." Silence stretched between them. Harry waited, refusing to be the one who broke it. "Do you know who I am?" the Baron finally asked. "What I did, to become what I am?" "No. I was in love, once. With Helena Ravenclaw, the Grey Lady, as she's known now. She rejected me, fled to Albania to escape my attentions. I followed. When I found her, I lost control. I killed her." The Baron's voice carried no emotion, but his chains rattled with each word. "Then I killed myself, in grief and shame. We've been bound to this castle ever since, unable to escape each other, unable to forget." Harry absorbed this information, filing it away. "Why are you telling me this?" "Because you need to understand what the Hallows represent. They are not tools or weapons or paths to power. They are tragedies. Every person who has wielded them has been destroyed by them, consumed by ambition or grief or the desperate desire to escape death's embrace. I'm not trying to escape death. No." The Baron's eyes seemed to pierce Harry's defenses. "Then why summon your parents' shades every night? Why carry the stone against your heart like a talisman? You are a child who cannot let go of the dead, Potter. That is precisely the kind of person the Hallows were made to consume." Harry felt the words hit home, harder than he wanted to admit. He did cling to his parents. He did rely on their guidance more than was healthy. The stone wasn't just a tool to him, it was his entire emotional support system. But he refused to let the Baron see his doubt. "I appreciate the warning," Harry said carefully. "But I'm not Antioch or Cadmus or any of the others who fell. I know the risks, and I've prepared for them. Have you? Then answer me this: what happens when your parents tell you to do something you know is wrong? What happens when your love for them conflicts with your duty to the living?" Harry had no answer. The question had never occurred to him. "Think on it, young Peverell." The Baron began to drift away, his chains dragging across the stone floor. "The ghosts of this castle have debated your presence since you arrived. Some wish to help you, bound by oaths so old they've forgotten their origin. Others wish to destroy you, fearing what you might become. And some of us, simply wish to watch. Which are you?" The Baron paused at the corner, his silver-stained face unreadable. "I am the one who remembers what love makes us capable of. Both the beautiful and the terrible." He vanished through the wall, leaving Harry alone in the corridor with his racing thoughts. That night, Harry didn't summon his parents. He lay in his four-poster bed, curtains drawn, and stared at the resurrection stone in his palm. It felt warm and familiar, pulsing with the promise of connection, of comfort, of everything he'd craved throughout his childhood. But the Baron's words echoed in his mind. What happens when your love for them conflicts with your duty to the living? He'd never considered the possibility of his parents being wrong. They were dead, removed from the petty concerns of the living world, possessed of wisdom accumulated through observation rather than participation. Their advice had always seemed so correct, so perfectly tailored to his needs. But they were also frozen at the moment of their deaths, young, idealistic, shaped by a war that had ended 11 years ago. The world had changed since then. Harry had changed. Could they truly understand what he was facing, what he was becoming? The stone pulsed in his hand, seemingly aware of his turmoil. Harry made a decision. He turned the stone over once, twice, 3 times, but this time, he focused his intent differently. Not summoning his parents, but reaching out to something deeper. The connection between himself and the Hallows. The power that the Baron had warned him about. The world went silver. Harry found himself standing in a space that was neither light nor dark, neither warm nor cold. A threshold, he realized. The edge of the veil that separated life from death. Interesting, said a voice that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere. Harry turned, but there was no one there. Just the silver void, stretching infinitely in all directions. Who's there? No one. Everyone. The accumulated echoes of every soul that has ever passed through this place. The voice was amused now, ancient and vast and somehow familiar. You called, young Peverell. Did you expect someone specific to answer? I didn't expect anyone to answer at all. And yet you called anyway. Curiosity or courage, either way, it speaks well of you. Harry's mind raced through possibilities. This was magic beyond anything his parents had described, beyond anything in his textbooks. He was communicating with, what? The veil itself? Death personified? What are you? I am the space between. The moment of transition. The last breath and the first silence. The voice seemed to be enjoying itself. Your ancestors called me by many names, the collector, the ferryman, the shadow behind the curtain. The Muggles call me simply Death, which is accurate enough for their purposes. Harry should have been terrified. He should have been scrambling to escape, to end whatever communion he'd accidentally initiated. Instead, he felt only curiosity. You gave the Hallows to the Peverell brothers. I gave them nothing. They took what they took, and they paid what they paid. The Hallows are not gifts, child. They are responsibilities, tests, if you prefer. Every generation produces someone who believes they can master what cannot be mastered. And you watch them fail. I watch them choose. Some choose power and are destroyed by it. Some choose grief and are consumed by it. Some choose fear and spend their lives running from what they cannot escape. The voice paused. And once, very rarely, someone chooses something unexpected. That is when things become interesting. What do you want from me? Want? The voice seemed genuinely puzzled. I want nothing. I am nothing, or everything, depending on how you count. But I will offer you advice, since you've been polite enough to ask. Harry waited. Your parents love you. Their counsel is well meant. But they are dead, Harry Potter, and the dead have limited understanding of the living. Do not let their wisdom become your cage. The Baron said something similar. The Baron killed for love and died for shame. He knows better than most how the dead can trap the living. The voice began to fade, the silver void growing darker around its edges. We will speak again, I think. You are the first true Peverell heir in 10 generations, the first to touch the veil willingly, the first to ask questions instead of demanding answers. That makes you valuable. Valuable for what? But the voice was gone, and Harry was back in his 4-poster bed, the stone cooling in his palm. He didn't summon his parents that night. Instead, he lay awake until dawn, thinking about choices and cages and the difference between love and dependency. The Baron was right about one thing, he needed to change how he related to the dead. But he wasn't going to let them go entirely. His parents were still his parents, still loved him, still had wisdom to share. He just needed to learn to filter their advice through his own judgment instead of accepting it blindly. It was, he realized, the first step toward truly growing up. The second week of classes brought new challenges and unexpected opportunities. Harry had begun to establish himself in the social hierarchy of Gryffindor House, not at the top, where his fame would have placed him if he'd allowed it, but somewhere in the middle, surrounded by genuine allies rather than sycophants. Ron Weasley had become his closest friend, their bond forged through shared meals and study sessions and the comfortable silence of two people who understood each other without excessive explanation. Ron was loyal, brave, and possessed of a strategic mind that revealed itself most clearly over chess. Harry had yet to beat him, though the games were getting closer. Hermione Granger was a more complicated ally. Her brilliance was undeniable, but so was her tendency to lecture and her desperate need to prove herself. Harry had learned to redirect her energy toward useful projects, helping him research obscure magical topics, double-checking his potion measurements, explaining the theoretical underpinnings of spells he'd already mastered practically. Neville Longbottom remained an enigma. The boy was clearly capable of more than he believed, his herbology marks were excellent, and there were flashes of courage beneath the nervous exterior. But something had broken his confidence, and Harry wasn't sure yet how to repair it. Or if it was his place to try. "You're thinking too hard again," Ron observed during breakfast on the second Saturday. "Your eggs are getting cold." "Sorry." Harry shook off his reverie and returned his attention to food. "Just planning." "Planning what?" "It's the weekend. You're supposed to relax." "I relax by planning." Ron shook his head in mock despair. "You're worse than Hermione." Speaking of Hermione, the bushy-haired girl was hurrying toward them with an expression of barely contained excitement. "Harry." "Ron." "Have you seen the notice board?" "Which one?" "The one in the common room. Flying lessons start next week, both houses, Gryffindors and Slytherins together." Ron's face lit up. "Brilliant. I've been waiting for this all year. Dad can only take us flying in the paddock at home, and that's only during holidays." Harry felt his own anticipation building. Flying was the one area where he could excel without holding back. His father had been a natural, and Harry had inherited every ounce of that talent. The nighttime lessons in Little Whinging, hovering on a stolen broom while James's shade offered corrections, had been some of his happiest memories. Thursday afternoon, Hermione continued, consulting her mental schedule. "Which gives us 4 days to prepare. I've already started reading about proper technique. Did you know that more accidents happen during takeoff than any other phase of flight?" "Hermione." Harry put down his fork. "Have you ever actually been on a broom?" "Well, no, but, then stop reading and trust your instincts. Flying isn't about technique. It's about feel." Hermione looked unconvinced, but she didn't argue. Progress, Harry thought. The conversation shifted to other topics, but Harry's mind was already racing ahead to Thursday. Flying lessons. Gryffindors and Slytherins together. Which meant Draco Malfoy, who had been making pointed comments about his own flying ability since the term began. It could be an opportunity. Or it could be a disaster. Harry intended to make sure it was the former. Thursday arrived with clear skies and a crisp autumn wind, perfect flying weather, according to Ron, who had spent the entire week talking about nothing else. The first years gathered on the Hogwarts lawn, 2 rows of students facing each other across a line of school brooms that looked like they'd seen better centuries. Madame Hooch, the flying instructor, was a severe-looking witch with yellow eyes that reminded Harry uncomfortably of a hawk. "Good afternoon, class. Welcome to your first flying lesson. Well, what are you waiting for? Everyone stand by a broomstick. Come on, hurry up." Harry took a position near the middle of the Gryffindor line, directly across from Draco Malfoy. The Slytherin met his eyes with a smirk that promised competition. "Stick out your right hand over your broom and say, 'Up.'" "Up," 20 voices shouted in ragged unison. Harry's broom leaped into his hand instantly, as though it had been waiting for his command. Draco's did the same. Most others rolled ineffectually on the grass or, in Hermione's case, didn't move at all. Now, when I blow my whistle, I want each of you to kick off from the ground, hard. Keep your broom steady, rise a few feet, and then come straight back down by leaning forward slightly. On my whistle, 3, 2, but Neville, nervous and terrified and desperate not to be left behind, kicked off too soon. The broom shot upward like a cork from a champagne bottle, carrying Neville higher and higher while he screamed in terror. 20 feet, 30 feet, 40, Harry watched with growing alarm as the boy's grip began to slip. Mr. Longbottom. Come back down this instant. But Neville had lost control entirely. The broom bucked and twisted, and suddenly he was falling, 50 feet through open air, nothing between him and the hard earth below. Harry didn't think. He kicked off from the ground, his body moving on pure instinct, and shot toward the falling boy with speed that left the watching students gasping. The world narrowed to a single point, Neville's terrified face, growing larger as Harry closed the distance. He reached out, grabbed the back of Neville's robes, and pulled, using his own momentum to redirect them both toward a patch of grass that looked slightly softer than the stone pathways. They hit the ground in a controlled tumble, rolling to dissipate the impact. Harry came up first, checking himself for injuries, bruises, probably, but nothing serious. Neville was crying, his face pressed against the grass, but he was alive. Mr. Potter. Madame Hooch was running toward them, her face a mixture of fury and relief. That was the most reckless, the most dangerous, the most brilliant piece of flying I've ever seen from a first year. Harry stood, brushing grass from his robes. Is Neville all right? He will be. Thank Merlin for your reflexes. Madame Hooch turned to the watching students. Class dismissed. Mr. Longbottom needs the hospital wing, and I need a strong drink. She paused, then added, Mr. Potter, see me after dinner. We need to discuss your future. She escorted Neville toward the castle, leaving Harry alone with his classmates and the dawning realization that he'd just made himself very, very visible. Draco Malfoy was the first to speak. Well, well. The boy who lived is also the boy who flies. There was something in his voice that wasn't quite mockery, more like grudging acknowledgement. My father has box seats at the Quidditch World Cup. Perhaps you'd like to join us sometime. It was, Harry realized, an olive branch. Or at least a test of one. Perhaps I would, he said carefully. We should talk about it. Draco nodded slowly, then turned and led his Slytherin contingent back toward the castle. The Gryffindors surrounded Harry immediately, Ron pounding his back and Hermione demanding to know how he'd managed such precise control and everyone else talking at once. Harry accepted the attention with careful grace, his mind already working through implications. He'd saved Neville's life. He'd demonstrated abilities that would be impossible to hide. And he'd potentially opened a door with Draco Malfoy that could lead to unexpected alliances. The question was whether the benefits outweighed the risks. The meeting with Madame Hooch that evening changed everything. You have extraordinary talent, Mr. Potter, she said, studying him across her desk with those unsettling hawk eyes. I've taught flying for 30 years, and I've never seen a first-year handle a broom the way you did today. Thank you, Professor. I've already spoken with Professor McGonagall. We'd like to offer you a position on the Gryffindor Quidditch team, Seeker, specifically. It's the position that requires the most natural ability, and frankly, the position we need most desperately. Harry blinked. First years aren't supposed to have their own brooms. Or play on house teams. Exceptions can be made for exceptional circumstances. Madame Hooch smiled slightly. And Mr. Potter, you are definitely an exceptional circumstance. The offer was tempting. Quidditch had been one of his father's greatest loves, and the chance to fly competitively was almost impossible to refuse. But it would also make him more visible, more scrutinized, more difficult to protect. Can I think about it? Madame Hooch's eyebrows rose. Most students would be shouting, yes, before I finished the sentence. I'm not most students. No, she agreed slowly. No, I don't suppose you are. Very well, let me know by Sunday. But I hope you'll accept. Gryffindor could use a player of your caliber. Harry left her office with his mind churning through possibilities. Quidditch would put him in the spotlight, but it would also give him legitimate reasons to practice flying, to be out on the grounds at unusual hours, to build relationships across house lines. And it would honor his father's memory in a way that felt meaningful. He summoned his parents that night for the first time since his encounter with the voice in the silver void. Quidditch. James's ghostly face was incandescent with joy. Harry, that's wonderful. Seeker is the best position. I was chaser myself, but I always secretly wanted to be seeker. The glory, the pressure, the game literally resting on your shoulders, James, let him think. Lily's tone was gently reproving. Harry, what are your concerns? Visibility. Attention. The harder it becomes to stay under the radar. You were never going to stay under the radar, sweetheart. You're Harry Potter, fame was always going to find you. Lily's ghostly form drifted closer. The question is whether you control how that fame develops or let others control it for you. It was good advice. And it aligned with his own instincts, which had been leaning toward acceptance from the moment Madame Hooch made the offer. There's something else, Harry said. Something I need to tell you about. He described his encounter with the voice in the silver void, the entity that claimed to be the space between life and death. His parents listened with growing concern, their ghostly forms flickering with emotional intensity. You spoke with death. James's voice was sharp with fear. Harry, that's incredibly dangerous. The Peverells who tried to communicate directly with death, were consumed by the experience. I know. Harry met his father's eyes steadily. But I wasn't. I asked questions, received answers, and returned safely. And death said something I've been thinking about ever since. What? That I shouldn't let your wisdom become my cage. Harry saw the hurt flash across his parents' faces and pressed on before they could respond. I love you. Both of you. You've given me everything, knowledge, guidance, hope when I had none. But you're also dead, and there are limits to what the dead can understand about the living. Harry, Lily began. I'm not saying I'm going to stop listening to you. I'm saying I need to develop my own judgment, make my own decisions, learn from my own mistakes. Harry's voice was gentle but firm. I'm growing up. That's what children do. Silence stretched between them. Then James laughed, a surprised, slightly wet sound that carried more emotion than Harry had expected. He's right, Lily. Merlin help us, he's right. James's ghostly hand moved as if to ruffle Harry's hair. We've been treating you like a child who needs constant guidance. But you're not, are you? You haven't been for a long time. I'll always be your child, Harry said. But I'm also the Peverell heir, the boy who lived, and whatever else I'm becoming. I need to figure out who that person is, and I can't do that if I'm always following your instructions. Lily was quiet for a long moment. Then she smiled, a sad, proud, achingly beautiful smile. When did you become so wise? I had good teachers. They talked for hours after that, not planning or strategizing, but simply talking. About James's school days and Lily's struggles with pureblood prejudice and the 1,000 small moments that had made up their two short lives. It was the first time they'd related to Harry as an equal rather than a project, and the difference was profound. When they finally faded with the dawn, Harry felt something had shifted between them. A graduation of sorts, from child to young adult, from student to ally. He was still their son. He would always be their son. But he was also becoming his own person, and that was exactly as it should be. Harry accepted the Quidditch position on Sunday morning. The announcement spread through Gryffindor Tower like wildfire, the youngest seeker in a century, a first year on the house team, Harry Potter continuing his family's legacy of athletic excellence. The attention was overwhelming, but Harry weathered it with practiced calm. Professor McGonagall presented him with a Nimbus 2000, the best racing broom on the market, disguised as a long package at the breakfast table. The card attached reads simply, "Do not open at the table. This contains your new Nimbus 2000, but I do not want everybody knowing you have got a broomstick or they will all want one." Harry tucked the package under his arm and made his escape before the questions could begin. The first practice was scheduled for the following evening, but Harry couldn't wait that long. He found an empty stretch of grounds behind the Quidditch pitch and unwrapped his new broom with reverent hands. It was beautiful. Sleek, polished, humming with contained power. When Harry mounted it and kicked off, he felt like he'd come home. The wind whipped through his hair as he climbed higher and higher, leaving the castle behind, leaving his worries behind, existing only in the pure joy of flight. He dove and rolled and climbed again, testing the broom's limits, pushing his own abilities to their edge. This was what his father had loved. This was what he'd been born to do. When he finally landed, breathless and exhilarated, the Grey Lady was waiting for him. "You fly like one who has forgotten he cannot truly escape," she observed, her translucent form drifting across the grass. "A dangerous illusion. I don't fly to escape. I fly to feel alive. Is there a difference?" Harry considered the question seriously. Yes. Escaping means running from something. Feeling alive means running toward something. The direction matters. The Grey Lady studied him with ancient eyes. "The Baron told me about your conversation. He believes you are dangerous, a Peverell heir who refuses to be consumed by his gifts. Such creatures tend to consume others instead. I'm not trying to consume anyone. No. But you are gathering allies, building networks, positioning yourself for conflicts yet to come. These are not the actions of a simple first-year student. I've never claimed to be simple." A ghost of a smile crossed the Grey Lady's translucent face. "No. You haven't." She drifted closer, her form passing through a training dummy without acknowledgement. "My mother was Rowena Ravenclaw. One of the 4 founders, the wisest witch of her age. She created this castle's intelligence, wove the protective enchantments, designed the very rooms we drift through. I know. What you don't know, what almost no one knows, is that she also hid something here. A treasure of unimaginable power, meant for a worthy heir." The Grey Lady's voice dropped to a whisper. "I betrayed her trust, stole what she hid, fled across Europe with the Baron at my heels. When he caught me, when he killed me, the treasure was lost." Harry's mind raced through possibilities. What was it? Her diadem. The lost diadem of Ravenclaw, said to enhance the wisdom of any who wear it. The Grey Lady's form flickered with ancient grief. "I've spent 1,000 years regretting my theft, regretting the chain of events it set in motion. But lately I've begun to wonder if perhaps the diadem wasn't lost by accident." "What do you mean?" "I mean that when I hid the diadem, in a forest in Albania, in a hollow tree that only I knew about, I felt something watching. Something that wanted the diadem found, wanted it claimed by someone specific." The Grey Lady's eyes met Harry's with unsettling intensity. "Tom Riddle visited me, decades ago. He asked the same questions you're asking now. I told him where the diadem was hidden." Tom Riddle. The name hit Harry like a physical blow. Voldemort's true name, the identity he'd abandoned in favor of anagram and terror. Did he find it? I believe so. But what he did with it afterward? The Grey Lady shook her head. "I don't know. I only know that the diadem's magic, its connection to my mother, to this castle, to the Founder's power, felt wrong after his visit. Corrupted, somehow." Harry filed this information away with everything else, another piece of the puzzle, another mystery to investigate when the time was right. "Why are you telling me this?" "Because the ghosts have debated your presence for 2 weeks, and we've reached a conclusion." The Grey Lady's form straightened, taking on a formal quality. "You are the Peverell heir, touched by death, carrying 2 of the 3 Hallows. We cannot ignore you, and we cannot destroy you without consequences we're unwilling to face. So we've decided to help you. Cautiously, conditionally, with reservations that may never fully dissolve. She extended a translucent hand. Welcome to Hogwarts, Harry Potter. The dead are now your allies. Harry looked at the offered hand, incorporeal, unable to be grasped, a gesture rather than an action. He reached out anyway, his fingers passing through hers, and nodded. I accept. The Grey Lady smiled, a genuine smile, the first Harry had seen from her. Then let us begin. Chapter 4 and Chapter 5, The labyrinth beneath. October came to Hogwarts like a thief, stealing the warmth from the air and painting the forbidden forest in shades of fire and blood. Harry stood at the window of Gryffindor Tower, watching the sun set behind the distant mountains, and felt the weight of accumulated secrets pressing against his skull. 2 months at Hogwarts had given him more questions than answers, questions about Quirrell, about the diadem, about the thing that lurked beneath the trapdoor on the 3rd floor. The ghosts had been true to their word. Information flowed to Harry through spectral whispers and midnight conversations, a network of intelligence that no living student could match. He knew that Dumbledore had hidden something valuable in the castle, something protected by layers of enchantments contributed by multiple professors. He knew that Quirrell had been seen lurking near the forbidden corridor, his turban-wrapped head tilted as though listening to instructions from within. And he knew, though he couldn't prove it, that whatever was hidden beneath the trapdoor was connected to the discomfort his scar caused whenever Quirrell looked his way. You're brooding again. Ron's voice pulled Harry back to the present. His friend was sprawled across a common room armchair, a half-finished chess game abandoned on the table beside him. Thinking, Harry corrected. There's a difference. Is there? Ron stretched, his joints popping audibly. You've been thinking every evening for a week. Hermione's starting to worry you're trying to outstudy her. Harry smiled despite himself. Where is Hermione? Library, obviously. Something about cross-referencing medieval alchemical texts. Ron's expression suggested he had no idea what that meant and preferred to keep it that way. She's convinced there's a connection between Nicholas Flamel and whatever Dumbledore's hiding. Harry's attention sharpened. Flamel? Yeah, some old wizard she read about. She thinks, wait, you know who he is? My mother mentioned him once. Harry kept his voice casual, though his mind was racing. An alchemist, famous for creating the Philosopher's Stone. The only known source of the elixir of life. Ron blinked. The what now? A potion that makes you immortal. Harry was already moving toward the portrait hole. I need to find Hermione. The library was nearly empty at this hour, most students preferring the warmth of their common rooms to the drafty stacks. Harry found Hermione in her usual corner, surrounded by towers of ancient books that threatened to topple at any moment. The Philosopher's Stone, he said without preamble. Hermione's head snapped up. How did you? I only just figured it out. My parents told me about Flamel years ago. Harry pulled up a chair. He's over 600 years old, kept alive by the elixir of life. And his stone is the only thing I can think of that Dumbledore would hide with this much security. Exactly. Hermione's eyes were bright with the thrill of discovery. Flamel and Dumbledore are old friends, they worked together on alchemy research decades ago. If Flamel needed somewhere safe to hide the stone, Hogwarts would be the obvious choice. And Voldemort would want it, Harry continued, the pieces clicking together. Immortality. A new body. Everything he lost when the killing curse rebounded. Hermione's excitement faded into something grimmer. You think someone's trying to steal it? I think someone's already tried. The break-in at Gringotts, the vault that was emptied the same day Hagrid took me to get my school supplies. Harry remembered the package Hagrid had collected, the way he'd clutched it protectively throughout their shopping trip. Dumbledore moved the stone just in time. But if it's here, and someone knows it's here, then they'll try again. Harry's voice was flat. And I think I know who. They found Ron in the common room and relocated to an empty classroom for privacy. Harry cast a wandless silencing charm. He'd been practicing obsessively since the term began, and explained his suspicions about Quirrell. The defense professor. Ron's expression was skeptical. The bloke who's scared of his own shadow. The bloke whose presence makes my scar burn, Harry corrected. The bloke who was in Albania the same year the Grey Lady says Tom Riddle visited her. The bloke who arrived at Hogwarts with a mysterious turban he refuses to remove. That's circumstantial, Hermione said carefully. We can't accuse a professor of attempted theft based on your scar hurting. I'm not accusing anyone of anything. I'm investigating. Harry began pacing the room, his mind organizing the evidence. Quirrell is connected to Voldemort somehow, I'm certain of it. Whether he's possessed, controlled, or simply serving willingly, the defense professor is not what he appears to be. So what do we do? Ron asked. We gather more information. Hermione, can you research Quirrell's background? Where he taught before Hogwarts, what he studied, any gaps in his history that might be significant. Already on it. Hermione pulled a notebook from her bag. I started a file after you mentioned the Albania connection. Harry nodded, unsurprised. Hermione's compulsive documentation was one of her most valuable qualities. Ron, I need you to watch Quirrell during meals and classes. You're better at reading people than you give yourself credit for. Notice who he talks to, where his attention goes, any patterns in his behavior. Spying on a professor. Ron's grin was sharp. Mum would have a fit. And I'm going to talk to the ghosts. Harry stopped pacing, facing his friends with an expression that allowed no argument. They have access to parts of this castle that no living person can reach. If Quirrell is planning something, they might be able to tell me what. Harry. Hermione's voice carried a note of concern. Are you sure about this? If Quirrell really is connected to him, this could be incredibly dangerous. It's already dangerous. Harry met her eyes steadily. Voldemort killed my parents. He tried to kill me. And somewhere in this castle, right now, someone is working to bring him back. I can't just ignore that. Hermione held his gaze for a long moment. Then she nodded. What do you need from me? The investigation consumed the following weeks like fire through dry kindling. Hermione's research revealed troubling gaps in Quirrell's history. He'd taken a year-long sabbatical before his appointment to Hogwarts, supposedly traveling the world to gain practical experience with dark creatures. His published itinerary included stops in Transylvania, the Black Forest, and, critically, Albania. Ron's observations were equally concerning. Quirrell avoided eye contact with Dumbledore, flinched visibly whenever Snape was nearby, and spent unusual amounts of time in the restricted section of the library. His hands trembled constantly except when he thought no one was watching, and his stutter, that nervous, credibility-destroying stutter, disappeared entirely during those unobserved moments. He's acting, Ron reported during one of their strategy sessions. The whole scared of his own shadow bit. It's a performance. Harry wasn't surprised. He'd suspected as much since their first defense class, when his death sense had screamed warnings that nothing in Quirrell's visible behavior justified. The ghosts provided the most crucial intelligence. He visits the third-floor corridor every night, the Grey Lady informed Harry during a clandestine meeting in the astronomy tower. Always between midnight and 2 in the morning. He stands before the locked door, sometimes for hours, muttering to himself in a voice that shifts between his own and something else. Something else? Colder. More commanding. The Baron believes it's possession, a spirit riding the professor's body like a horse. The Grey Lady's translucent form shimmered with unease. But this is no ordinary spirit. Whatever shares Quirrell's flesh has power that rivals the oldest ghosts in this castle. Harry absorbed this information with growing certainty. Voldemort. It had to be Voldemort, or what remained of him, parasitizing Quirrell's body, using the professor as a vessel to pursue the stone. The question was what to do about it. Halloween arrived with the smell of pumpkin and the promise of feast. Harry dressed for dinner with unusual care, his mind only half present as he adjusted his robes and checked that the resurrection stone was secure in his pocket. The cloak rested in his trunk, hidden beneath carefully arranged clothes, waiting for the moment when invisibility might become necessary. The great hall was transformed. Thousands of live bats fluttered among the floating candles, and the massive pumpkins that Hagrid had been growing all year grinned from every corner. Students laughed and chatted, oblivious to the dangers lurking beneath the festive surface. Harry took his seat at the Gryffindor table between Ron and Hermione, his attention divided between the feast before him and Quirrell at the staff table. The defense professor looked worse than usual, pale, twitching, his turban slightly askew. He kept rubbing his forehead as though experiencing a headache, and his muttered conversations with himself were more pronounced than ever. Something was going to happen tonight. Harry could feel it in his bones. The feast was halfway through when Quirrell burst through the great hall doors, his face twisted with terror, his robes askew. Troll! Troll in the dungeons! He staggered toward the staff table, gasping for breath. Thought you ought to know. Then he collapsed. Chaos erupted. Students screamed, surged toward the doors, trampled each other in their desperation to escape. Dumbledore's voice cut through the panic, silence. An order reasserted itself through sheer force of personality. Prefects, lead your houses back to the dormitories immediately. Teachers, follow me to the dungeons. Harry was already moving. Not toward the doors with his fellow Gryffindors, but toward a side corridor that led away from both the dormitories and the dungeons. Harry! Ron grabbed his arm. Where are you going? We need to, Hermione's not here. The words hit Ron like a blow. He looked around wildly, confirming what Harry had already noticed, Hermione's seat at the Gryffindor table was empty. She'd left earlier for the bathroom and hadn't returned. She doesn't know about the troll, Harry continued. And the bathroom she uses is near the dungeons. Ron's face went white. Then we have to find her. They ran. The corridors were chaos, students streaming toward dormitories, teachers heading toward the dungeons, house elves appearing and disappearing with expressions of panic. Harry and Ron navigated through it all, their smaller size an advantage as they dodged between larger bodies. They were halfway to the girls' bathroom when Harry heard it. A scream. Hermione's scream. This way. Harry sprinted around a corner and skidded to a halt. The troll was even larger than he'd imagined, 12 feet tall, with gray skin like granite and a club the size of a small tree. It was currently trying to smash its way into a bathroom stall while Hermione cowered beneath a sink, her face pale with terror. Harry didn't think. He grabbed a piece of fallen masonry and hurled it at the troll's head with all his strength. Hey! Over here! The troll turned, its tiny eyes fixing on this new annoyance. It raised its club and charged. Harry dove aside, the club smashing into the floor where he'd been standing. Stone chips sprayed in all directions, and Harry felt something slice his cheek, blood, warm and startling. Ron! Get Hermione out of here. Ron was already moving, grabbing Hermione's arm and dragging her toward the exit. But the troll was fast, faster than something that size should be, and it swung its club in a wide arc that forced them both to the ground. Harry needed to end this. Now. He reached for his wand, felt the familiar surge of power as magic answered his call. But this wasn't a classroom spell, wasn't something he could safely practice. This was combat, life or death, the moment his parents had been training him for. Wingardium Leviosa. The levitation charm, one of the first spells they'd learned in charms class, but Harry poured more power into it than he ever had before. Not his wand, not the careful incantation, but raw magical force directed by pure intent. The troll's club tore itself from its grip and rose into the air. The creature's expression shifted from rage to confusion, its tiny brain struggling to process what was happening. Harry didn't give it time to adapt. He brought the club down on the troll's head with every ounce of magical strength he possessed. The impact was thunderous. The troll swayed, its eyes rolling back, and collapsed with a crash that shook the corridor. It didn't get up. Harry stood there, breathing hard, his wand still extended, blood trickling down his face. The club lay beside the unconscious troll, its grip-worn surface now cracked from the force of the impact. Harry. Ron's voice was awed. That was necessary. Harry lowered his wand, feeling the adrenaline begin to fade. Is Hermione all right? Hermione was staring at him with an expression he couldn't quite read, shock, certainly, but something else beneath it. Respect, maybe. Or fear. I'm fine, she said shakily. Thanks to you. Footsteps echoed in the corridor, and suddenly they were surrounded by teachers, McGonagall, Snape, Quirrell, all looking at the unconscious troll with varying degrees of alarm. What on earth? McGonagall's voice was sharp enough to cut glass. You were supposed to be in your dormitory. Explain yourselves. Harry's mind raced through possible responses. The truth, that he'd known Hermione was in danger and gone to help, would raise questions he couldn't answer. But lies had a way of compounding, and McGonagall was too sharp to deceive easily. Hermione spoke first. It was my fault, Professor. Her voice was steadier than Harry expected. I thought I could handle the troll on my own, I've read about them, you see. Harry and Ron came to save me when they realized I was missing. McGonagall's expression flickered through disbelief, concern, and finally something like grudging respect. That was an extremely foolish thing to do, Miss Granger. 5 points will be taken from Gryffindor for your serious lack of judgment. Hermione nodded, accepting the punishment. As for you two, McGonagall turned to Harry and Ron. Not many first years could have taken on a full-grown mountain troll. 5 points will be awarded to each of you. For sheer dumb luck. She swept away, the other teachers following. But Harry caught Snape's eye as the potion's master passed, and what he saw there chilled him. Suspicion. Calculation. Recognition. Snape knew something was wrong. Harry would have to be more careful. The aftermath of the troll incident changed several things. Hermione became a permanent member of Harry's inner circle, her gratitude and curiosity binding her more closely than shared classes ever had. She threw herself into the investigation with renewed vigor, her research skills invaluable for tracking down obscure connections and historical precedents. Harry's reputation shifted subtly among his classmates. Before the troll, he'd been famous, the boy who lived, a celebrity defined by an event he couldn't remember. After the troll, he was something else, capable, dangerous, willing to act when others hesitated. The attention was unwelcome but useful. People who respected you were more likely to share information, less likely to question your movements. And Harry needed every advantage he could get, because the investigation was approaching a critical point. I found something, Hermione announced during a late-night session in the Room of Requirement, a magical space the Grey Lady had revealed, capable of becoming whatever its occupants needed. Harry looked up from the map of Hogwarts he'd been constructing, incorporating intelligence from the ghosts. What? The protections on the stone. Hermione spread her notes across the table, her handwriting cramped but precise. Each professor contributed something, I've confirmed that much from library records and overheard conversations. Hagrid's contribution involved something with fur and multiple heads. Fluffy, Ron supplied. The three-headed dog. Hagrid mentioned it once when I visited him. Fluffy. Hermione's expression suggested she found the name inappropriate for a monster. Right. After Fluffy, there's probably something from Professor Sprout, Devil's Snare, most likely. Then some kind of challenge from Professor Flitwick, given his expertise in charms. McGonagall would contribute Transfiguration, Harry added. And Snape, potions, obviously. Which leaves Quirrell. Hermione's voice carried dark significance. If he's really trying to steal the stone, he already knows how to bypass his own protection. That leaves only Dumbledore's final obstacle, and no one knows what that is. Harry stood, moving to the window that the room had provided. Outside, the grounds were dark, the forbidden forest a wall of shadows against the starlit sky. "We're missing something," he said. "Quirrell has had months to attempt the theft. Why hasn't he moved?" "Maybe he can't get past Dumbledore's protection," Ron suggested. "Then why stay at Hogwarts at all? If the stone is unreachable, there's no point maintaining his cover." "Unless he's waiting for something," Hermione said slowly. "Some opportunity, some moment when the protections are weaker or Dumbledore is distracted." Harry turned that over in his mind. An opportunity. Something that would draw Dumbledore away from the castle, leaving the stone vulnerable. "We need to watch him more closely," Harry decided. "When he makes his move, we need to be ready." "Ready for what?" Ron asked. "To stop him ourselves. Harry, if Quirrell is really connected to you-know-who, we can't just, I'm not planning to confront him directly." Harry's voice was calm but firm. "But we can gather evidence. Alert Dumbledore to the threat. Make sure he knows what's really happening." "And if Dumbledore already knows?" Hermione's question cut to the heart of Harry's uncertainty. "He hired Quirrell. He must have done some kind of background check. What if he's aware of the danger and has already taken precautions?" It was a valid point. Dumbledore was the greatest wizard alive, the orchestrator of Voldemort's first defeat. It seemed arrogant to assume they could see threats that had escaped his attention. But Harry remembered the Baron's warnings about the dead, about the living's tendency to trap themselves in comfortable assumptions. Dumbledore was brilliant, but he was also old, established, perhaps too confident in his own arrangements. "Then we'll be back up," Harry said finally. "Insurance against the possibility that even Dumbledore can make mistakes." November brought bitter cold and the first Quidditch match of the season. Harry had been practicing obsessively, channeling his anxiety about Quirrell into something productive. The Nimbus 2000 responded to his touch like an extension of his own body, and his teammates, once skeptical of a first-year addition, had become ardent supporters of his abilities. The match against Slytherin was scheduled for the second Saturday of the month, and the entire school seemed to vibrate with anticipation. "You'll be brilliant," Ron assured him at breakfast, though his own face was greenish with vicarious nerves. "Everyone says so." Harry ate mechanically, his appetite suppressed by a combination of pre-game tension and lingering concern about the investigation. They'd made no progress in weeks. Quirrell had been suspiciously absent from the third-floor corridor, as though aware he was being watched. The walk to the pitch felt surreal, the roar of the crowd a distant buzzing that Harry processed without truly hearing. He mounted his broom alongside the rest of the Gryffindor team, felt the familiar rush of wind as they kicked off, and tried to focus on the game ahead. Find the snitch. Win the match. Everything else can wait. The match began with explosive intensity. The Slytherin team was brutal, their chasers using every dirty trick available while their beaters aimed bludgers with malicious precision. Gryffindor gave as good as they got, the Weasley twins providing protective cover while the chasers fought for possession. Harry circled above the chaos, scanning for the telltale glint of gold. The snitch was small and fast, designed to evade capture for as long as possible. Finding it required patience, focus, and the ability to notice details that others missed. He was 40 feet above the pitch when his broom lurched. At first, Harry thought it was turbulence, an unexpected gust of wind, perhaps, or the wake from a passing player. But then the broom lurched again, harder this time, and he felt the handle twisting beneath his grip like a living thing trying to throw him off. Jinx, he realized with cold clarity. Someone is jinxing my broom. He looked down at the crowd, searching for the source. His death sense was useless here, there was no death to echo, just malicious magic aimed at causing one. There. In the stands, among the teachers, Snape was staring at Harry with fixed intensity, his lips moving in what could only be an incantation. Snape. Of course. The potions master had always hated him, had made his contempt clear from the first day of class. Now he was trying to kill Harry in front of the entire school. But wait, in the next row, Quirrell was also staring, his expression hidden beneath his turban but his body language suggesting intense concentration. Two professors, both focused on Harry, both potentially casting. Which one was attacking? Which one was trying to save him? The broom bucked again, nearly dislodging Harry completely. He clung to the handle with desperate strength, his legs wrapping around the wood, his entire body fighting to maintain position. In the stands, he saw movement, Hermione pushing through the crowd, heading toward the teachers' section. Whatever she was planning, he hoped she did it fast. Fire erupted in the stands. Not a killing flame, but a distraction, Snape's robes catching light, the professor's concentration shattering as he scrambled to extinguish himself. At the same moment, Harry felt the jinx release, his broom snapping back to normal responsiveness. He didn't waste time questioning his fortune. The snitch glinted near the base of the Slytherin goal posts, he'd spotted it moments before the jinx hit, before everything went wrong. Harry Dove. The wind tore at his face as he accelerated, the ground rushing up to meet him, the Slytherin seeker visible in his peripheral vision trying desperately to catch up. 50 feet, 30, 10, his fingers closed around cold metal. The crowd erupted. The aftermath was chaos, celebration for Gryffindor's victory, confusion about what had happened with Harry's broom, concern from the medical staff who insisted on checking him for injuries. Harry endured it all with practiced patience, waiting for the opportunity to consult with his friends. It was Snape, Hermione said when they finally found privacy in the room of requirement. I saw him, he was muttering non-stop, not blinking, all the signs of a sustained jinx. I set his robes on fire to break his concentration. It worked. Harry rolled his shoulders, still feeling the phantom ache of clinging to a rebellious broom. But I'm not sure Snape was the one attacking me. What? But he was clearly, Quirrell was staring too. Just as focused, just as intense. Harry began pacing, his mind organizing the evidence. What if Snape was casting a counter-curse? Trying to protect me rather than kill me? Snape. Protect you? Ron's skepticism was palpable. Harry, the man hates you. Everyone knows it. My mother was his best friend, once. They had a falling out, but, Harry shook his head. I don't know. I'm just saying we shouldn't assume. Two professors were focused on me during that jinx. We can't be certain which one was responsible. Hermione frowned, her analytical mind processing the new information. If Snape was protecting you, that would explain why he's been following Quirrell around. I've seen them in the corridors together, Snape always looking suspicious, Quirrell always nervous. Maybe Snape suspects the same things we do. Harry stopped pacing, facing his friends. Or maybe he's working with Quirrell and this was all an elaborate misdirection. We need more information. How do we get it? Ron asked. We ask. Harry's expression was grim. I think it's time to have a conversation with Professor Snape. The meeting was arranged through careful manipulation of circumstance. Harry waited until a potions class when his work was unimpeachable, then lingered after the other students had left. Snape's eyes narrowed as he noticed Harry remaining, but he said nothing, continuing to mark papers with his characteristic scratching quill. Professor, Harry said when the silence had stretched long enough. I wanted to thank you. The quill stopped moving. Thank me for what, Potter? For what you did at the Quidditch match. Harry kept his voice steady. I know someone was jinxing my broom. And I know you were trying to counter it. Snape's expression was unreadable, but his body language shifted almost imperceptibly, surprise, Harry thought, quickly controlled. You are laboring under a delusion. Perhaps. But I've learned to trust my instincts, and my instincts say you were protecting me. Harry took a step closer, ignoring the warning that flashed in Snape's eyes. Just like you protected my mother, once. The temperature in the room seemed to drop several degrees. You know nothing about your mother. Snape's voice was quiet, dangerous. Nothing about what we shared or how it ended. I know she was your best friend before Hogwarts. I know you made choices that drove her away. And I know that despite everything, despite the war, despite your role in it, despite what happened to her, you still loved her. The words hung in the air like smoke from a cauldron. How could you possibly know that? Snape's composure cracked, just slightly, letting something raw and painful show through. Because love like that doesn't just disappear. It leaves marks, echoes that persist even after death. Harry met Snape's eyes without flinching. I see things that others don't, Professor. It's a gift and a curse, but it's mine. Silence stretched between them, not hostile now, but weighted with significance neither was ready to fully acknowledge. Quirrell, Snape said finally. You suspect him? Yes. You're not wrong to suspect. Snape set down his quill, his movements deliberate. There is something deeply wrong with that man. Something I've been trying to identify since the term began. The turban. Among other things. His sabbatical in Albania, his sudden change in personality, the way he flinches when Dumbledore's name is mentioned. Snape's voice carried professional analysis, one expert recognizing another's threat. I believe he's been compromised. Possessed, Harry said bluntly. By Voldemort. The name made Snape flinch, but he recovered quickly. If that's true, and I'm not saying it is, then you should leave this matter to adults who can handle it properly. Adults like Dumbledore? Who hired Quirrell despite these warning signs? Harry shook his head. No offense, Professor, but I don't trust anyone else to handle this. My parents died because someone they trusted betrayed them. I won't make the same mistake. Trust. Snape's voice was bitter. A dangerous commodity. But necessary sometimes. Harry extended his hand. I'm not asking you to like me, Professor. I'm asking you to help me protect this school from someone who wants to destroy it. Snape stared at the offered hand for a long moment. Then, slowly, he took it. If you're wrong about this, if you're playing some kind of game, I'm not playing, Harry said. I've never been more serious about anything in my life. Snape's grip was cold and dry, his handshake perfunctory. But something had shifted between them, not friendship, but an understanding that hadn't existed before. The Dark Lord, Snape said quietly, if he has indeed found a way to return, he will be unlike anything you've faced. The stories you've heard, the history you've read, none of it captures what he truly was. Then tell me. Harry withdrew his hand but didn't break eye contact. Tell me what I need to know. The conversations with Snape continued in secret, each one revealing more about the enemy Harry would eventually face. Tom Riddle had been brilliant, charismatic, utterly without conscience. He'd manipulated teachers and students alike, building a power base at Hogwarts before anyone understood the danger. His transformation into Voldemort had been gradual, a slow stripping away of humanity, a dedication to immortality that had led him down paths few wizards would dare to walk. He created Horcruxes, Snape revealed during one late-night meeting. Objects containing pieces of his soul, anchoring him to life even when his body was destroyed. That's why he survived the killing curse. Yes. And why he's able to possess Quirrell now. His spirit endured, waiting for an opportunity to return. Harry absorbed this information with growing dread. Horcruxes meant Voldemort couldn't be killed by ordinary means, his soul would simply find another vessel, another way back. The war his parents had fought, the peace they'd died to create, was built on foundations of sand. How many did he create? I don't know. 3, 5, 7, he favored magical numbers. But finding them, destroying them. Snape shook his head. That task would take decades, and the Dark Lord would not sit idle while you searched. Then we have to prevent him from coming back at all. Harry's voice was hard. If he gets the stone, if he uses it to create a new body, he will be unstoppable. Yes. Snape's dark eyes held a warning. Which is why you must let the adults handle this, Potter. You're 11 years old, however talented. You cannot fight the Dark Lord alone. I don't intend to fight him alone. But I also won't stand aside while he threatens everything I care about. Harry rose from his chair, preparing to leave. Thank you for the information, Professor. It's helped me understand what I'm dealing with. And what are you dealing with, exactly? Harry paused at the door. A war that never really ended. And a role I never asked for but can't escape. He left before Snape could respond. Christmas approached with deceptive warmth, the castle decked in festive decorations that seemed inappropriate given the dangers lurking beneath its surface. Harry chose to remain at Hogwarts over the holidays. The Dursleys' invitation to return had been transparently reluctant, and he had no interest in abandoning his investigation. Ron stayed as well, his parents visiting relatives abroad, while Hermione returned home with promises to continue her research. The castle was nearly empty, populated only by a handful of students and the staff who remained to supervise them. It was, Harry realized, the perfect opportunity for investigation. On Christmas morning, he woke to find presents at the foot of his bed. A hand-knitted sweater from Mrs. Weasley, emerald green, with a large H on the front. Books from Hermione, including a promising volume on advanced protective magic. Chocolate frogs from Ron, a new set of quills from an anonymous sender. And one final package, wrapped in silver paper with no card attached. Harry opened it carefully, his instincts warning him of potential threats. But what emerged was not a weapon or a trap, it was fabric, flowing and silvery, lighter than air. This belonged to your father. It is time it was returned to you. Use it well. Harry stared at the note, recognizing the handwriting from dozens of school notices. Dumbledore had given him back the invisibility cloak, the one that had been in his trunk all along, though hidden by Gringotts' protections. Or had he? Harry retrieved his own cloak from its hiding place and compared the two. They were identical in every detail, the same silvery sheen, the same weightless drape, the same ancient magic thrumming through the fabric. Which meant one of them was a copy. A test, perhaps, or a distraction. Harry performed every detection spell he'd learned, examined both cloaks with his enhanced senses, and finally reached a conclusion. The cloak from Dumbledore was the fake. It was an excellent fake, probably undetectable by anyone who hadn't already held the real thing. But Harry's connection to the Hallows gave him insight that no spell could match. The genuine cloak pulsed with Peverell magic, responded to his blood, belonged to him in ways that went beyond ownership. The fake was just fabric. Enchanted, powerful, but ultimately mundane. Dumbledore is testing me, Harry realized. He wants to see what I'll do, how I'll respond, whether I'll reveal what I already possess. It was a chess move in a game Harry hadn't realized they were playing. The headmaster knew something about him, maybe not everything, but enough to be curious. Enough to probe. Harry needed to be very careful. The mirror of Eriste changed everything. Harry discovered it by accident, wandering the empty corridors on Christmas night, his father's real cloak rendering him invisible to the portraits and ghosts he passed. He'd been looking for nothing in particular, just exploring, mapping, learning the castle's secrets. The mirror stood in an abandoned classroom, its surface reflecting something that wasn't actually there. Harry approached cautiously, his instincts screaming warnings that he didn't fully understand. The mirror was ornate, ancient, carved with words he couldn't read. Its frame depicted scenes of triumph and tragedy, figures reaching towards something they couldn't quite grasp. He looked into the glass. His parents looked back. Not ghostly, not translucent, but solid, alive and whole and impossibly present. They stood behind him in the reflection, James's hand on Harry's shoulder, Lily's eyes bright with tears of joy. And behind them, more figures, grandparents, aunts, uncles, a family that stretched back generations, all of them watching Harry with love. "Mum?" Harry whispered. "Dad?" The figures in the mirror didn't respond. They smiled, waved, made gestures of encouragement, but they made no sound, had no substance, existed only in the glass. "This isn't real," Harry told himself firmly. "It's an illusion, a trick, something designed to trap you." But knowing that didn't diminish the ache in his chest. The mirror showed him his deepest desire, not the shades he could summon with the stone, but his parents truly alive, truly present, able to hold him and guide him and watch him grow up. He stood before the mirror for hours, memorizing faces he'd never seen before, imagining conversations they might have had. When he finally pulled himself away, his cheeks were wet with tears. He returned the next night, and the next, drawn by a compulsion he couldn't resist. On the third night, Dumbledore was waiting. "Ah, Harry." The headmaster emerged from the shadows, his expression unreadable. "I see you've discovered the mirror of Erist. What is it?" Harry's voice was hoarse from disuse. "The mirror shows nothing more or less than the deepest, most desperate desire of our hearts. To you, who have never known your family, it shows them reunited, alive, and happy." Dumbledore moved to stand beside Harry, though he didn't look at the mirror. A beautiful image, but ultimately a trap. Men have wasted away before this mirror, entranced by what they've seen, or been driven mad not knowing if what they see is real. It's not real. Harry forced himself to look away from the glass. "I know that. Do you?" The allure of what might have been can be stronger than the appeal of what is. Dumbledore's eyes held ancient sadness. "I myself see something in this mirror that I know I can never have, a tragedy from my youth, a mistake I can never undo." "Why are you telling me this?" "Because I recognize something in you, Harry. A drive, a determination, that reminds me of myself at your age." Dumbledore's voice softened. "And because I've made mistakes that I don't want you to repeat." Harry met the headmaster's eyes, seeing layers of complexity he was only beginning to understand. "The cloak you sent me. It was a test. Was it? You wanted to see if I already had one. If I'd reveal myself as more than I appear to be." Harry kept his voice steady. "I'm not your enemy, Professor. But I'm not your student either, not in the way you might prefer." Silence stretched between them, not hostile, but weighted with the unspoken. "No," Dumbledore said finally. "I don't suppose you are." He turned away from the mirror, his robes sweeping across the dusty floor. "The mirror will be moved to a new location tomorrow, so there's no point looking for it again. If you ever do encounter it once more, you'll be prepared." "Wait." Harry stopped him with a word. "The stone. The Philosopher's Stone. It's what the mirror is protecting, isn't it?" Dumbledore's expression gave nothing away. "What makes you think that?" "Because it's the only thing valuable enough to justify this level of security. And because someone in this castle is trying to steal it." Harry took a deep breath. "Quirrell. I know about Quirrell." The silence that followed was more profound than any before it. "Ah," Dumbledore said softly. "I see. You already knew." "I suspected." Confirmation has been elusive. The headmaster studied Harry with new intensity. "How did you discover this?" "I watched. I listened. I gathered information from sources that others overlook." Harry held Dumbledore's gaze without flinching. "I'm not a child you can protect by keeping me ignorant. I'm the person Voldemort tried to kill, the reason my parents are dead, the target of whatever he's planning. I have a right to know." "Rights," Dumbledore murmured. "Such a complicated concept." He sighed, suddenly looking older than his years. "Very well, Harry. If you insist on involving yourself, I will tell you this: the stone is safe. The protections I've arranged are more than adequate to prevent any theft. Quirrell will try, and Quirrell will fail. And when he fails, what happens to Voldemort, to whatever's left of him? That, I'm afraid, is a problem for another day. Dumbledore moved toward the door. Trust me, Harry. I have everything under control. Harry watched him leave, then looked back at the mirror one final time. His parents stood there still, smiling and waving, forever trapped in glass. I don't trust anyone who claims to have everything under control, Harry thought. But I'll play along. For now. He pulled on his cloak and disappeared into the night. Chapter 5 and Chapter 6, The Master of Death. Spring came to Hogwarts like a held breath finally released. The snow retreated from the grounds, revealing grass that had somehow remained green beneath the white. Flowers erupted in the gardens, and the forbidden forest thrummed with the sounds of creatures emerging from winter dormancy. Students shed their heavy cloaks and began spending time outdoors, their laughter echoing across the lawns as exams approached with inexorable certainty. Harry watched it all from the window of the room of requirement, his mind far from spring flowers and academic concerns. The investigation had reached a critical juncture. Months of observation, intelligence gathering, and careful analysis had painted a picture that was simultaneously clearer and more troubling than he'd anticipated. Quirrell was definitely possessed, the ghosts had confirmed it, Snape had corroborated it, and Harry's own senses screamed warning every time he entered the defense classroom. The thing riding the professor's body was patient, calculating, waiting for an opportunity that Harry was determined to prevent. The stone remained protected by Dumbledore's unknown final obstacle, but the headmaster had been called away from the castle twice already this term, ministry business, according to the rumors, though Harry suspected the summons were manufactured. Someone was creating opportunities for Quirrell to act. And beneath it all, the Whisper Collector lurked like a shark in dark waters. Harry hadn't forgotten the grey-robed wizard who had stalked him before Hogwarts, who had killed a man in Little Whinging, who had promised that old bargains would be honored or enforced. The confrontation they'd had, the magical blast Harry had released in desperation, had bought time, but it hadn't resolved anything. The Collector was still out there. Still watching. Still waiting. You're brooding again. Ron's voice pulled Harry from his thoughts. His friend stood in the doorway of the room, looking uncomfortable. The space had configured itself as a strategic planning room, complete with maps and documents that Ron clearly found intimidating. Thinking, Harry corrected automatically. Same thing, with you. Ron entered, careful not to disturb any of the carefully arranged papers. Hermione sent me to fetch you. She says she's found something important. Harry was on his feet immediately. Where? Library. She wouldn't say more, just that you need to see it yourself. They made their way through the castle's winding corridors, Harry's mind racing through possibilities. Hermione's important discoveries ranged from mildly useful to genuinely critical, but her tone, urgent, insistent, suggested this was the latter. The library was nearly empty at this hour, most students having retreated to their common rooms for evening relaxation. Hermione had claimed a corner table, surrounded by books that formed a defensive perimeter around her workspace. Close the door, she said as they approached. And cast a privacy charm. Harry complied, his curiosity sharpening. Hermione wasn't usually this paranoid about security. I found it, she said when they were protected. The connection I've been looking for. The reason everything is happening now, this year, at this specific moment. Explain. Hermione pulled a book from her stack, an ancient volume, its leather binding cracked with age. This is Secrets of the Darkest Art. It's supposed to be restricted, but I convinced Madame Pants that I needed it for extra credit research. Convinced how? Ron asked. That's not important. Hermione opened the book to a marked page. What matters is what's inside. Harry, do you know what a Horcrux is? Harry's blood ran cold. Where did you hear that word? In this book. I know what it is. Harry's voice was flat. An object containing a piece of someone's soul, created through murder. Snape told me Voldemort made them. Multiple ones. Hermione's eyes widened. Snape told you. When? Why didn't you? I've been gathering information from multiple sources. Snape is one of them. Harry gestured at the book. What did you find? Hermione visibly collected herself, professional curiosity overriding her surprise. According to this text, Horcruxes create a kind of resonance with their creator. A connection that allows the soul fragment to communicate with the main soul, even across great distances. Voldemort can talk to his Horcruxes. Not exactly talk. But feel them, sense them, know when they're threatened. Hermione turned to another marked page. And there's something else. The text mentions that some objects have natural affinity for soul magic, objects that were already connected to death before being made into Horcruxes. Harry's hand moved involuntarily to his pocket, where the resurrection stone rested. What kinds of objects? The book doesn't specify. But I cross-referenced with everything I could find about Voldemort's history, his interests, his obsessions. Hermione pulled out a sheet of notes covered in her cramped handwriting. He was fascinated by the founders, by Hogwarts history and the artifacts associated with each founder. And he was descended from Salazar Slytherin himself. Slytherin's heir. Harry remembered the whispers, the rumors about the Chamber of Secrets. So he'd want founder artifacts for his Horcruxes? I think so. Slytherin's locket, Hufflepuff's cup, those have been missing for decades. Ravenclaw's diadem. Hermione paused. You told me the Grey Lady mentioned it. That Voldemort, Tom Riddle, visited her and asked where it was hidden. The pieces clicked together with horrible clarity. He made the diadem into a Horcrux, Harry breathed. That's why the Grey Lady said its magic felt wrong afterward. Corrupted. And if he did that with the diadem, he probably did it with other founder artifacts too. Hermione's voice carried the weight of terrible discovery. Harry, if Voldemort's soul is anchored to objects scattered across the world, he can never truly be killed. No matter how many times his body is destroyed, he'll keep coming back. Silence settled over the table like a shroud. Ron was the first to break it. So what do we do? Find them. Harry's voice was hard with determination. Find them and destroy them. But that's a long-term project, years of work, maybe decades. Right now, we focus on the immediate threat. The stone, Hermione said. The stone. If Voldemort gets a new body, if he returns to full power, finding his Horcruxes becomes exponentially more difficult. We have to stop him now, while he's weak. But Dumbledore said he has everything under control. Harry shook his head. And maybe he does. But I don't trust anyone else to protect what matters. Not after everything I've learned. He stood, his mind already shifting to tactical planning. We need to be ready. When Quirrell makes his move, and he will, probably soon, we need to be in position to stop him. How? Ron asked. We're first years, Harry. We can't fight a possessed professor and the Dark Lord himself. We won't have to fight them directly. We just need to slow them down, prevent them from getting the stone until help arrives. Harry's eyes were cold with calculation. I've been preparing for this since September. The ghosts will warn us when Quirrell moves. Snape will provide backup if we need it. And if all else fails. He didn't finish the sentence. But his hand moved again to his pocket, to the stone that connected him to powers beyond the living world. He had resources no one else knew about. It was time to use them. The opportunity came sooner than expected. 3 days after Hermione's discovery, Harry was in the middle of a history of magic exam when the Grey Lady drifted through the classroom wall and fixed him with urgent eyes. Tonight, her ghostly voice whispered directly into his mind. Dumbledore has been called to London. The path is clear. Harry forced himself to focus on the exam, his quill scratching answers he barely registered. When the period ended, he gathered Ron and Hermione with practiced efficiency. "It's happening. Tonight." They retreated to the room of requirement for final preparations. Harry had spent months planning for this moment, mapping the obstacles they'd face, identifying resources they could use, preparing contingencies for a dozen different scenarios. "The protections on the stone are designed to be passed by someone intelligent and determined," he explained, spreading a hand-drawn map across the table. "Fluffy can be put to sleep with music, Hagrid let that slip months ago. Devil's Snare is vulnerable to light and fire. The chess set requires strategic thinking. The logic puzzle tests reasoning rather than magical power." "What about Quirrell's obstacle?" Hermione asked. "Unknown. But if Quirrell is the one trying to steal the stone, he already knows how to bypass his own protection. We just need to get through the others fast enough to catch him." "And when we catch him?" Ron's voice was steady, but his face was pale. "What then?" "We stop him. Whatever it takes." The plan was simple in concept, complex in execution. They would wait until after midnight, when the castle was asleep and Quirrell would make his move. They would follow at a safe distance, let him clear the obstacles, then confront him at the final chamber before he could claim the stone. It was dangerous. It was potentially fatal. And it was the only option Harry was willing to accept. "There's something I need to tell you," he said, his voice carrying weight that made both his friends fall silent. "About who I really am. What I can do." And he told them about the resurrection stone. The revelation changed things, as Harry had known it would. Ron's reaction was a mixture of amazement and discomfort. The idea of his friend casually chatting with the dead was difficult to process, even for someone raised in the wizarding world. Hermione's response was more analytical, her mind immediately racing through implications and questions that Harry answered as honestly as he could. "You've been talking to your parents all year," she said finally. "Getting advice, learning magic, planning for this exact scenario." "Yes. And you didn't trust us enough to tell us?" The accusation stung because it was accurate. "I didn't know how you'd react. The Peverell abilities, they're not exactly common. Some people would see me as a threat." "We're your friends, Harry." Ron's voice carried hurt beneath the bewilderment. "We would never, I know. I know that now." Harry met their eyes steadily. "That's why I'm telling you. Because tonight might be dangerous, and you deserve to know what you're getting into. All of it." He showed them the resurrection stone, letting them feel its weight and warmth. He demonstrated his death sense by identifying objects in the room that had been present at deaths, a surprising number, given the castle's violent history. He even summoned the faintest shimmer of his parents' shades, just enough for Ron and Hermione to glimpse before the manifestation faded. "Bloody hell," Ron whispered. "Indeed." Harry tucked the stone away. "Now you understand why I've been so focused on this investigation. Voldemort killed my parents, created an orphan, and is now trying to return to finish what he started. This isn't just about the stone, it's about everything I am and everything I'm becoming." Hermione was quiet for a long moment. Then she reached out and took Harry's hand. "Whatever happens tonight," she said, "we're with you. All the way." Ron nodded, his jaw set with determination that had replaced his earlier uncertainty. Harry felt something shift in his chest, a warmth that had nothing to do with magic. "Thank you. Both of you." Midnight found them at the third-floor corridor. The door was already unlocked when they arrived. Quirrell had passed this way, leaving traces that Harry's death sense could follow like a bloodhound tracking prey. They slipped inside to find Fluffy asleep, an enchanted harp playing softly in the corner. "He's already through," Harry whispered. "Move fast." The trapdoor led to a chamber filled with Devil's Snare, thick, ropey plants that wrapped around them immediately. Hermione remembered the weakness to light, producing flames from her wand that drove the snare back long enough for them to reach the next chamber. Flying keys swarmed through the air, protecting a door at the far end. Harry mounted one of the waiting broomsticks and captured the correct key in seconds, his Quidditch honed skills making quick work of the obstacle. The chess chamber was more challenging. Ron took control, his strategic mind treating the game as he'd treat any competition, with focus, intensity, and surprising brilliance. The white pieces fell one by one, and when they finally achieved checkmate, the way forward was clear. That was incredible, Hermione breathed. Ron flushed, pleased despite their circumstances. Piece of cake. The troll in the next chamber was already unconscious, Quirrell's work, presumably. They skirted around its massive form and pushed through the final door. The logic puzzle awaited, 7 bottles, 1 riddle, life or death riding on correct deduction. Hermione solved it in minutes, her analytical mind cutting through the word games with surgical precision. There's only enough potion for one person to go forward, she said, holding up the smallest bottle. The others let you go back. Then I go forward alone. Harry, this is what I've been preparing for all year. You two have done more than I could have asked. Now let me finish it. He took the bottle from Hermione's reluctant hand, drank the icy contents, and stepped through the black flames into the final chamber. The chamber was smaller than Harry had expected. Stone walls rose on all sides, featureless except for a single mirror that dominated the far wall. The Mirror of Eriste, moved from its previous location, repurposed as the final obstacle. And standing before it, his back to Harry, was Professor Quirrell. No turban now. The purple fabric lay discarded on the floor, revealing a bald head that reflected torchlight like a skull. Quirrell's posture was different too, straighter, more confident, the nervous stutter of the classroom completely absent. I wondered when you would arrive, Mr. Potter. The voice that emerged from Quirrell's mouth was his own, but the tone was different. Colder. More commanding. I know what you are, Harry said, his wand raised and steady. What's hiding in your body? Quirrell turned, and Harry felt his scar blaze with agony. The face was Quirrell's, but the eyes were red, burning with a hatred that transcended human emotion. And when he smiled, Harry saw flashes of something else, scales, not skin. Slits, not pupils. Ah, the boy who lived. So brave. So foolish. The voice shifted, dropping into a lower register that Harry recognized from nightmares. I've been waiting for this meeting, Harry. Ever since I felt you enter the castle, felt the connection between us flare back to life. Voldemort. In a manner of speaking. Quirrell's body turned fully, revealing what had been hidden beneath the turban all along. A face. Growing out of the back of Quirrell's skull, pale and terrible, with those same burning red eyes. The features were barely human, more snake than man, but the intelligence behind them was unmistakably present. I am more than Voldemort now, the face said, its lips moving independently of Quirrell's body. And less. A wraith, a shadow, sustained only by the life force of those foolish enough to share their bodies with me. But soon. The red eyes fixed on the mirror behind them. Soon I will have the stone. And with it, a body of my own. Power beyond anything I possessed before. You won't get the stone. Harry's voice was steady despite the pain pulsing through his scar. Dumbledore's protections are clever but not insurmountable. Voldemort's laugh was like nails on ice. I see the stone in the mirror, I see myself presenting it to my lord. But I cannot reach it. The magic requires someone who wants to find the stone but not use it. The red eyes narrowed thoughtfully. Someone like you, perhaps. Come here, boy. Look into the mirror. Tell me what you see. No. It was not a request. Quirrell's wand came up, and Harry felt an invisible force grip his body, dragging him forward despite his resistance. The professor's magical strength far exceeded anything Harry could match, whatever borrowed power Voldemort provided had enhanced his capabilities dramatically. Harry found himself standing before the Mirror of Eriste, his reflection staring back at him with desperate eyes. Think, he told himself. There has to be a way out of this. His parents appeared in the mirror, just as they had during Christmas. But this time, there was something different. Mirror Lily held something in her hand, a small red stone that glowed with inner light. As Harry watched, she slipped it into her reflection's pocket. And Harry felt weight settle into his actual pocket. The stone. The philosopher's stone was his. What do you see? Voldemort's voice was sharp with impatience. Tell me. I see my family. Not a lie, just not the complete truth. Together and happy. Voldemort's hiss of frustration echoed through the chamber. Useless. The same thing everyone sees, the same sentimental weakness. I need someone who desires the stone itself, not the pathetic fantasies it represents. Then you'll never get it. Harry turned to face the twin horrors of Quirrell's body and Voldemort's face. The stone responds to intent. You're too corrupted to claim it. Am I? The red eyes burned brighter. We shall see. Quirrell's wand slashed through the air, and Harry dove aside as a jet of green light scorched the floor where he'd been standing. The killing curse, Voldemort wasn't bothering with lesser spells. Harry rolled to his feet and raised his own wand, his mind racing through options. He couldn't match Voldemort's power, not directly, not yet. But he had something Voldemort didn't. He had the dead on his side. Harry reached into his pocket, past the Philosopher's Stone, and grasped the Resurrection Stone. 3 turns. 3 rotations, each one carrying the weight of need and desperation. His parents emerged from silvery mist, their ghostly forms more solid than Harry had ever seen them. They stood between him and Quirrell, spectral shields raised against mortal threat. Harry, no. Lily's voice was sharp with fear. You can't, stay back, son. James moved forward, his ghostly form flickering with barely contained power. Let us handle this. Voldemort's laughter filled the chamber, cold, contemptuous, utterly unafraid. You summon ghosts to fight me? The shades of the parents I killed, powerless and pathetic. He gestured dismissively. They cannot touch me, boy. The dead have no power over the living. You're not fully living. Harry stepped forward, joining his parents. You're something in between, a soul without a body, dependent on borrowed flesh. The rules are different for you. For the first time, something like uncertainty flickered across Voldemort's terrible face. What do you know of such things? More than you. Harry raised the Resurrection Stone, letting its power flow through him like a river. I am the Peverell heir. I carry 2 of the 3 Hallows. And I have walked the edge of the veil itself. The silver mist around his parents expanded, filling the chamber with light that was somehow dark, with warmth that was somehow cold. Harry felt the boundary between worlds thinning, felt the presence he'd encountered in the silver void taking notice of what was happening. Well, said a voice that existed beyond sound. This is interesting. Voldemort screamed. What followed was not a battle in any conventional sense. Voldemort was powerful, more powerful than Harry, more powerful than Quirrell, possibly more powerful than anyone currently alive. But his power was stolen, parasitic, dependent on a connection to life that the Peverell magic could disrupt. Harry channeled his death sense, not to see deaths but to share them. He reached into Voldemort's wraith form and forced the Dark Lord to experience every death he'd ever caused, every victim, every murder, every act of violence that had fed his rise to power. The psychic backlash was catastrophic. Voldemort's scream became something beyond sound, a ripping of reality itself, a wound in the fabric of existence. Quirrell's body convulsed, the borrowed flesh unable to contain the agony being inflicted on its passenger. And then the wraith was fleeing, tearing itself from Quirrell's skull in a rush of dark smoke and darker magic. It shot toward the ceiling, toward escape, toward anything that would end the assault on its fragmented consciousness. Harry let it go. Not because he couldn't stop it, he could feel the power still coursing through him, the Peverell magic responding to his call with eager intensity. But killing Voldemort's wraith wouldn't end the threat. The Horcruxes would preserve him, allow him to return, render any victory temporary. Better to let him escape wounded and weakened. Better to buy time while Harry learned how to end this properly. Quirrell collapsed to the floor, his body already beginning to crumble. Without Voldemort's presence to sustain him, the professor was dying, the cost of hosting the Dark Lord's parasitic soul. Harry knelt beside him, ignoring the heat radiating from the disintegrating form. Why? Quirrell's voice was his own again, weak, frightened, the stutter returned in full force. Why did you let him go? Because killing him wouldn't have been enough. He'd just come back. He'll come back anyway. He always comes back. Not forever. Harry's voice was gentle, despite everything. Rest now. It's almost over. Quirrell's eyes fixed on something beyond Harry, beyond the chamber, beyond the world. I can see the other side. It's not what I expected. It never is. The professor crumbled to ash, leaving nothing but robes and memories behind. Harry stood, swaying slightly, the magical exertion of the last few minutes catching up with him. His parents hovered nearby, their ghostly faces showing a mixture of emotions he couldn't fully parse. Harry. Lily's voice was thick with something beyond words. What you did, the power you used, I know. Harry tucked the resurrection stone back into his pocket. We'll talk about it later. Right now, I need to get out of here. He retrieved the Philosopher's Stone, considered destroying it, then thought better. That decision belonged to Flamel and Dumbledore, not to him. His parents faded as he made his way back through the obstacles, their manifestation exhausted by what they'd witnessed. The castle was still asleep when he emerged, the night hiding secrets that would shake the wizarding world if they were ever revealed. Harry found an empty classroom and collapsed into a chair, his body trembling with aftermath. He'd won. For now. But the war was just beginning. Harry woke in the hospital wing 3 days later. Consciousness returned in fragments, the smell of potions, the rustle of sheets, voices speaking somewhere beyond his reach. He lay still for a moment, cataloging sensations, confirming that all his pieces were still in place. The resurrection stone was gone from his pocket. Harry's eyes snapped open, panic surging through exhaustion. But before he could move, a familiar voice cut through his fear. Easy, Mr. Potter. Your possessions are quite safe. Dumbledore sat beside the hospital bed, his expression unreadable. The headmaster looked older than Harry remembered, lines of worry carved into his face, shadows beneath his usually twinkling eyes. Where is it? Harry's voice came out as a croak. In my office, under protections that would take a team of cursebreakers to penetrate. Dumbledore's tone was carefully neutral. Along with a silver cloak and a mirror I recognize from my own history with the Peverell legacy. So he knew. Of course he knew, Harry had hardly been subtle during the confrontation with Voldemort. You've been busy, Harry. Busier than I realized. Dumbledore leaned forward slightly. Harry considered lying, considered deflecting, considered the dozen strategies he'd prepared for this exact conversation. Then he looked at Dumbledore's face, saw the concern beneath the calculation, the genuine care beneath the chessmaster's mask, and decided to tell the truth. Voldemort was possessing Quirrell. He wanted the stone to create a new body. I stopped him. So I gathered from what remained of Professor Quirrell. Dumbledore's voice carried no judgment, only curiosity. But the method you used, the powers you demonstrated, those are not abilities I expected from a first-year student. Even one as remarkable as yourself. I'm the Peverell heir. Harry saw no point in hiding what Dumbledore had clearly already deduced. The resurrection stone found me when I was 9. My parents have been teaching me ever since. Your parents. Something shifted in Dumbledore's expression, pain, understanding, perhaps a touch of envy. You've been speaking with them. All this time, you've had them with you. Not physically. But yes. Silence stretched between them, not hostile, but weighted with significance that neither was ready to fully address. I owe you an apology, Dumbledore said finally. Several apologies, in fact. I placed you with the Dursleys to protect you, but I failed to ensure that protection included basic human dignity. I kept you ignorant of your heritage, your fame, your destiny, believing that childhood should be preserved as long as possible. And I underestimated you, treated you as a piece on a board rather than a player in your own right. Harry had expected many things from this conversation. An apology was not among them. Why are you telling me this? Because I've made mistakes before, terrible mistakes that cost lives and destroyed people I loved. I see you walking a similar path, Harry. Gathering power, building networks, preparing for a war that most people don't know is coming. Dumbledore's eyes held ancient sadness. I don't want you to make the same mistakes I did. What mistakes? Believing that you can control everything. Trusting that your intelligence and power make you uniquely qualified to decide what's best for others. The headmaster's voice carried the weight of decades. I was once much like you, Harry, brilliant, driven, convinced that my vision for the world was the correct one. It took tremendous loss to teach me that wisdom lies not in having all the answers, but in knowing when to ask for help. Harry absorbed this slowly, letting the words settle into his understanding. Dumbledore wasn't lecturing, he was confessing. Sharing vulnerabilities that he rarely exposed. The Horcruxes, Harry said. You know about them. I suspected. You've confirmed. Dumbledore nodded slowly. Finding and destroying them will be the work of years, perhaps the rest of your life. It's not a burden you should carry alone. Who else can carry it? Me. Your friends. The Order of the Phoenix, when it reconvenes, and it will, sooner than anyone expects. Dumbledore rose from his chair, his movements carrying the careful precision of advanced age. You've started something tonight, Harry. Something that cannot be unstarted. Voldemort knows you're more than he expected, knows the Peverell line has awakened, knows his return will be opposed by forces he hadn't anticipated. Good. Is it? Dumbledore paused at the foot of the bed. Or have you simply announced yourself as a target, before you're ready to defend against what will come? Harry had no answer for that. The question would haunt him for years. Rest now, Dumbledore said, his tone gentling. Your friends are waiting outside, desperate with worry. I'll send them in when you're ready. And my things? The stone, the cloak. Will be returned to you when you leave the hospital wing. They are yours by blood and magic, I have no right to keep them. Dumbledore smiled slightly. Though I hope you'll allow me to examine them occasionally. The scholar in me has been curious about the Hallows for longer than you've been alive. He left before Harry could respond, his robes sweeping across the hospital floor with quiet dignity. Harry lay back against his pillows, staring at the ceiling, processing everything that had happened. Voldemort was still out there, weakened, furious, already planning his next move. The Horcruxes represented a challenge that would dominate Harry's life for years to come. The wizarding world was slowly waking to dangers it had hoped were buried, and Harry stood at the center of it all, the Peverell heir, the boy who lived, the only person who might be able to end what Tom Riddle had started. It was terrifying. It was exhilarating. And it was, Harry realized with something approaching peace, exactly what he had been preparing for. Ron and Hermione burst into the hospital wing the moment Madame Pomfrey gave permission, their faces a mixture of relief and residual fear. 3 days. Ron exclaimed, collapsing into the chair Dumbledore had vacated. You were unconscious for 3 bloody days. We thought you might never wake up. I'm fine. Harry sat up with only minor difficulty. What happened while I was out? Chaos, Hermione supplied. The stone was returned to Nicholas Flamel. Dumbledore says he and his wife have decided to destroy it. Quirrell is being listed as killed by unknown dark magic. The official story is that he was working alone, trying to steal the stone for personal gain. And the unofficial story? That's where it gets complicated. Hermione lowered her voice. Dumbledore made a statement to the staff about renewed vigilance against dark forces. Snape has been looking at you like you've grown a second head. And there are rumors, nothing confirmed, about the Dark Lord not being as dead as everyone thought. Harry nodded slowly. The truth was spreading, as he'd known it would. The wizarding world couldn't stay ignorant forever. Voldemort's return would force them to confront realities they'd spent a decade avoiding. And you too? Are you all right? Us? Ron laughed, though the sound carried brittle edges. We're fine, Harry. Bit shaken, maybe, but fine. It's you we're worried about. What you did down there, Hermione hesitated, choosing her words carefully. The magic you used, the way you faced him, that wasn't normal, Harry. That wasn't anything we learned in class. No. It wasn't. Harry made a decision, one he'd been avoiding since awakening, but one that couldn't be postponed any longer. The Peverell abilities are growing, he said quietly. What happened in that chamber was just the beginning. I can do things now that I couldn't do a year ago, feel things, sense things. It's like a door opening, letting in more and more of whatever power the Hallows represent. Is that dangerous? Ron's voice was uncertain. Probably. My parents have warned me about Peverells who were consumed by their gifts, who lost themselves in death's embrace and forgot how to live. Harry met his friend's eyes steadily. I need your help. Not just with the investigation, not just with Voldemort, but with staying human. Reminding me that there's more to life than secrets and power and the endless war I've inherited. You think we'd let you forget that? Hermione's voice carried affectionate exasperation. Harry, we're your friends. Keeping you grounded is practically our full-time job. It's true, Ron agreed. Hermione makes you study, I make you laugh, and between us, we're like your conscience in human form. Harry felt something ease in his chest, a tension he hadn't realized he'd been carrying. Thank you. Both of you. Don't mention it. Ron grinned, some of his usual energy returning. Now, can we please talk about Quidditch? I've been dying to know if you're still on the team after missing the last match. Harry laughed, a real laugh, the first in what felt like ages. Some things, at least, never changed. The end of term arrived with surprising speed. Exams passed in a blur of written tests and practical demonstrations, Harry performing well enough to satisfy his teachers without drawing excessive attention. The House Cup went to Gryffindor, partly due to Harry's Quidditch victories, partly due to the points Dumbledore had awarded for services to the school. The feast was celebratory, chaotic, everything a school year's conclusion should be. Harry sat among his friends, eating and laughing and pretending that everything was normal. But beneath the festivities, he was already planning for summer. The Dursleys awaited, with their mundane cruelties and relentless normalcy. But Harry was different now, stronger, more confident, armed with knowledge and allies that his relatives couldn't comprehend. And beyond the Dursleys, the larger world awaited as well. Voldemort was recovering somewhere, plotting his return. The Horcruxes remained hidden, waiting to be discovered and destroyed. The Whisper Collector lurked in the shadows, his agenda still unclear. The war that had killed Harry's parents was not over. It had merely been paused. As the Hogwarts Express carried students back to London, Harry sat in a compartment with Ron and Hermione, watching the countryside blur past. The resurrection stone warmed his pocket, and the invisibility cloak rustled in his trunk, and somewhere ahead, his future unfolded in patterns he could only begin to imagine. What are you thinking about? Hermione asked, noticing his abstraction. The summer. Next year. Everything that's coming. Heavy thoughts for a train ride. I have heavy things to think about. Harry smiled slightly. But that's tomorrow's problem. Right now, I'm just, here. With you too. And that's enough. Ron produced a deck of exploding snap cards, and the heaviness lifted as they fell into easy conversation and competitive games. The war would come. The challenges would multiply. The boy who had survived would be tested in ways he couldn't yet imagine. But not today. Today, Harry Potter was just an 11-year-old wizard, riding a train with his friends, heading toward a summer that would shape everything to come. The Peverell heir. The boy who lived. The one who would stand between the world and the darkness that sought to consume it. But also, Harry. Just Harry. And that, in the end, was the identity that mattered most. The platform at King's Cross was chaos, students reuniting with families, luggage being unloaded, owls hooting their disapproval at the noise. Harry stepped off the train last, his trunk floating behind him through subtle wandless magic. The Dursleys were somewhere in the crowd, probably scowling at the strangeness surrounding them. He'd deal with them soon enough. But first, he had one more thing to do. He stepped away from the crowd, finding a quiet corner where no one could observe him. 3 turns of the stone, 3 moments of concentration. His parents appeared, dimmer than they'd been at Hogwarts but still present. You came through. James's voice carried relief and pride in equal measure. We felt it, even from the other side. What you did, what you became. It was terrifying to watch, Lily added. But also magnificent. You've grown so much this year, Harry. I had good teachers. Harry smiled at them, his parents, his advisors, his connection to a life he'd never known. Will I see you this summer? Always. Lily's ghostly hand moved as if to touch his cheek. Wherever you go, whatever you face, we'll be with you. The road ahead is dangerous, James said, his tone unusually serious. Voldemort will return. The Horcruxes must be found. And the Collector, I know. Harry's voice was calm. But I'm ready now. Or at least, I'm more ready than I was. That's all any of us can ask. Lily's smile was bittersweet. Go, sweetheart. Face your summer. We'll be here when you need us. They faded, leaving Harry alone with his thoughts and his determination. He turned toward the barrier that separated platform 9 3/4 from the Muggle world. Beyond it, his relatives waited with their ordinary concerns and their petty cruelties. But Harry was no longer the boy they remembered, the frightened orphan who had cowered in his cupboard and accepted their mistreatment as deserved. He was the Peverell heir. He was the boy who lived. He was the one who had faced Voldemort and survived. He was ready. Harry Potter walked through the barrier, leaving the magical world behind for now, and stepped into the future that awaited him. Whatever came next, he would face it. And he would not face it alone. Chapter 6 End Epilogue. Watching eyes. The platform at King's Cross was emptying when the figure in grey emerged from the shadows. The Whisper Collector watched the Potter boy disappear through the barrier, his ancient eyes tracking movements that others couldn't perceive. The child was different now, stronger, more dangerous, surrounded by protections both mundane and mystical. But also more interesting. He's growing faster than predicted, said a voice from beside him. A man materialized from the crowd, tall, dark-skinned, with the bearing of a soldier and robes that shimmered with contained power. Thanatos Ward. The Collector acknowledged the newcomer without surprise. The department sent you. The International Confederation sent me. The Veil anomalies have become impossible to ignore. Ward's eyes followed the same path Harry had taken. A true Peverell awakening. The first in over a century. And now. Now we observe. Document. Prepare. Ward's expression was unreadable. The boy has drawn attention from forces that haven't stirred in millennia. Whatever he becomes, whatever role he plays in events to come, we need to understand it. The Collector was silent for a moment, his grey robes rustling in a wind that existed only for him. My wife, he said finally. Eleanor. I offered him partnership, once. He refused. And now? Now. The collector's ancient face twisted with something that might have been acceptance. Now I think he was right to refuse. What he's becoming, it's not something that can be controlled or directed. He serves no master but himself. That makes him dangerous. It makes him interesting. The collector turned away from the platform. Watch him, if you must. But don't interfere. Not yet. Orders. Instinct. The same instinct that's kept me alive for 2 centuries. The collector's voice carried weight that went beyond mere sound. This boy is the eye of a storm that's been building for 1,000 years. When it breaks, and it will break, everyone will have to choose a side. And which side will you choose? The collector didn't answer. He simply dissolved into shadow, leaving Ward alone on the emptying platform. The investigator stood there for a long moment, watching ordinary families embrace their ordinary children, watching the mundane world continue in blissful ignorance of the forces gathering around a single 11-year-old boy. Then he, too, disappeared. But the watching continued. It always continued. The Stone of Souls, Year 1 to be continued.